All right, good evening. Welcome to our July 2nd, 2024 City Council meeting. It is 7:09 p.m. Meeting is now in session. Tonight's invocation will be led by Rabbi Ralph Resnick from Temple Ami Shalom, and Councilman Contos will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise.
I want to thank all of you for being here this evening. I must have done a really good job the last time I was here.
Seriously, it was.
Because there are a lot more people here this time than last time.
Yay!
I really just want to say very briefly three very important words that come from the Bible. V'yahavta l'reacha kamocha. Love your neighbor as yourself. The last time I had to get my driver's license renewed, which was back in February, hadn't been in the DMV in a long, long time. And standing here this evening reminds me 100% of that experience. It's not that. It's that as you look around the room, I passed the test, by the way. But as you look around the room, and I did at the DMV that day, you look around, and it struck me that this is America. This is America. You look around this room. And to me, it was such an amazing moment. And this evening as well, to see so many of us here together. We don't all agree about anything or everything, but we do agree about enough that we're here together. And I think it's very important to keep that lesson important to us. Love your neighbor as you yourself would want to be loved. And I think it's a very important lesson that we don't always think about, but I think it's a very important lesson to keep in our hearts and to keep in our head. Thank you.
All hats should be removed. Please face the flag and put your right hand on your heart and follow my lead. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
Good evening, Mayor. Councilman Contos.
Here.
Councilwoman Diaz.
Here.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu.
Here.
Mayor Calderon Tabatabai.
Present. City Attorney, is there anything to be reported out of closed session?
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
All right. So, time for some proclamations and certificates.
Testing.
All right. So if I can invite Assistant City Manager Roxanne Lerma to the front as we have this proclamation recognizing Park and Recreation Month. Let's give it up for... For nearly 40 years, we have celebrated Park and Recreation Month in July to promote building strong, vibrant, and resilient communities through the power of parks and recreation. This month is dedicated to recognizing and celebrating the more than 160,000 full-time park and recreation professionals. Let's give it up to them one more time. Yes. And just if you've been to one of our centers, our senior center, or our parks, an event, you know that they are truly professional. I just want to make sure to emphasize that. This year's theme, Where You Belong, celebrates the many ways park and recreation professionals across the country foster a sense of belonging in their community by providing welcoming and inclusive programs, essential services for all ages and abilities, and safe, accessible spaces to build meaningful connections. This Park and Recreation Month lets unite and uplift the many reasons why local parks and recreation truly embodies the essence of belonging. Together, we can demonstrate why these spaces are where you belong. And now I'd like to turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Roxanne Lerma. Celebrate your team.
Hey, thank you so much, Mayor. I am overjoyed to be able to bring up not only the Community Services Department, the team, but also our Community and Senior Services Commissioner. So if I can have my commissioners please stand and come to the front, and let's give them recognition.
Did it dry? Testing.
I want to give them the opportunity to quickly introduce themselves before I bring up our team. Commissioner Torres, we'll start with you.
Commissioner Robert Torres. I'm on the Community and Senior Services Commission, as Roxanne stated, and I'm happy to be here, and this is my daughter, Madeline.
I'm Gail Mason, and I've been on the Senior and Community Service for about 12 years, and every year goes faster and every year gets better. Good evening. What a great crowd. I'm Sherry Fisher. I've been on the commission for 4 years, and it's exciting to see when they put fun things together.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Cecilia Munoz, and I am on the commission, and I just want to say it's beautiful to see everyone out today celebrating our wonderful parks department and programs, and I serve very proudly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a moment that I'm really excited to share with all of our Community Services Department staff members. So I'm going to ask that all of you please help me out and giving them a big round of applause. If we invite them up. Come on up, guys. And I'd like to specifically hand the microphone over to our new Community Services Deputy Director, Susie Perez. Susie, come on up and introduce your team.
Hello, everyone. So to our commissioners, hello. I know I saw Commissioner Torres. To the rest of you, I am so honored to be here with everyone today. This is my 4th week back here with the city of West Covina. So there are some faces up here that I actually have not met. But let me tell you, in the 4 short weeks that I have been here, the amazing work that this staff has put together. Right now, they're preparing for the 4th of July celebration happening at the Sportsplex on Thursday, and it's all hands on deck. And the amount of work and effort that gets put into that, is just amazing to see the final product. So I hope to see all of you guys out there. They are also organizing summer concerts in the park, water days on Fridays, and also overseeing all of their facilities. So Senior Center, Cameron Community Center, Shadow Oak. But really, the microphone tonight needs to go to Vanessa Ibanez, and she is the Community Services Supervisor. And she really is the one that has been spearheading and leading this team. So I think it's only appropriate to give her another round of applause. Yay! And to share the microphone with her, and she can share a little bit more about what the department's really been doing this past year.
So good evening, everyone. As Susie said, my name is Vanessa Ibanez. I'm the Recreation Services Supervisor here with the City of West Covina. I've been with the city almost 10 years now, and I've been proudly serving on this team from a part-timer all the way to my full-time position. I just have all my gratitude goes to the team from early mornings to late nights. They're sacrificing, time with family and friends, just to put on the most excellent events, programming at their centers, from the senior center, Shadow Oak, Palmview with the inclusive recreation, Cameron with our youth. It's just been an incredible journey. Last year we celebrated our centennial. We had a whole bunch of events. We had our centennial celebration to the dinner. We just been working really, really hard for the community to put on excellent events. And this month is, parks really do make life better, from little kids all the way up to seniors. And that's just our goal. So I want to tell the team thank you. I'm so, so proud of them. I know all the work and all the effort that they put in day out, just to provide the most excellent customer service to all the residents here in the city of West Covina. So thank you guys.
And there's about 20 staff members that are still missing from this group. So again, congratulations. Parks truly do make lives better. We hope that you go out and experience one of our parks, facilities, special events, and you will definitely be welcomed with a smiling face. So thank you so much.
Our full-time community services coordinators come on up. I'd like to give you the opportunity to introduce yourselves. I am all about having staff and the city share their stories. So very briefly, if you can introduce yourselves, tell us about which facilities that you work at and your primary areas of responsibility.
Hi, everybody. I'm Leslie Godinez. I'm the Community Services Coordinator for the Senior Center. So alongside the rest of my team, we oversee special events and, of course, at the Senior Center, all the programmings. We have a great team. Not everybody is here today, but Christina and Holly are our chefs. They prepare meals for over 100 seniors every single day. So if you haven't gone to have a meal there, I recommend you guys definitely go. We serve hot meals Monday through Thursday and then frozen on Friday. So they are such an incredible team. We work so hard to bring so many different kinds of excursions, programs, free and low cost. So I really encourage everybody to go. Thank you. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Leslie Bravo. I'm the Community Services Coordinator at Shadow Oak. And at Shadow Oak, we've been working to implement programming for all ages. So we start as young as 1 age with our 1 year of age with our Parent and Me classes. And we also offer senior programming such as watercolor painting class and everything in between. Today, I have a couple staff members. I have my site coordinator, Luisa Hildebrand. My site coordinator, Manuela Gonzalez. I have our daycare director, which oversees our Tiny Tot program, Eliana Espinosa back there. The daycare teacher also overseeing Tiny Tots, Brianna Guerrero. And then behind me, I have my recreation staff, Marianne Santa Cruz. She's a rec leader. And also with us is Madeline Perez, who is also our recreation leader.
Hello, my name is Clarissa Romero. I oversee the Cameron Community Center and Vine Daycare. So at Cameron, we do focus on youth. Of course, we have a few adult classes as well, but youth is really where I think we shine with, our basketball programs and everything else that we offer. But really, all thanks does go to the staff because they really do put in the work every single day. We're open 7 days a week, almost all day long, and all of those hours, they are the ones taking that up and, like Vanessa said, sacrificing their time away from their families and really making these programs run. So real quick, I'll introduce who I have here. I have my site coordinator, Sophia. I have my rec leaders. I have Jack Raygoza. I have Hal Acosta. And I have Gabriel Moore. I think that's it, right? Yes, but again, all thanks does go to my staff. They really are the ones putting in the work to make all of these programs happen.
Hello, everybody. My name is Miguel Quijada. I am the Community Services Coordinator at the Palmview Center, also known as Airplane Park. We currently offer... Hello? Can you guys hear me? We offer adaptive recreation. We're creating an inclusive program at Palmview. If you guys want to stop by, we also have walking clubs, arts and crafts, dance clubs. It's always a party at Palmview. My entire team is not here, but we're small but mighty. But I want to start off with Ashley Whitaker, who's here, who's my recreational leader. My other two team, my site coordinator, Emily, she's not here today, but, I want to give credit. My team is small, but we put on a show over at the Palmview Center. And then I also have Deontay, who's also couldn't make it today.
Okay, I think just before our group photo, I also want to introduce the rest of the staff. We have some of our most recent hires, maybe have been here about a week, and our staff over at the Sportsplex. We have Chris, Joaquin, Sebastian, Jesse, Liliana. So is there a Bryant? Everyone else get introduced? All right. Oh, and Jesse? Yes, I think we got everyone. So, group photo.
Yeah. Really tall.
Projector screen. We're just going to show you a quick video of what's been going on this past year in community services.
All right. So now, if I can invite Nicole Ty from One Veg World to the front, celebrating their 20th year here in West Covina. I want to just say to the rabbi, the folks are here for One Veg World. So I just want to send that there. From actors Woody Harrelson and Pamela Anderson to Tony Kanal of No Doubt fame to NBA champion John Sally. By the way, I am not John Sally, even though I get... and singer John Cicada. These are just a few of the esteemed celebrities One Veg World has had the honor to serve since Mr. Tai Tu Hua first opened its doors in 2004. With climate change as a major issue that we face together as Earth's co-inhabitants, more than ever, people are turning to plant-based meals to reduce their carbon footprint and save the planet. We are proud to have been service for the past 20 years in our local community in West Covina. That's right. Let's give it up. As the only vegan establishment of its kind in the area, and for as someone who has a lot of vegan members of my family, whenever they come to West Covina, they ask, where do we go to eat? One Veg World. And then they call me back and are like, oh my God, it's like the best. No, I am serious. So I am not vegan, but it is a place to eat. Okay. And you will enjoy yourselves. Our restaurant, as well as some of its flavorful dishes, have been recognized for excellence in the hospitality industry, including #1 votes with the My Fox LA and the Los Angeles Times, which also ranked the One Veg World Burger a top 10 winner in the Battle of the Burgers. In gratitude for all its success and support of our patrons, One Veg World regularly gives back by donating a portion of our profits to support various groups, both locally and internationally, including Farm Sanctuary, West Covina Fire Department, Cal Poly Pomona Students for a Sustainable Future, Burrito Project LA, CDP Recovery Program after the Afghanistan earthquake, Covina Civic Library, No Hungry Child, among numerous other charitable organizations. So One Veg World, the City of West Covina Certificate of Recognition for your 20th anniversary and legacy of Tai Tu Hua. If we can give it up.
Thank you, Mayor Tabatabai, the City Council, and all our friends here in West Covina. I'd like to start off with a little history of One Veg World. Our founder, Tai Tu Hua, was inspired by Supreme Master Ching Hai's teachings of compassion and kindness. He loved nature, animals, and wanted to preserve the planet for future generations. 20 years ago, he embarked on a humble journey of having food booths at festivals to introduce vegan food. Now, you have to remember, back then, there was no Gardein chicken, Daya cheese, or Impossible burgers. So it was a big revelation for people who tried his well-marinated vegan teriyaki skewers. Hearing the feedback that more people would eat plant-based, he decided to open One Veg World. We could have never imagined that small restaurant in 2004 would be where it is today, doubled in size to include a vegan mini mart, crafting wedding cakes for people's big day, and winning the LA Times Battle of the Burgers against non-vegan burgers, and even catering to the stars. We are grateful to God's grace and the love and support of our big One Veg World family that we're still here and thriving. Mr. Tai always emphasized to us, you have to treat everyone who walks through our doors with respect because they are saints that day they made the decision to choose mercy. We hope we have the privilege of serving many more saints for decades to come. With me today are some of the incredible staff who make it all happen, past and present. So a big thank you to you all. Thank you. We've also prepared some snacks for everyone. Please check out the reusable gift bags filled with vegan treats, enlightening reading, the book From Crisis to Peace by Supreme Master Ching Hai, as well as some gift certificates for you to give vegan food a try. Once again, thank you to the City of West Covina for welcoming One Veg World all these years. And now it is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Roberta Bailey, who is a dedicated veterinary student of Western University of Health Sciences in Pomona, California. She brings with us a wealth of knowledge from her academic journey on physiology, nutrition, and the critical balance of nature. She will share with us the benefits of a plant-based diet.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I've actually been a long-time customer of One Veg World ever since I started my own vegan journey, which was over 10 years ago. One Veg World was one of the first vegan restaurants I had the pleasure of trying. And since then, I've had countless great memories there with my husband, my family, and my friends. And they will always hold a special place in my heart. It's an amazing restaurant, and I love their carrot cake. It's absolutely amazing. As a veterinary student, a proud vegan, and an advocate for climate change solutions, I have studied the impact of our dietary choices on not only our health, but also the health of our planet. So today, I want to highlight the benefits of a plant-based diet, which extends beyond personal well-being to global sustainability. Adopting a vegan diet can lower the risk of heart disease, diabetes, and cancer. It's also rich in essential nutrients, fiber, antioxidants, while being lower in saturated fats. Studies have shown that people who switch to plant-based eating often report increased energy levels and improved digestion. And it even helps people reverse their diabetes and lower their cholesterol levels. So if you guys are interested in managing your weight, having healthier skin, hair, give vegan a try. Moreover, a vegan diet is also kind to the planet and to animals. According to studies, it requires roughly 75% less land, 54% less water, and produces 75% fewer greenhouse gas emissions. So by choosing plant-based foods, we reduce the strain on our planet's resources and contribute to a more loving environment. So when we choose vegan, we're not just making a decision for our health, we're making a choice for a sustainable future for our planet. Please consider how the food on your plate can make a positive difference in the world. And one last thing, everyone together, world vegan, world peace. Thank you, everyone.
Now it's time for the photo. We can all come together.
We also have to give.
Okay.
These are for the city council.
Hey, I'll make sure if we can get these to. We're gonna have snacks. Yeah, thank you. We are probably gonna need those snacks tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mayor.
Okay, now for our city manager's report, which will be given by our city manager, Paulina Morales.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I was going to say, I thought they were here tonight for my city manager's report. So just wanted to give a couple updates. Our maintenance staff continues to be out in our community improving our streets and sidewalks. So just to give an update, they've been on Trojan Way street improvement. They replaced 350 square feet of displaced and cracked concrete, which is adjacent to Edgewood High School. So we're going through the community and trying to make those address those trip hazards in our city. Just to recap on the next page, community services. So we had our kickoff for our second concert for the summer concert series with Noda and Remix. They're typically on Wednesdays because of the 4th of July holiday on Thursday. Tomorrow's is canceled until the next summer concerts will be next Wednesday. Wanted to just shout out to we through the council's direction, have launched our West Covina Chamber. We launched it at our Small Business Week, and so it is up on our website, and we are promoting it and getting memberships. So anyone that's interested in joining our West Covina Chamber, we encourage you to check our website. Also, just in anticipation of November, we do have the election November 5th nomination period. It begins July 15th and closes August 9th. And the nomination period extension goes until August 14th, 2024. So if anyone's interested in the, information on the election, they can go to our city website. The next, it's glad to see so many faces here because that means you guys are all going to be invited to our 4th of July on Thursday. It's going to be at the Sportsplex. Gates open at 4 p.m. and the fireworks show is going to be at 9 p.m. The parking is going to be limited at the Sportsplex for accessible parking, first come, first serve. We encourage people to take a shuttle or a Uber. We do have an Uber promotion, and so if you go on our website, it's you'll get a discount for a ride there and a ride home after the event. Just as a reminder, all fireworks in West Covina are illegal, and if you see anyone in your neighborhood throwing a fireworks, please give our police department a call, and they'll be able to respond to that. The city of West Covina, as we are going into quite a hot week, we just wanted to remind everyone we do have cooling centers. So if it's over 95 degrees, we have Cameron Community Park, Cortez Community and Senior Center, Palmview, and Chattahoochee Community Center that will be open and available for anyone that wants to cool down. And then I just wanted to end it with, as it said, an invitation for everyone to join us Thursday, July 4th at the Sportsplex. And that concludes my presentation.
Before moving on to oral communications, I would like to ask the council to move department matter item number 9, overview of proposed pathway home project, before our consent calendar. Do I have consensus?
So move.
Second.
All right. So we will now move to oral communications. If anyone would like to address the council, please fill out an orange speaker card and submit it to the assistant city clerk. When you hear your name being called, please start lining up in the center row. The timer will start when you reach the podium. One thing I'd like to announce, tonight we'll be allowing the audience to provide comments during the Pathway Home agenda item. If you have questions or comments, your name will be called to speak during that item. So right now we are hearing public comment on all items other than number 9.
Yeah, very good.
All right.
Mr. Mayor, may I add?
Yes, add.
When we do call up item 9, we're going to ask the county to make a presentation, and then we will ask the community to come up and speak. That's the chance that they get to speak. Everybody gets a chance to speak, and then we will have the county come up and respond to that. We'll have council, if there's any other questions from the county or anything, we'll have them speak. But again, this is just a report. It's for the council to receive. There's no action needed from the council tonight. Thank you.
Assistant City Clerk, how many speakers do we have tonight?
I have 7 on non-pathway homes items.
And total?
Total I have 53.
Okay. So in the interest of time, I'd like to set the speaking time to 3 minutes. Do I have consensus? Okay. Assistant City Clerk, we can start.
Thank you, Mayor. John Shoemaker, followed by R. Robinson, followed by Brian Gutierrez.
Tonight I'm going to be talking about the lack of management and processes and caring about the public has, 53 people here tonight. Namely, you'll listen to different meetings and we get the answers from, we didn't know there was a problem at that location, to it's well known or nobody told us. I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous. I don't understand how our city, if you give a person a conditional use permit and there's certain things they have to do or not do, that there is absolutely no follow-up going on. Nobody. And then you listen to our planning commission the other night. Oh my God. If Glenn Kennedy wasn't here, please, it's not an insult to your grandfather, but it looked like the Keystone Cops running around out there, except the Keystone Cops were supposed to be funny. Anybody who was looking at that meeting would have said, we're going to do business in that city? No, we're not. Come on, guys. Let's get our act together a little bit here. And for anybody to say, we just found out about that, you know how much credibility you have on this? None. Here we have people that were in places that these things are discussed, and they never bothered to bring it forward and mention to the public. That's one of the reasons you guys are terrified about me, because I won't sit up there and shut up. Something like this that has an impact on the community, I'm going to mention it and bring it forward. You're not going to hide it. Part of it is, I think, more so with one than the other, is the timing is because of a recall, decided to keep it quiet so he could be the hero and not get voted out of office. I know, you're part of it. And when I say part of it, I mean you're in the group that wants to have this, which is, acceptable for you to do. But I think it's incumbent upon both of you to have said something when you first found out so that people could come forward and say where their concerns are. And the people here tonight do have concerns. My biggest concern is the lack of control we have in this city. What else is going on in this city? You'll go to social media and you'll hear about parties being held on Friday and Saturdays that are against our ordinances, but they continue. I can't blame the police, because when you can only answer 3 calls at a time, maybe 4, you've got to pick and choose the ones you go to. That's why I say, when I'm on here, I'm going to advocate where we pay 420 officers, but we only have 96 because of all the overtime that we use. Let's make that bodies. So I'll leave everything else to the people. Good luck with voicing your opinions. You're entitled to them, and hopefully it makes something work out for everybody. Thank you.
R. Robinson, followed by Brian Gutierrez, followed by Leslie Martel.
A critical analysis of all-cause deaths during COVID in an Italian province shows COVID-19 and all-cause mortality increased with shots. Vaccination did not save lives. You ever wonder why the U.S. has 4% of the world's population, but we had 16% of the COVID deaths? The PrEP Act, the CARES Act, they were incentivizing, death in a hospital. I mean, the feds paid the hospital a tip. So hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin was derailed. I'm not a medical doctor. I like to introduce myself as the village idiot. But hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin would have derailed the scam. Scam wouldn't work. We have laws, tort laws don't apply to the pharmaceutical industry. They have a 1986 Childhood Injury and Safety Act, which excludes vaccinations from tort liability. That's the only product in the U.S. that has that exclusion. So why should they care if it's safe or not? Our newest 9/11 is my vax won't work unless everyone else is vaxxed too. Give me a break. Whatever it takes to propagandize, brainwash a population, we experienced it. By the vaccine death cult. So I'll agree with Bailiwick News, I'll quote, holding that none of the products classified as countermeasures and incorporated into NIH treatment guidelines are intended to help or heal patients. Most hospitals today are the most dangerous places one can be, a true life prison. It's a woke medical system, snake oil imagery. The medical world is driven by pharma propaganda. Men can't have babies. This is the stuff we're replacing snake oil with scientific medicine. So my recommendation is when this happens again, don't get the inoculation.
Brian Gutierrez, followed by Leslie Martel, followed by Dan Tran.
Good evening. My name is Brian Gutierrez. I am a resident in District 1, and I'm also a planning commissioner for the city of West Covina, California. And so I just wanted to speak later on. Obviously, we'll be speaking about the Pathway Home program. But now I wanted to speak about some important issues going on at the 5-Star Inn, where there's a potential 90 homeless people will be housed next to a elementary school. But at the last council meeting, the mayor mentioned on June 18 that people were doing drugs, prostitution, overdoses, and exploitation. And unfortunately, the mayor has failed, Brian Tabay has failed to take the lead in stopping such an action occurring in his community.
Mr. Mayor, can we save these comments for the item number 9?
Yes.
if that's okay.
So let's say my time. So clarification, number 9 is about Pathway Homes, City Attorney. I'm talking about off subject, about crime going on at 5-Star Inn. So if I could regain my time. So,
Council,
you're silencing me, Mayor?
No, we're on item number 9. This is in connection with.
No, I'm talking about crime happening at 5-Star Inn, not about Pathway Homes. It's a different program.
Yeah, I'm okay with his speech. Okay. Please let him continue, please.
Okay.
And so, unfortunately, the mayor wants a silent speech from the people who voted him into office, and that's unfortunate. And at the same time, the mayor mentioned that there is crime occurring at this location. So as planning commissioner, since the mayor was too busy running for state assembly and he lost, so as planning commissioner, I'm standing here today to let this community know that at the last planning commission, I led the effort and made a motion to call for the review of conditions of approval for 5-Star Inn for the possible revocation if they are violating crimes for our community, because I will hold them accountable as a planning commissioner. And so I will urge Brian Tabay as the mayor of West Covina to take action and do not reward bad behavior by giving a multi-$100,000 contract to 5-Star Inn, an entity that may have been committing major crimes, as you mentioned in your last June 18 meeting. And so it's important that you listen to the voters, to the voices of this community, because their voice should not become silent, as they're a voice and a foundation of what West Covina is made and what it is today. And so I urge you to take action and do not ignore the community. And so what the community did not know, that despite these crimes occurring, that Brian Tabay is an advisory member to Measure H, and he determines where locations and funding are selected for our community. So in these last couple of months, Tabay has not mentioned to this community that he serves as the Measure H advisory board member. So thank you so much.
Leslie Martell, followed by Dan Tran, followed by Bill Elliott.
Thank you for being here and for serving our community. Down, can you hear me better this way? All right. I'm a member of Temple Amish Shalom in West Covina. Thank you very much for inviting our rabbi to do the invocation. I am here because Temple Amish Shalom would like to support the West Covina City Council and the West Covina Police. We would like to request a West Covina Police unit in our parking lot during our services. We have Saturday morning services, and the Jewish high holidays are coming up in October. We have more people coming for high holidays. We would also like to appreciate the patrol car during the high holidays on every Saturday. Unfortunately, the climate in our country has a stronger element of anti-Semitism, even to the point of blocking entry into Jewish synagogues and attacks on Jewish students on college and university campuses. All the temples, including Temple Amish Shalom, have hired armed guards to protect our congregants during services. It's very sad, but that's the state of the being. Having a West Covina police unit in our parking lot during services will hopefully add another level, deterring any unfavorable behavior and threats to our community. It may be a good idea to have a patrol car driving through the parking lot at random times during the day. We appreciate everything that West Covina Police has done and the city to provide a safe place for our Jewish community to have services. And we thank you very much. I have the letter here that says the time of our services and dates and the time for high holidays. And we would truly appreciate the help of West Covina City Council and the Police Department. Thank you very much.
You did great. Our next speaker is Dan Tran, followed by Bill Elliott, followed by David S.
Good evening, Mayor Tabatabai, West Covina City Council. First and foremost, I want to thank you guys for your service. You guys are doing your best, and I know it's a thankless job, but I do thank you guys. And my name is Dan Tran, and I'm running for State Assembly, District 48, which West Covina is in. I'm here tonight to introduce myself, to speak to each and every one of you guys. If you would like to have a conversation,
Mr. Tran, if you could address the council.
If you guys would like to have a conversation, I promise I won't make everything perfect, but I'm going to do my best to hear the people and serve the people. Have a good night, everybody.
Bill Elliott, followed by David S.
Good evening, City Council. Mayor, how come you concealed the fact that you were one of these board members for Hilda Solis and the Pathway Home? You purposely concealed that, and now you're working really hard for Hilda. You know, we're a nation of laws, big laws, little laws. They're all significant. We're all told by your party that no one is above the law. Well, I couldn't help but notice that little oil-burning mom car that you drive has a burnout taillight. And it's had a burnout taillight for months. And I'm just wondering, are you trying to bait our police department into a traffic stop so you can claim you're being discriminated against? Is that what the motive is here? Why don't you fix your car, dude? For you to be on this council and to advocate for everyone except the people you represent. You ran for state office. You got your clock cleaned. You didn't even complete your obligation to the District 1 people, the voters that voted you into office. You wanted a promotion. You wanted to go to the state assembly first before you even finished your first term here in West Covina. You've disgraced the first district. You've disgraced the people that voted for you. They deserve better. And now you're advocating for this pathway home. You're a very busy dude when it comes to representing everyone but the constituents of West Covina. You know, when you voted to defund our police department, that was shameful. And you don't deserve to be sitting in the chair that you're sitting in right now. Our police department keeps this community safe, and every day you're in office, you endanger everyone in West Covina by your leftist policies that you're trying to force down the throat of this city. West Covina ain't playing that. That's evidenced by all the people in this room tonight. And I was told this week that you said, I don't care if I get reelected. Isn't that because Hilda has a sweet little job for you in the county supervisor's office, so you can work with your buddy, Ryan Serrano? Isn't that the truth, Brian? You don't care about West Covina. Stop pretending.
David S., followed by Caitlin.
Hi, everybody. I haven't been here for a while, for several months. It's good to see everybody. I just took some notes down. I didn't prepare anything. First, I want to thank the rabbi for coming and giving his whatever you want to call it. Sorry. It was. But I want to get down to some points that I feel that West Covina is turning into. It's going downhill, especially over in the Glendora Street and Vincent areas. There's graffiti all over, and every week your guys come by and clean the graffiti, but they only do what's on the on the gates and stuff, but not on the businesses. It's not fair that all the businesses, including one vegan, is one of the people too, that it's all graffitied, and it's over and over and over and over again. As fast as they can paint it up, it gets done within the next day. I think you guys have to get back to the GAT, which stands for Graffiti Abatement Team, that West Covina Police Department had that no longer has. It's destroying West Covina with all the graffiti that's going around the city. We got to get it under control. I'm going to jump to number 2. Other problems that we have is that signage here is broken. You go down Sunset Avenue at Puente, and both the Puente sign and the Sunset sign are broken. I know the one that said Puente has been down for at least 1 year, and the Sunset side has been down for several months. There's also so those nameplates have to be put back up. Also on Greta Avenue and the 500 South at Service and Greta, there's no signage. Somehow that got taken out as well. Okay, I'm going to jump to something else. There's so much damage to the streets, the potholes. Right here at Vincent and West Covina Parkway, right there where the coffee shop is, it needs to be fixed. Going down Glendora Avenue where Baskin Robbins in, it's becoming a sinkhole over there, as well as dips. On Service Avenue, there's all kinds of...
Thank you.
Caitlin? She's coming, Mayor.
Hi, sorry about the wait. I was told to wait outside. I wanted to agree with the previous speaker about how some signs are not working. For us locals that drive around, it's not so big of a deal because we know our streets. But I've had several friends and family members say that they can't find their way around because they don't know what streets they're on, or some stoplights around the city, the red and green lights aren't as bright as they should be. That's definitely something that should be addressed by the city. But I just wanted to, I wasn't going to speak today, but I wanted to address something that was said by a previous community member. I had some friends that were out at a protest last Sunday, and they were protesting the sale of stolen land, which happened to be taking place at a place of worship, which is unfortunate. And those people were, pictures and videos will show that they were not blocking any kind of entrances to this place of worship or anything, but they were violently attacked, pepper sprayed, beaten, followed in their cars by people who were protecting the place of worship. And it was a really unfortunate incident that happened. Unfortunately, this was a synagogue in the Beverly Hills, Pico area. And I just wanted to clear that up because the the community member said that those people were the ones being violent. But my friends, many of them were elderly, were the ones who were injured. Some had to go to the hospital. Again, some were pepper sprayed, and a couple of them followed in their cars for several blocks by pretty violent people. So I just wanted to clear that air. That's not the events that happened that day. Thank you.
Those are the only speaker cards I have for non-agenda items. Those are the only speaker cards I have that are not related to Pathway at Home.
All right. So we will now, City Manager, would you like to respond to some of those public comments?
I'll keep it brief since I know we want to move along. To Mrs. Martell, we will reach out to the police department and see what we can do to help address your request. Yes. And then I know that some of the street signs on Sunset and Puente need replacement. I was told that those have been ordered, and so those should be installed within the next couple weeks. And then we are trying to address potholes. We do realize that it's not fun to hit one, and it's not fun to get a claim on our behalf. So we want to reduce that liability in the city and make our street safer. So one of the things that the council has approved in the last couple of months is increasing our street rehab program. That'll hopefully help address that, but also addressing potholes as we can before we don't have to wait until a street rehab project. And I think that concludes my comments. The other ones were about Pathway or the hotel, so I'll leave that to the presentation.
All right, thank you. And moving on to the presentation. Item number 9, overview of proposed Pathway Home project. Ms. Morales, who will present the staff report.
So tonight on the agenda is the LA County proposed Pathway Home project that's proposed in West Covina. In May, I had the meeting with the county where they presented their proposal for the Pathway Home in West Covina at the 5-Star Inn. And so at the last council meeting, there was a lot of concern from residents, and I know it was the direction of the council to have them come and do a presentation. So tonight, Onay Williams and Marco Santana with the Los Angeles County Chief Executive Office of Homeless Initiative and Affordable Housing Division will be providing a presentation to you and the community about Pathway Homes. And I will turn it over to them.
Thank you, Paulina, and good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Good evening, good evening. Thank you for welcoming us. Can you hear us? Can you hear me? Okay, better. There? Okay. Thank you for welcoming us. It's a pleasure to be here tonight to share some facts about the LA County's emergency response on homelessness, the Pathway Home program, and an opportunity to collaboratively reduce unsheltered homelessness here in West Covina. I'm Onay Williams with Los Angeles County's Chief Executive Office, the Homeless Initiative, and along with my colleague Marco Santana and the Homeless Initiative teammates, we lead efforts to strengthen our partnerships with our local jurisdictions across the county to end homelessness. Before I begin, it's beautiful to again just be here and hear the words of compassion and love that were shared at the beginning from other community members that create just a wonderful community. So I want to start off just off the bat and just inform you all that there is no agreement signed with the 5-Star Inn, so we do not have a motel agreement. There has just been exploratory conversation, but I want to make that just clear off the bat. Second, I do want to acknowledge and thank the service. Oh, sorry. There we go. Higher? Okay, there we go. Is that better?
Can we not?
I think I'm used to a mic. That's why. It's okay.
Can you not yell out, please? Would you prefer a mic?
Sure. That might help it. Welcome.
Testing.
Hello. Is that better? Yeah. Better. Excellent. Okay, perfect. All right. I feel a lot more comfortable. So just second, I want to acknowledge and really thank the service providers, our faith-based community organizations, our outreach workers within West Covina, the San Gabriel Valley, LA County, but also too in California across the nation, who provide tireless services day in and day out to people experiencing homelessness and those in precarious situations and at risk of becoming homelessness. So just want to share our deep appreciation and their commitment and the trusted relationships that they build to continue to do good work. Next slide. So tonight we're going to talk about LA's County's emergency response to end homelessness, our Pathway program, its core components, and why we're here and kind of why now. Next slide. So just a little quick background before we jump in. In December, the mayor of Los Angeles declared a state of emergency, and that's the mayor of Los Angeles City. The board of supervisors immediately jumped in to lock arms with the mayor to scale up and elevate our response to meet this persistent challenge, not only in the city of Los Angeles, but across its other 87 cities within the county of Los Angeles. And on January 10th, 2023, the Board of Supervisors proclaimed a local emergency on homelessness in LA County. The county's local emergency declaration provides our Homeless Initiative Office and other county departments with increased authority to take steps to expedite and streamline the creation of housing, expanding services, more effective and efficient use of funds, and other administrative processes that will allow the county to move in a more nimble and responsive way across the board within our county. The Homeless Initiative was charged with leading the overall coordination of the emergency response as an administrative body to coordinate efforts with cities and the state and federal governments. Next slide. And so our board was clear. Our constituents were clear. It's an all hands on deck endeavor, and we need to expand our efforts to resolve homeless encampments and unsheltered homelessness across the county. This emergency allows us to mobilize and coordinate all efforts to scale up and fast track the provision of outreach, interim housing, permanent housing, and supportive services to reduce unsheltered homelessness with funding from Measure H. Next slide. On this slide, these are the 4 people experiencing homelessness missions, encampment resolutions in partnership with the local jurisdictions to reduce unsheltered homelessness across the county, increase interim and permanent housing placements to bring people inside as quickly as possible into a safe, secure, and stable environment, and providing mental health and substance use disorder services to unsheltered and sheltered people experiencing homelessness at the level they need to meet their needs, and scaling up eviction preventions to reduce inflow into homelessness by helping at-risk households stay housed. And that was later added as an additional mission. Again, today, the most detailed portion of our presentation will focus on mission number 1, the encampment resolution and the Pathway Home program. So what is Pathway Home? Pathway Home is a new housing focus. Next slide, I'm sorry. I'm used to controlling it. It's a new housing-focused encampment resolution program launched as part of LA County's homeless response. The program uses Measure H resources to mobilize a coordinated response to prioritize encampments across the communities. It helps people living on the streets to come indoors, receives the supportive services they need, and ultimately move into permanent housing and stabilization to reduce their homelessness. The program can also return public areas to clean and usable community spaces, and we've heard from some of your community members tonight how they're impacted by the current conditions, and so this is a solution that we're offering for your community if you choose to select this collaborative partnership. Next slide. Pathway Home was designed with a unity of effort, enabling organizations with specific jurisdictional responsibilities to support each other while maintaining their authorities. It's housing focus to ensure that every partner is clear that our ultimate goal is for each participant to achieve permanent housing stability as quickly as possible with optional supports and without necessary preconditions. Racial equity requires every partner to understand and account for factors that advantage some and disadvantage others based on race when designing, vetting, and implementing encampment resolution efforts. We use a trauma-informed approach to deploy the principles of safety, trust, support, collaboration, empowerment, and cultural connection to ensure we minimize re-traumatization.
Excuse me. We are on the agenda item. There's not to be any comments from the audience. Okay. We're gonna take a recess. 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 We're gonna take a 5-minute recess.
Perfect.
Listen, the reason we're having the meeting is because we want everyone to have their turn to speak. Now, listen, I get and understand that some folks are really upset about this, right? Listen, not just having it, but the way it was brought and all that. But in order to get to the end of it, we need to hear the whole process. In order to do that, let these gentlemen speak, and then we're going to hear from each and every one of you guys And at the end, there will be hopefully a resolution to this. We'll know exactly where you want, but let's be respectful to one another. Some people over here don't want to hear it. Some people over here do. Some people over here want to hear it. Some people don't overhear it. It's okay. Just let us get through it. Yeah, it's going to take a little time, but if we don't, we just end up here staying longer, right? Let them speak. Let them tell you what it is. We'll get through that. We'll have you speak. We'll have the council speak, and we'll finally get to the end of that so we can go home. All right?
Okay. So I think we are ready to resume the meeting. Is everyone? Okay. So again, we're gonna resume the meeting. This is a business meeting. The presentation is for the entire public, including those watching online. We are going to have the entire presentation. When the presentation is over, you will have an opportunity to speak on the item. We're going to make sure that everyone has an opportunity, and then we will continue. Okay? So if we can continue with the presentation, Mr. Williams, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, council members. Again, thank you for inviting us here to share some facts and present to you. So I appreciate it. Another design value that we have is consistency, which requires standard practices that allow personnel to work together effectively and foster cohesion across various organizations and jurisdictions. But we recognize flexibility is also needed in our operation, so we must be adaptable to any situation and should accommodate varying levels of multi-agency and multi-jurisdictional coordination. Pathway Home consists of 4 distinct phases. There's a planning phase, which is the foundation to a strong encampment resolution, and how we're going to build trust with our encamped residents for an effort to prepare for the necessary information, personnel, procedures, and resources that align with the forecasted operational needs of encampment residents, the jurisdictions, and organizations supporting them. The response phase is the implementation phase of the encampment resolution efforts, where plans turn into action, and all partners begin implementing their tasks to achieve the primary objective through unity of effort. This phase begins when assets and resources are aligned for a specific encampment resolution effort, and it ends when all encamped residents are safely placed into the interim housing site. The stabilization phase is where organizations and partners are focused on the second objective of bringing in housing-focused supports of formerly unsheltered residents, collaborating with them on a viable pathway to permanent housing, attending to their physical, mental, and social support needs, and eventually exiting them safely from interim housing to permanent housing. And the mitigation phase is the phase focused on reducing the likelihood of returns to unsheltered homelessness, and is particularly focused on mitigating the targeted locations where encampment resolutions occurred, so those places can become back to community spaces. We've designed an effective encampment resolution program for both the people we plan to serve and the communities they occur in. The design values we created weren't created in a vacuum, but leveraged principles and best practices from studies and agencies applying them currently. Next, I'll pass it to my colleague, Marco Santana, to go over it more into detail about the Pathway Home program and its core components.
I'll try to speak into this mic, but if it doesn't work. Oh, I'll keep to this. Oh, can everyone hear me? Okay, if you all don't, feel free to let me know. I know you guys will. Next slide, please. So I'm here to talk about the Pathway Home project, obviously, and we want to come and share information on how this is a full circle solution focused on housing stability. As you can see on the presentation that we have, this is a program that's appropriately titled Pathway Home, as that's our shared goal, I think, for everyone, to make sure that we're getting folks off the streets and into a pathway to housing. To do so, we come at this holistically and in a concentrated manner, addressing encampment resolution, where we identify with your HOPE and the Lakota teams, the folks that are on your streets that we want to bring indoors. Next, we move into the interim housing options, which is where we provide a varied list of interim housing solutions. Pathway Home is largely motel-based interim housing, and that's the main offer that we provide our participants, and we see a high success rate of folks accepting that. We then move on to connection to services. So I think it's important to say and pivotal for that when folks move into shelter, we immediately wrap them around with services, right? We always talk about that, and we're here to tell you that once we place folks in a Pathway Home operation, we 2 to 3 weeks out have a multi-level governmental approach where we work with county departments such as the Registrar Recorder's Office. We have some participants that have pets, and so we'll have animal care and control. We work with the Social Security Department office to make sure that folks are there getting, what they need for their Social Security, birth certificates, and so on. And we also have the California DMV on site so that we can make sure everyone that's at a Pathway Home location has proper identification. Once folks are engaged and connected to services, one of the things that we want to highlight is that they're connecting to housing. And so we fully fund, we pre-fund housing navigation services for all the participants, followed by pathways to permanent housing. And that can come in the form of time-limited subsidies, formerly known as rapid rehousing for a lot of folks, or movement into permanent supportive housing. Next slide, please. So I spoke about the connection to services and how we engage with various forms of county departments, federal, state, and local departments as well. This is what a Service Connect Day looks like. We have a flyer that we provide to the site. Our service provider, as soon as participants are moved in, they're engaged daily, multiple times throughout the day to make sure that they're doing wellness checks and so on. And then they start to inform our participants after they've had a couple of days to, come to kind of thing. They engage with them and talk to them about 2 to 3 weeks from that operation, how they're going to be able to come on site, connect to health, mental health, and various other county services. And again, this is the county setting a day and bringing all these services to the folks, right? Usually we hear about how there's barriers and folks aren't able to go to appointments. They're not able to, do whatever the case might be. We're literally bringing these solutions to you all. Just some numbers to share. We've seen that throughout the Service Connect events that we've had, both at Pathway Home and as we've partnered with the City of Los Angeles and their Inside Safe program, we've seen a over 2/3 success rate of having folks engage and connect to those vital services. In addition to that, as I mentioned, some of the vital services are birth certificates, connecting to veteran services, as we have the county's Military and Veteran Affairs Department there, DMV, and so on, and others that I've mentioned already. Next slide, please. So we have all this information on our website. We're fully transparent. You can go and see some of the videos that we've done. We'll actually share a couple shortly. But in the 16 operations that we've had since this launched in August of 2023, we've moved in a total of 629 folks off of the streets and into interim housing. We've removed over 390 recreational vehicles off of our streets across the county, and we've successfully, and this is as of April, successfully moved in over 95 folks, and we anticipate one of our sites moving in a majority of their participants in the coming weeks as well. Next slide, please. Oh, I think this might be the old PowerPoint. But it's okay. So Pathway Home. So as I mentioned, we've had over 16 events, or 16 operations. Here's a list. I know it's pretty small to look at, but one of our most recent ones, I know, I believe it was mentioned at the last council meeting, was at the Monrovia Duarte area. It was a successful operation. It was extremely hot. We were there from 8 a.m. until about 6 p.m., and we were able to bring the motel to full capacity. But we've had 15 other events that have occurred since then. We're also planning some upcoming operations. Our next one is targeted and will be occurring in the city of Palmdale. Everyone there at the city, at the county as well, is extremely excited for this operation to happen. We're working to identify an operation in the Puente Valley area, and we're also working to identify a couple operations along the 105 corridor and Metro C-Line area. And this is to highlight the effectiveness of our Pathway Home program. The project that I just referenced is in large part due to a $52 million grant that we received from the state because of how effective Pathway Home has been just in the short 8 months that we've conceived this program. Next slide, please. So you don't have to take my word for it. Here's a video of one of the operations that we've held. This occurred in, sorry. It's okay. I'll speak after you.
I am Marisol Barroso. I am the outreach lead for this operation. As you all know, there's not many beds out here in this area. Thanks to the City of Monrovia, City of Duarte, I want to give thanks to the outreach workers, boots on the ground. They have been working for 6 months, twice a week, even more at times. And rain or shine, they're here. And, you know, we have our difficult clients, but you guys have been working so hard. Let's go, team. Yeah.
We're here in the city of Monrovia, behind the Monrovia City Library, where there's several encamped individuals that we're helping out today to offer credible housing, services, and providing them a pathway to permanent housing.
I've been living out here for 2 years. I was married for 8 years. I lost my wife, and I was never on the lease, so I got evicted.
Hi, Mr. David.
That's why they call me No Mike.
So I just want you to know that I'm very appreciative of you, and thank you for allowing me to help you. I know that it wasn't easy to trust, but I'm glad that you were able to open up.
Well, thank you.
I really
You know how
hope
appreciative
the best.
you are? Come on.
Okay.
You're a doll.
We're here in Duarte today at the San Gabriel River where we're helping a couple of brothers that have been experiencing homelessness for over 15 years actually get into our Pathway Home program and get them on the road to a pathway to permanent housing.
Well, it seems like me and my brother were the last two here, you know. We've been through a lot of stuff here together. I don't think we could have made it by ourselves. You know. You guys are really good though. You get right in there and you kind of push it, you know. I thank you all very much. It's not every day somebody takes time with you. You know, you guys have.
This is a great day for our community because a lot of these unhomed people of our city have been here for a long time, 10 years plus. We all know them, we see them every day, and to allow them an opportunity to have a safe place to sleep is just priceless.
Monrovia has a great program to prevent homelessness, but we don't have a bricks and mortar example of what we're doing for the people that are already on the street. So it's time. We can't just pretend that the problem doesn't exist. It exists, and people in Monrovia are concerned. I think this is the opportunity to do something about it. I had a homeless person in Monrovia once say this to me. They said, I don't have a house, but I have a home. It's called Monrovia. These people are from Monrovia, and this project is going to house people from Monrovia.
I'm tired. I'm old. You know, and I'm going to take every opportunity I can do to help myself and other people I care about. Because, you know, you only get this kind of opportunity once. You know, none of us need to be on the street. None of us. I mean, I really don't like seeing veterans on the street. I don't like seeing anybody on the street. So it's this awesome opportunity for everybody.
Thank you. As mentioned, so this is one of actually the most recent operation which we had, which occurred in the Monrovia, Duarte, and neighboring cities area. One of the things I want to highlight is there you heard two different council members from two different cities speak. This operation occurred in Supervisory District 5, and it was an extremely successful operation, as you could see. If you were to go to the operation the day of or even thereafter, you would see folks safely sheltered there. And happy. Next slide, please. So There's so as you know, as we've mentioned and referenced in the beginning of the presentation, we're excited to educate you all on what a Pathway Home operation is. Furthering that, there's a few components that are pivotal and they're core to Pathway Home. You see them here, and I'll reference them briefly in the next few slides. But it starts with a motel agreement. Once we've identified a motel and have had furthering conversations. Motel services and what that looks like for the motel service provider, housing navigation, housing subsidies, and the operational planning and timeline, which my colleague Oné Williams will speak on. Next, please. So the first core component is a motel agreement. So once we've identified a motel partner, once we've had these sorts of meetings with the community, once the council and everyone is on board, the way it works is that after we've identified it and we're moving forward, full steam ahead kind of thing, right? The county gets into a full occupancy agreement with the motel. And so just to highlight, that is different than having a lease of the motel site. What we do is that we get into a contractual agreement that we are going to be occupying 100% of those rooms there, or whatever percentage it might be. In addition to that, one of the reasons why I highlight this is that because we're not displacing any of the hotel staff, right? The folks that are going there day to day that have jobs that depend on the motel are still relying on this, are still working, and they're still doing their day-to-day jobs as they are. In addition to that, as we get into these operations, we make every effort to avoid displacing any long-term tenants that have stayed there before signing any sort of agreement. LA County must document the status of all rooms, common areas, and prior to participant occupancy. And just to highlight, we do have unlimited 24/7 access to all reserved rooms. So we'll have full oversight and control of the site. And then just some niche details, but the motel owner would then directly bill us for occupancy for the arrears for the motel site at 100% of the rate. Next slide, please. The next is the motel. Oh, there we go. Thank you. The next is the motel-based interim housing services. So we have the building. We're moving the folks in. What comes next? The on-site case management, right? So the CEO HI team, just to highlight a few things about this, only the Chief Executive Homeless Initiative team has approval of the participants that are able to be referred to the sites. We work in conjunction with the city, with outreach teams, and with all other partners to identify a by name list, and we'll go into a little more detail on that again. But ultimately, as we work to identify these folks, we're working to identify who is going to occupy the site itself. The site is not open for walk-ups or direct referrals. And just one thing to highlight as well is that while participants are at the site, they can also not have guests just popping into the site here and there throughout the day or night as well. The provider must provide low-barrier trauma-informed services, and direct supportive services include 24-hour bed availability, staffing, and security as well at a 24-hour basis, residential monitoring, on-site case management, life skills development, meal delivery, and harm reduction services. And then some supportive services that come with that include housing-focused case management, because again, this isn't their final stop, right? This is the operation itself is called Pathway Home. This is just a step of the operation, and our ultimate goal is to get them housed, along with all the other administrative things that come with it, such as document readiness, getting them ready to move into housing, and HMIS documentation. And just to highlight, the maximum length of stay for participants is 6 months. Exceptions are approved by the HI team as they come up. We understand that everyone's journey is different. So at month 6, not only are we not going to just say, hey, it's 6 months, you got to go. Typically leading up to this, the HI team is working and having regular case conference sessions with the on-site service provider, the housing navigation team, and all other partners to ensure that we're developing a case plan and that we know a potential timeline for these participants. And if Johnny isn't able to move out at 6 months, he needs to move out at 8 months or so on, we know well ahead of that we're going to likely require more time for this participant. Next slide, please. Housing navigation. Everyone loves housing navigation, right? As we work to place folks in shelter, we're also working to address their housing, right? That's, as I mentioned, the ultimate goal. So just to give you some of that information, the county, again, the HI team funds the housing navigation efforts. This is broken out in a 1 to 20 caseload ratio. So for every 20 participants, there's one housing navigator. And part of their goals are to develop and maintain relationships with property owners, property management companies, and landlords to increase permanent housing options for all of our participants. They're supposed to work to provide housing-focused case management and supportive services to those participants. As mentioned several times before, that includes document readiness, connecting them to other supportive services like mental health, getting them to their just regular health appointments as well if necessary, and so on. And they, through housing navigation, they also provide limited financial assistance toward move-in expenses, which can come as application fees, security deposits, and so on. We understand that everyone's housing search is different, and so that navigator that we bring on, their goal is really to work with that participant and make a unique case plan for them as well throughout that time. Next slide, please. Time-limited subsidies. So this was referenced earlier. We also provide, once they've identified housing and a unit to move into, let's say their housing navigator has worked to help them through a security deposit and help them move in. Typically there's also a time-limited subsidy provider. What they do is they ensure that participants are able to stay in the unit, so they will literally pay financial assistance towards their monthly rent if necessary. But their also ultimate goal is to get them stabilized in their housing. And so if that comes with working on employment, working on connecting to benefits such as GR, Social Security, whatever the case might be, the time-limited subsidy provider really works to ensure that once our participant has exited from Pathway Home, that they're stably housed. And there's been several research done, which I won't fully reference today, but that shows the effectiveness of time-limited subsidy as well. And one of the things I want to highlight is before we move into time-limited subsidy for every participant, we're also looking at a few different factors, right? Time-limited subsidy is literally what it says, a time-limited subsidy. That might not be the right pathway for folks. And so throughout that time, our caseworkers are working to identify, do they need to move to permanent supportive housing? Can we problem solve them and potentially move them back in with a family member if we work out a few things? And so this is a very holistic approach, right? We're not just wash, rinse, and repeat with every participant that we work with. Next. And thank you all so much. I will turn it back over to my colleague, Renee.
Thank you, Marco. Marco described some of the major core components of the program. This slide here really depicts some of the planning tools and the general example timeline for some of these resource acquisitions and then partnerships to occur. So what you'll see here is a very general timeline with motel canvassing from 2 to 4 months, anywhere between that period of time. Local jurisdiction engagement, where we have, again, exploratory conversations with the cities to find a willing partner. Service provider onboarding, we've got to make sure that a service provider builds capacity and wants to be able to work with us, wants to be able to partner in the community, wants to be able to provide these services, and it takes time for them to build that capacity. When we talk about the planning, we divide that into the 2 stages. What I just described was kind of the advanced planning between the motel canvassing, the local jurisdiction engagement, and the service provider onboarding, and then operational planning, where we get more into tactical details about the operation. And then we have tools like the base framework, a base protocol, standard operating procedures, how we get into developing a by name list by taking a referral from your community of the participants that want to be served from your community. Then we work with your public safety departments. We would work with your public works departments as we get closer to that operation so that, again, everybody knows what everybody's role is come the day of the resolution. A lot of the conversations and efforts are exploratory. Again, we're a county of 88 cities. This is really focused on the 87 cities. And so we're looking across the county to deploy a Pathway Home. And so too, we find a willing jurisdictional partner to collaborate with, a viable motel, an interim housing service provider that can staff up to capacity for service participants at the site. It's all exploratory. And again, that's why we're happy here to provide you some factual information and share this presentation with you. Next slide. All right. So a little bit, we're missing one slide, but that was our fault. But just a little bit again, just to talk a little bit more about why here, why now, why West Covina, why the Puente Valley, this particular kind of beltway within the 210, the 60, the 57, the 605, and the 10 that cuts across. There are limited interim housing resources within this community to provide a safe, stable, and secure environment that really can help people to have a better opportunity to receive the supportive services that they need, the medical services in a centralized environment, opposed to being on the street, unsheltered, in survival mode. And so whether it be West Covina, whether you choose to accept the support, or whether it be another sub-region within this cluster here, we are still looking to provide interim housing resources so that we can address homelessness within this community here, within your communities here. And we would love to partner with West Covina to dramatically reduce your unsheltered homelessness. According to the new counts that just came out in 2024, since the launch of Pathway Home and since the launch of the city's Inside Safe, evidence suggests that our partnerships and coordinated approaches to reducing unsheltered homelessness have been having a positive impact to reducing unsheltered homelessness. According to the recent homeless count released last Friday, the city of Los Angeles has seen a 10% decrease in its unsheltered homelessness, and the county overall has seen a 5% decrease. At the end of the day, we want to reduce the number of people experiencing unsheltered homelessness so we have more progressive engagement with people in the community at a centralized, safe, secure, and stable environment where they have, as Marco said, food, showers, refrigeration, a clean bed, and better access to medical and other services so they have moments of clarity really to get out of that survival mode and move them to their next journey on a pathway to permanent housing. With that, we have one more video just to show you here, just to conclude, and if you can hit play, please. Just a few more minutes.
Normally, we may get one client in one day, and it'll be a couple months before we get another person housed. So being able to get, 35, of our clients in one day is like, it's an amazing feeling. Like all that, it's like overwhelming almost how cool this is. And we've seen these people out here for years and years, and this could be the first day of the rest of their life, of starting over and doing something different. And it's just really cool to see all these people and all this work in one day. And yeah, it's a really nice feeling to see these people getting inside. Hey, good morning. How are you doing, Kelly? Today's the big day. Good to see you.
Signal Hill is the only person that's done anything, and I've been homeless since on the street day and night since 2016, and it's tiring. I have a hernia, and moving stuff back and forth. It's too much. Not everybody out here is a drug addict. Not everybody out here has got mental issues. Some of us just had life show up. It's not easy at all. Not fun by any means. Monkey monk.
These people have a lot of history out here. Some of them have been out here a long time. They may have been promised other resources and been let down. So yeah, it's just being consistent, coming out, every week, just starting with, getting their story, sharing some of your story with them. And, over time you just get to know these people and they become more like friends than clients.
The goal of Pathway Home Signal Hill is functional zero homelessness. So that is a historic moment for the city. So incredibly grateful again for the opportunity to have all of our homeless individuals at this point in time be moved indoors to this long-term program that will transform their lives, and they will be on a path to permanent housing, get to a place they call home. It's just such a heartwarming moment.
We have the opportunity today for the city of Signal Hill, which has a population of people experiencing homelessness less than 30. We have more rooms than that, and so today we'll actually get to experience functional zero for the first time within a city, within Los Angeles County, which is super, super exciting. Definitely something we want to see if we can replicate this with other smaller cities within the county of Los Angeles.
You guys are, it's an amazing organization. It truly is. If you have people like Travis that are friendly enough to where you can connect with them and you open up and be honest, and realize that not everybody's out there to get you. But being homeless and we stereotype the way we are, most of us just want to be left alone. And it's hard, most of us run from, like you said, run from the services. And it's not okay. We're not subhuman. We're just like everybody else. Moms, kids,
Well, this is the second round that Pat has had the honor to help with. It's honestly very heartwarming, and it's an unexplainable feeling. It's like if you see your child grow into success, right? I know their journey has been long before we even met them sometimes. Sometimes they're in and out of the experiencing homelessness. So for them to finally have a room, to finally have a bed and a shower, and just seeing them express gratitude for the simple things that we might take as for granted, it's unexplainable and just very fulfilling.
I feel great. It's good. It's a relief to not have to worry about moving back and forth.
I usually don't tell my story because today's about the clients, but I was homeless myself for 14 years. And, I had a social worker help me get off the streets, and that's what made me want to do this work. So, days like this are what I do this job for, and it's almost overwhelming, so many emotions, and, I can relate with the clients, and, hopefully this changes their life.
All right, Mayor, City Council, again, thank you for your time. And again, it was, thank you for having us here. It was a pleasure to present accurate information on our program. Thank you.
Thank you. We will, City Attorney.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, now we'll have open up for public comment. And then if any unanswered questions come up, we'll have Pathway come back up and respond to that. And then again, this is just a report for council to receive. No action is needed from council tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now move on to oral communication. Assistant City Clerk, if we can call up the first public speakers.
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Joe, followed by Stephen Pritchard, followed by John Carson. I'm going to go ahead with Stephen Pritchard, followed by John Carson.
City Clerk, can we maybe call three at a time? So.
Yes, I was just going to put Joe at the end of those three. So.
Thank you.
Yes.
Excuse me. My name is Stephen Pritchard. I am a homeowner, a taxpayer, and parent of 3 school-aged daughters. I'm here to express my strong support for the Pathway Home project. Studies consistently show that providing stable housing reduces healthcare costs, decreases interactions with the criminal justice system, and improves overall community well-being. I know many in our community struggle with the current cost of living. Many of us have grown children and elderly parents living with us because finding affordable housing is nearly impossible. Let's acknowledge this is a privilege and remember that not everyone has this option. Seeing the spread of misinformation and fear-mongering about this project is disheartening. Misinformation campaigns only serve to divide us and perpetuate harmful stereotypes about unhoused individuals. The constant othering and criminalisation of our unhoused neighbours are not only unjust, but also counterproductive. People experiencing homelessness are often victims of circumstances beyond their control, such as job loss, illness, or domestic violence. They deserve our empathy and support, not our condemnation. As we learned earlier, we're currently under a heat advisory that extends through next Tuesday and possibly beyond. Getting people out of encampments and into safe housing saves lives. Condemning people to live outside in such extreme conditions is both inhumane and potentially deadly. The Pathway Home project represents a chance for West Covina to lead with compassion and intelligence. It's an opportunity to demonstrate that we value all community members and believe in solutions that uplift rather than marginalise. As a parent, I want my daughters to grow up in a community that values empathy, inclusivity, and practical solutions. I urge you to support this project and reject the divisive narratives that seek to derail it. Thank you.
John Carson, followed by Joe, followed by Ted Wong.
Good evening, City Council. My name's John Carson, long-time resident of West Covina. I'd like to talk tonight about the Pathway Homeless Shelter. That's what program. I'm not in favor of the Pathway Homeless Shelter in West Covina for a lot of reasons. How much money has California spent on homeless programs so far? Several billions. How much? Okay. Last I checked, only to see a rise in the homelessness. I see the same old ideas being used, followed with failures. This is mostly mental and drug addiction problems. We are not helping the homeless. No civilized country should have their citizens living on the street. Something is drastically wrong. We need to help the homeless with real solutions that work. I have not seen one program that makes sense. These are our taxpayer money. This is everybody's money that's going into this, being used. Whether it's federal or state, it's our money. Laws need to change so that we can really take steps to resolve this issue, not make it worse. There has to be accountability for any program to work. This also includes crime. No rules in the shelter is unacceptable, and the location is not acceptable. It's too close to an elementary school, and I know what it draws in. Trust me, I know this. There are a lot of people with very good intentions that provide help for the homeless, and I agree with that. I definitely agree. We should show compassion. What I see in our street is heartbreaking. This is not a housing first issue. I see our state declining at a rapid rate with homelessness and crime. We need compassionate, workable solutions with accountability. I underline the word accountability. Thank you.
Joe, followed by Ted Wong, followed by Eddie.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joe Martinez. I stand before you to strongly oppose a proposal to convert the old five-star Inn Motel into unhousing project. This is a serious issue that demands our urgent attention. The five-star has an infamous history of violence, crime, and rapid drug use. For years, our community suffered from the chaos and danger of this establishment brought to our neighborhood. When the motel finally closed, we saw significant improvement in safety and quality of life. To propose bringing in an unhoused housing project here is not only ill-advised, but outright irresponsible. Placing such project in close proximity to our schools, where our children are supposed to be safe and focused learning, and unacceptable. The potential for increased criminal activity and drug use possesses direct threat to the safety and well-being of our youngest residents, additionally of our local businesses, which are vital to our economy. Health of our community would be diversely affected by the inevitable rise in crime and disorder. We need to only look at the neighboring Baldwin Park to see the potential consequences, their decision to convert many real estate properties into housing, the transition individuals from correctional facilities and the unhoused has led to an increase in trash left in public areas, drug use, and crime. Local businesses in these areas have suffered tremendously, facing higher rates, vandalism, theft, violent crime, and declining customer foot traffic. This is not the future we want in our city of West Covina. We cannot afford to allow our neighborhood to regress into a state of chaos and danger. There are other more suitable locations for unhoused housing that do not jeopardize the safety and quality of our lives, residents, and businesses. We must find solutions to homeless that address the issues without compromising the hard-earned safety and security of our community and our families. I urge the council to reject the proposal decisively. We protect our city, our neighborhood, and our families from very real danger that of this project would bring. I also ask you, council people, why don't you put safety before your greed? Because we know there's money that the county is going to provide. But after we see this great show that the county put together, we don't see what the city of West Covina is going to do for us. What is the city of West Covina doing to protect that facility other than one security guard? That's 24 hours. That's great. Congratulations. I hope you move next to that motel. Okay? And congratulations on your career. Thank you.
Ted Wong, followed by Eddie, followed by Glenn Hammond.
Mayor, council people, I'm Ted Wong, General Manager, Crestview Cadillac. I'm not here to speak against your program. I'm speaking against where you're going to put it. Okay. We are right next to the 5-star, like I talked about last time. What we gone through is 5-star. I don't want to repeat it right now. 10 minutes from 5-star, you have an elementary school on the right. And we are next door, luxury car dealership. 5 more minutes, you have 40, 50 small business over there. Right across the street, you have, another 40, 50 business? This is where I'm against it. Okay? Right now, the 5-star, you think about this, they are budget-friendly motel. So I would say probably, they have a lot of people from outside of town, they stay in that motel. Okay? The people who create the problem, I would say probably say 5%. You think about this. 5% of people can create a problem what we've gone through. Lot damage, littering, drug, people coming to our showroom, scream and yell, and visit, they ask for money and visit our customer lounge, on and on and on, and that littering. When you become a pathway home, what percentage of people there are working? What are they going to do during the day? Where are they going to go? Go one way, go to the right to elementary school, in and out, and there's some whatever the business over there. Turn left, right next door it's us, and 5 more minutes, 40, 50 small business. You think that's suitable? I'm not here against your program. I'm against where it's at. Thank you.
Eddie, followed by Glenn Hammond, followed by Scott Chamberlain.
Good evening, council members. Hey, Brian, yesterday we talked about going to see a pathway house.
Bring it closer so we can hear you.
If you can move up, yes.
Thanks. Yesterday we talked about me going to see another pathway house to see what it looks like. It's people out front. There was no security guard, Pomona. I stood out there for about 45 minutes. One would come out, go walk to the gate, take a video, walk back to the back. There's nobody there. Shopping carts in the front. I talked to friends from Monrovia. They're complaining about the one there. Public nudity, vandalism, shopping carts, trash, people sleeping in the grass. It's just not a good idea. West Covina is not a place for something like that. That's all I got to say.
Glenn Hammond, followed by Scott Chamberlain, followed by Carol Reyes.
Hi, I work for Crestview Cadillac. We're constantly having problems because I clean around on our lot. And I'm always finding syringes, drugs, condoms. There's prostitution going on there. Last week there was a guy there hanging out a door with a gun, waving it at us, and it's just getting worse and worse. And having these people coming in, I don't think it's going to solve the problem. A lot of them are mental, they're on drugs. Kids and citizens walking up and down our sidewalks, they're going to pick up one of those syringes, kids going to put it in their arm. What are you going to do about it? You know, we can't just let this problem get any farther bad the way it is now. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Scott Chamberlain, followed by Carol Reyes, followed by Dr. Josie Paredes.
Mayor and City Council, I'm Scott Chamberlain, Executive Director of the Sangre Valley Consortium on Homelessness. I have 36 years to be able to address homelessness, and I just want you to know that the videos that we saw are real live situations. They're individuals that lives, when they have housing with supportive services, can be changed again and again and again. We ask for accountability, but here's an example where we can see lives being changed and people are like, no, it's not good accountability. I don't understand that. For us today, this is a great opportunity. A lot of the complaints, though can be addressed, have been addressed. Issues of security, issues of case management, issues of financial investment in a community. And whether or not it's that hotel or another place, but most of the hotels have been looked at, and this is a great opportunity. Most individuals that become homeless in a suburban community, 2/3 are already from that community. There's a 30% increase of seniors in the community. When we talk about veterans, we talk about families. These are individuals that can be helped in this way. This is a great opportunity to show leadership as well as a human value to be able to respond to individuals. Let me just kind of close with two different really stronger issues that I really want to encourage you to do as well as the community. One is just a legal aspect, is that this is a great opportunity for you to stand up and to say, this is a project. If not, in your own housing element, in your own homeless plan, you said you were going to do something. If you don't do it, then this comes back at some point at a later date, and there has been other cities, we can go up and down, San Gabriel Valley and LA County. Cities that did not do something when they had the chance can be sued. There's different possibilities where I say, this is a great opportunity for you to be able to stand up. So that's number one. Number two, the consortium is not a faith-based organization, but I'm an ordained elder. And from a moral perspective, I appreciated the benediction. I close with this. Isaiah 1, whether or not you're a follower of Christ or whether or not you're a child of Abraham, that the scriptures implore us, instead of just saying, oh, I'm a follower of Jesus, but then not following it up with our actions, with compassion and mercy. In Isaiah 1, it says, wash and make yourself clean, take evil deeds out of your sight, stop doing wrong, learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of the fatherless, and plead the case of the widow. And so I implore you today that this is not a time to shrink back, but it's a great time to lead for the least of these. I'm always available for questions, but I encourage you to do the courageous thing, to be able to support not only this, but any other project for our unhoused brothers and sisters. Thank you.
City Clerk, before...
One moment.
Before we continue, I know there's a lot of passionate feelings. We want to be respectful of the people to be able to speak. I understand the emotions and the clapping and things, and that's, we'll kind of allow a lot of that. But if we can just let people get through their comments, and then everyone will have their opportunity. We're going to hear everybody out. Again, I think everyone's been fantastic so far, and so let us continue. City Clerk
Carol Reyes, followed by Dr. Josie Paredes, followed by Paul.
Hello, my name's Carol Reyes. I've lived in West Covina for 70 years.
Can you move forward a little bit? Thank you.
Carol Reyes, I've lived here in West Covina for 70 years. My family came here in 1954 to a beautiful, brand new city, the fastest city growing in America. It's gone downhill terribly. I'm totally, emphatically against the Pathway House thing. I had a brother-in-law who was homeless by choice, didn't want to work, and he told us all about the street. Violent, nasty, drug abuse, alcoholics, violent people, prostitutes, and unfortunately many mentally unstable people. I don't want the Pathway House anywhere in West Covina. The Red Line or any place else will only bring crime on our city, which already has plenty of crime. 20 years ago, we reported to the police department that across the street, they were brazenly selling drugs on the street in front of our house. The police department told us they didn't have the manpower. So you're going to introduce drug addicts, alcoholics, prostitutes, the mentally unstable into our city with no police. 20 years ago, have we increased? We just got told you devoted to defund them. So why are you bringing in more crime? Thank you.
Dr. Josie Paredes, followed by Paul, followed by Elsa.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Josie Paredes, and I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Educational Services for Covina Valley Unified School District. We have the privilege of serving over 11,000 TK through 12th grade students, most of who live within the city of West Covina and Covina. On July 1st, Covina Valley Unified School District became aware that the County of Los Angeles proposes turning the 5-Star Inn into housing for homeless individuals. This location is less than 1 mile from Barranca and Mesa Elementary Schools. Covina Valley Unified School District recognizes and understands the need for greater assistance for individuals and families in need, including the unhoused. This year, we have opened a health and wellness center dedicated to assist families who need help with food, clothing, school supplies, health screening and referrals, haircuts and barbering, and even housing. However, we do have concerns with the proposed location of the project so close to our elementary schools and In-N-Out Burger, where many of our young students congregate after school. As these issues was being discussed tonight, we decided to inform our families of the proposed project and solicited their opinion on the proposed shelter. The survey has gathered over 1,387 responses. 88% of the respondents do not support this proposal. 9.8% support the proposal, and 2.5% have no opinion. 65% of the respondents represent Barranca Elementary, Mesa Elementary, and South Hills High School. Our families were allowed to add comments to the surveys, and over 674 of them did so. Most respondents opposed to the proposal, with many expressing concerns over the proximity to our elementary schools. Here are several comments taken from the responses. I strongly oppose the LA County doing this. This is extremely close to 2 elementary schools and just another block away from the high school. Students walk home along the route every day, and there's too much risk for it to be such proximity. Another one, I work with the homeless community and have worked in shelters previously, including home key motel conversions. This type of housing should not be near any school. I would strongly urge against this for a neighborhood further away from a school. We hear our families and we share their concerns about locating this facility close to schools. We have printed and shared the copies of the survey results, including all the comments for you this evening. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Paul, followed by Elsa, followed by Sherry Barillan. Paul?
My name is Dr. Paul Mancias. I'm a neuropsychologist and a clinical psychologist, and I've been working in West Covina and Covina for about 40 years. What is my most concern is maybe the lack of understanding, insight in that this is a very we're involved in a drug epidemic in this city and every city around it. There's also a mental illness epidemic since the pandemic, isolation. I can't tell you how many anxiety people I've seen, how many people have undergone psychosis and multiple problems with regard to psychological functioning. My concern is that people coming in, and certainly I'm a very compassionate man, a compassionate doctor, has worked for many years. There's no screening of these people coming in. Now, I know the area because I'm a walker and I walk on Garvey all the time. And I've seen the tweakers. I've seen the gangbangers. They've approached me. And so that bringing in people like that without any type of evaluation is criminal to them and to our little culture here. So really, I know they proposed the propaganda that they proposed is wonderful and Pollyanna-ish. It really doesn't address the issues of the drug pandemic that is ongoing. There's tweakers. There's fentanyl on the street. They're violent. I talk to these people, and the violence is just ready to happen. When they're psychotic, there's no reasoning with them. You can give them all the programs you want, but they're going to choose drugs over a wonderful program. I guarantee you that. There's sociopaths out there. And sociopaths are not just politicians, but they also work on the streets. So be careful. And that's really what I want to say. It's you have to look at issues of pedophiles that live in this culture in this city, in addition to those who engage in child abduction. So who's responsible for that when our children get raped? There's a lot of kids coming down the street. And these people are walking up and down the street with no job. So what are we going to do about that? So we're neglecting the mental health issues. And I guarantee you what they have in place is not appropriate. It's limited.
Elsa, followed by Sherry Barellan, followed by Michelle Durfee.
First of all, I'm really sorry, and I want to apologize to everybody in here because I'm very angry. And I've been saying a lot of terrible comments here because I'm angry, I've lived in Covina and West Covina for 60 years. And I just, and it's going downhill and downhill and downhill. We've paid off our house. We bought another little house and, because we've loved it here. But it's just going so downhill. And I just see right here at this 5-star, just 2 weeks ago, there were 10 cop cars there. 10. I have, my granddaughters. One is 8 years old. One is 21 years old. They live in our home. We have a back house. They live in our homes. And what are we going to do when my granddaughter that's 21 comes home after, going out or whatever? Because when we're young, everybody goes out and somebody sneaks around and tries raping her or taking her. Right now the crime is petty because they have broken into our cars about 6 times up our driveway. Okay, what are we going to do when we have to address rape and break-ins? My neighbor, they broke into his house. 5 guys broke into his house. The only reason he was saved is because he started shooting at them. And he didn't care. I don't know who knows about it, but he didn't care. He just started shooting. Well, they ran, and they were in all our yards. This 5-star hotel there's so much violence. Today I went by, and I don't know if you guys have already okayed it, if you've already okayed it, because you know what? I have pictures, and I have them right here. You know what? I took pictures because they're already cleaning it out. I saw 7 mattresses thrown out there. Who okayed it? I mean, who gave them the funds to start paying for that? Another thing you showed, I am a very compassionate.
Can you speak to the council?
I too believe in giving people a chance, but you are bringing in criminals. I'm sorry. I believe my son worked for Caltrans, and he has so much compassion. And he said, "Mom, when I worked for Caltrans, and I had to clean those campsites because I felt so sorry for those people." You know what he found? Syringes. He found credit cards, license, and he said, "I have no sympathy for them anymore. They're thieves. They're drug addicts." Okay, life is choice. It's choice. My husband chose to go to school. All my kids have gone to college. I got 2 doctors going on, sons, and this is choice. So the people that are out there, and I am very compassionate, are people that chose drugs, that chose violence, that, whatever their life was meant to be was meant to be. And I, too, believe, let's give everybody a chance.
Thank you.
Please, I don't want them in my neighborhood.
Thank you.
Sherry Barellon, followed by Michelle Durfree, followed by Stephanie Serrano.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sherry Barellon, and I came to talk about the Pathway Project tonight. The last two speakers just answered our questions. He's saying and she's saying, I see him here, I see him there, the drug. This is without a program. You're seeing these people on the streets now doing the same deeds that they were not combined together with health services to get them the help. They're already doing what they're doing on the streets. So now let's take a program, and you take this program, it's a blessing in disguise. The program will house and assist our homeless population that is needly serviced. West Covina's never done anything to help them. We ship our people off to LA. It's okay to ship them off, but God forbid, don't bring them back in. Okay? Yes. And I've heard a lot of misinformation about the hotel. There's 73 rooms there. There's not 150 rooms. I was there yesterday. There's 73 rooms. 53 of those rooms now are being remodeled, so they only have 20 rooms as of now to rent out. I'm an ex-hotel manager, so I know that they're not doing this just for this program. When the health department comes in and says, get new mattresses, remodel, you do it or they close you down, okay? While listening to everyone speak on about the hotel, what I'm hearing is not in my backyard, not in my backyard. But the majority of the people that are speaking are not in District 4. So that just tells me you don't want a program in the city of West Covina at all. West Covina does not provide it. Covina does not provide it. And the hotel I worked at in Glendora does not provide it. So where are these people supposed to go? Okay? They're saying help, help. Okay, as the average person that you're talking about on mental health, the average person on mental health makes $858 a month, maximum to $1,000. Who can pay rent, buy food, and even a pair of tennis shoes on $1,000 a month? That's where these programs come in, to get them into interim houses with supplemental income because they cannot pay rent. That's our seniors, our mental health, and I know this with mental health because my son is mentally disabled. Okay? And then I've heard other alternatives, going down San Bernardino Road or put it on Valley Boulevard. I went from San Bernardino Road, from Covina, all the way down to Baldwin Park yesterday. And I did the same thing on Valley Boulevard from Walnut all the way into Covina. There is no motels on those streets. So those two streets that were offered as, replacements don't cut it. It was all residential area.
Thank you.
Michelle Durfee, followed by Stephanie Serrano, followed by Kay Eckert.
Good evening, council members. I'm here as a concerned Covina Valley parent. I think there are many concerned Covina Valley parents here. Am I right? I'm concerned that I might be raising my children in a community that doesn't care about our most vulnerable. That concerns me, that I've chosen to raise my family here, and maybe some of my community members are not caring about some of our own, mostly who are seniors who are on the streets right now. And I respect those of you who came here today because you care about your kids. I get that. The email we got from Covina Valley probably scared the crap out of you. Shame on them. Okay? Research and data shows around transitional and supportive housing that there's not a correlation between heightened criminal activity around these types of housing. We have criminal activity, as people are saying, already here and in every other community, but it's not tied to these types of housing areas. To be fair, also in the hotel of where this spot is going to be, there were already many individuals who were unhoused with no permanent housing who were going to that hotel to have some residents in that hotel. So these schools have already been exposed to individuals who were unhoused. Let's take a look at the police data. Have any of these children been being harmed in the last decades while that hotel has been here? Let's take a look at that data. It would be not any worse. Okay, now we would be bringing in a housing project that would have case management to get these people off of the streets and put them into a place where they would be provided with support to get their lives on track. And if they don't get their lives on track, as they said, they will be kicked out of there. Okay? As CVUSD parents, I don't know if you guys are aware, but some of our children have friends whose parents are in this group of people who are unhoused. That is so sad. We do not, when those parents call the district for help, sadly, the district doesn't have anywhere to put these families because we don't have enough here in the San Gabriel Valley. We need beautiful and compassionate cities like West Covina to open their arms and say, yes, we will allow you to try this, pilot it out, see how it goes. And if it doesn't go well, okay, cancel the project. But these families need options. And we have an option here presented in our city. Like the rabbi said, we have an opportunity to love one another here in real life right now. If you're not a person of faith here in the audience, all of you guys here, I challenge you to research homelessness, its causes. I applaud you, Mayor, for being on the Measure H committee. I don't know why people are frowning on that. That is a beautiful thing. The top solution to homelessness is simple. It is housing, people. We need to give people housing. So let's start today, council members, here with our city. Let's follow in the examples of local cities like Baldwin Park, Monrovia, Duarte. It's your turn next. You're up.
Stephanie Serrano, followed by Kay Eckert, followed by Yesenia. Hello, can you hear me? I'm going to talk very fast. I only have 3 minutes. So, hello, everybody. My name is Stephanie Serrano. I am a local leader and a local parent. I am also a service provider here in the region, not just the city. And I serve foster and probation youth that are aging out of foster care at 18 years old, and they cannot keep up with this housing cost, and they become homeless. One of my youth shot themselves in the head because they couldn't find housing in this region, 18-year-old, okay? And I'm an expert navigator, and it wasn't out there. So, I also support veterans that are unhoused. So first of all, happy Disability Awareness Month to everybody. Shout out to all folks that are disabled in our communities and around the world. And I want to shout out the unhoused that are disabled because I'm sure they can't get housing with their disability checks. So I just want to point out some suggestions, okay? I think it's important to have a point of contact. For any type of housing that is being introduced into communities to serve the unhoused, it is important to have a point of contact. Should community members see something that's questionable, should they have concerns, it would be very useful to have a point of contact where they could convey those concerns and track those concerns. That way in 6 months you can have data to support what actually concerns are happening and how you're mitigating those concerns. I would encourage you to look at the permanent housing model. I know this is a temporary housing model, but as an expert in social welfare navigating unhoused services, there is no housing. So moving them to the next step, I really challenge you to critically think about that because good luck. I really hope that you prioritize seniors and veterans and homeless families, and let's not forget children that are aging out of foster care and probation, because there's a lot of them. And so I would encourage you also to offer wraparound services. I saw that was incorporated. I'm really glad to see there's so many people here today that are concerned about this. And so I know that people here are empathetic and caring. That's why I chose to live here. And I would challenge the community to think of solutions, not just complain, because this is a crisis going on. So one, we need to come together and offer solutions instead of just complaining at people that are trying to offer solutions. And second of all, I encourage folks to critically think about the root cause of homelessness. Every time that we give a developer and a company property that they're going to, hike up the rents, they're causing homelessness. Okay, every time you're handshaking with developers, you're causing homelessness. That's a root cause, okay? In order to be able to afford a place, an $1,800 room, a one-bedroom apartment for $1,800, you have to have 2.5 times the income to even qualify. That's $4,500 a month. There's a lot of people in our unions that don't even make enough to be afforded housing, a one-bedroom apartment. So let's all look at the root, the developers, and who's handing the keys over to developers. Thank you. Kay Eckert, followed by Yesenia, followed by Sheila Baldwin.
Good evening. I'm Kay Eckert. I work at Alliance and Associates, which is 2 doors down from the 5-Star Inn. I worked there for 27 years. I drive by on Garvey on my way, come up Citrus, turn on Garvey to go to work. Over the last 5+ years, I have seen the motel go down in police presence almost every day, sometimes twice a day. We see prostitution. These individuals walk over to our property. They hang out in our parking lot. They do drugs there. We have to clean up human feces very, very often. It's not very pleasant if they do that right in front of your entrance door where you have public coming in. We are concerned about leaving late at night because we don't know who's lurking in the parking lot. I come to work on a Sunday. I cannot enter my office because big, burly, homeless, unhoused, however you want to call this person, is laying in front of my door, the office door, and I cannot go in. I cannot retrieve the stuff I need for an appointment. That prevents me to work. I work, I pay taxes. How are we supposed to go on because there is no accountability with this new project going in? There's no sobriety required. That's my understanding. You don't have to be sober. So the people that are there under supervision, what kind of supervision? They're there 24 hours. They get bored. The liquor store is in the McIntyre Center. They go out, they liquor up, maybe go out, get their dealers on the phone, shoot up, whatever they do. Then they go out on the town and having a good time, vandalize, breaking in our office again. And it's not so much what they steal, but the damage they do to the property. What has been done? The city must know that this property was a hotbed for crime. They're operating under a conditional use permit. Conditions, to my knowledge, should be police conditions, fire conditions, planning, and city conditions. Who checks on these conditions? Under what condition will that new place operate? Is it still a motel, hotel? Who is going to have supervision over what is going on? This conditional use permit should have been pulled by the city council, by the city manager years ago. And they should have said, clean up your act, clean up the city, have our citizens, residents safe, and we don't have safety.
Thank you.
Yesenia, followed by Sheila Baldwin, followed by Peggy Martinez.
Good evening. My name is Yesenia. I am a proud homeowner, resident of West Covina and Area 4, wife, teacher, and mother. I want to share with you some of my background so you can better understand my message to you guys tonight. I have been a teacher for 13 years. I have worked as a Teach for America teacher in the Mississippi Delta. And for those of you who do not know what Teach for America is, it's the Peace Corps for teachers. I have also gone on a lot of missions trips. I have worked abroad. I have also opened up an orphanage abroad. I believe in kindness. I believe in caring for others. I believe in helping the homeless. I myself have volunteered countless hours at shelters. I know we need to help others. We need to throw kindness and grace like confetti, which is what I tell my students every day. I tell my daughter the same thing. However, what I'm here to speak with you guys tonight about is the fact that the mayor and the city council kind of went around on a map and just picked a spot. They did not speak to the school district. There are 2 schools where this proposed shelter is. And I am sorry, but this is unacceptable. There is a lack of communication. It seems like we all have adult communication problems here. And I certainly hope that's not the case. Where was the communication to the school district? We as parents and as community members should not have received a last-minute message from the school district that you guys failed to communicate with them that this was the proposed location. I am sorry, but I will not risk children. While I support the project, I support helping the homeless and the unhoused. We cannot run that risk with children. Our children should be able to walk like they do now from point A to point B safely. We cannot take that risk. And I believe that everyone here who has a child or has children in their lives can agree to that. Now, I am asking you here tonight to stop everything. Work with the school district, communicate with our superintendent, with the unions, with the teachers, with the community members. That is your job. You guys are here because someone believed in you, the way I teach my kids to believe in themselves every day. You guys are supposed to be role models for these children. And in my opinion, you're letting them down. You're letting all of the children from the community down from that area. I know a lot of you up here have children. And I know that you guys would be appalled if these were your children that we're you would be up here advocating for them. So I'm here to advocate for the children, the district, and the community. Thank you.
Sheila Baldwin, followed by Peggy Martinez, followed by Angie Gillingham.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for listening to us tonight. I appreciate it. I am a long-time resident of West Covina. Except for 2 years, I lived in Laguna. So my entire life, my children, everyone was raised in West Covina. We came here, my father moved here in the 50s when they brought the San Bernardino Freeway down, and we wanted it to be the wonderful city that it is. So yes, I have a love for my city. And the people that wondered if we live there, yes, I do. I back up to Ridge Riders. And I remember when we came a couple of years ago, and the council listened when we were concerned about losing Maverick Field and Ridge Riders, because that's something that the city brings people to West Covina for, to support all the businesses. And I believe we want to continue those kind of relationships. But if there is a homeless right there within walking distance of Maverick Field, if you don't know where that is, it's across the street from Cortez Park. And what's going on at Cortez Park, I think you know that that's where the homeless have to live. So what happens at dusk, if you drive south on Citrus Avenue, it looks like that picture on the freeway in San Diego where they're running like this across the street. They're coming in droves across to find their niche in Cortez Park. So do I think there's a need? Yes, there's a need. But this isn't the solution. The location is inappropriate based on the fact that Mesa and Barranca School are right there. Based on the fact that our high school students, many of them don't have cars. They're walking back and forth, and they're walking past this. Maybe you haven't noticed, but the Covina Valley schools have put up fences. Yes, I'm a teacher also for over 25 years. We didn't have fences before, but we have to. The number of lockdowns, the people that jump over to get to it, there's a real problem here. But I noticed when we were looking at the slideshow, the order of operations, the encampment solution, the housing, and number third step is mental health. I believe that these people should earn a home. I believe that we should try to help them. The people that lose their job that have no mental issues, I would welcome them to find a place to live that would be safe. Bad luck happens to people. But people that have issues that maybe they don't even want the help or don't know that they need the help, we need to get to them before we give them another place to entertain. They really don't need that right in my backyard. So that's my concern, is the location. I'm not denying the need. And yes, I do live right there in that area. Thank you.
Peggy Martinez, followed by Angie Gillingham, followed by Steve Gillingham.
Good evening, Council. My name is Peggy Martinez. I have lived in West Covina for 44 years. The homeless problem has been a complaint of West Covina residents for decades. Okay? Nothing has ever been done about it. Our population has increased. And after listening to everybody, by the way, I support this program. After listening to everybody about the 5-star hole, which hasn't even been selected yet, and the city does not select it, just to let people know, the county does. And there's already an issue there. The police are there all the time. There's prostitution. There's drug abuse. There's all this stuff that their children apparently are walking by every single day. Now, what if this structured program, okay, it's a structured program. It's not homeless that don't want to do it. It's homeless that agree to it. They want help. Go into this program, which will be gated with security, with substance abuse help, with mental health help with whatever medical issue they have. They will have a place to put their head. They will be taken off of our streets. I do not understand. You know, I have heard person after person after person say that 5-star hotel is nothing but a problem. All the problems that's there. What if this got rid of that? Those people would go away. The prostitution would go away. It becomes gated. Nobody gets to visit it. It's only the homeless that have agreed to go there. Our veterans, our people who have lost their job or can't afford housing, our children who have, come out of foster care who no longer meet the age requirement. There's a lot of people like that. If those are the people who say, I want help, why wouldn't we help them? The city doesn't have to pay for this. The county's paying for it. I voted for Measure H to help the homeless. For God's sakes, have some compassion. This 5-star hotel is a damn dump right now. They can turn it around and make it something completely different that helps our community that we have been asking for. We have been asking and asking for help with our homeless. And we have gotten nothing. This program was supposed to be presented today. It wasn't supposed to be leaked out and put on the paper. It was supposed to be presented to everyone today. It was going to be publicized to come and hear it today. Instead, misinformation has been put out.
Thank you.
Everybody's in and up.
Thank you.
Angie Gillingham, followed by Steve Gillingham, followed by Days In.
Good evening, everyone. First, I want to begin with, I live in District 4, where the 5-star hotel resides. I walk almost every day, from anywhere from District 3 through District 5. I'm often confronted with the homeless that have now entered our neighborhoods, for those of you who do not walk, run, or ride bikes. I have participated in the homeless count that our city participates in every year in January. We have seen the numbers increase every year, and more disturbing to me are the amount of women who are homeless, sleeping in their cars or pushing their carts with all their possessions. Businesses have complained throughout our city that homeless populations are growing and their businesses are affected. And this is not just by the 5-star hotel. So why not house those who wish to be housed in Project Pathway, a home? The communities that do not support projects like this only perpetuate the problem. Only when communities offer services and housing and supported services will the problem be addressed. When communities continue to protest projects like this one suggested tonight, the problem continues. I would ask everyone to spend more time and educate themselves. No money's coming from the city's general plan. This is completely supported by the county. And I'm sad to hear that most people here are representative of the NIMBYism. And I hope you guys can take a look and listen to all residents, not just the ones that favor your opinions. Thank you.
Steve Gillingham, followed by Days In, followed by Brian Gutierrez.
Good evening. I'm Steve Gillingham. I'm a retired case manager with Department of Mental Health. I'm going to be brief. I'm going to be blunt. This is a no-brainer. This is an opportunity to succeed for all all residents of West Covina. Our jobs as citizens, your jobs as members of the City Council is to provide opportunities for success and recognize achievement for individuals that want to help themselves personally. Residents to this program have been screened for violent crime and for sexually related crimes. None of these residents are going to be I'm having a moment here. None of these residents are going to be from that population. Please be compassionate and understand that this is to benefit everybody. People here do have legitimate concerns about safety. This will reduce the risk of safety for the community here. Thank you.
Dazen, followed by Brian Gutierrez, followed by Angie Theron.
Hey, council members, how you guys doing? Thank you for coming to my hotel the last 2 days. I appreciate it. But I don't know about what process you did. First of all, thank you for West Covina PD. You guys do a great job. I want to tell you that we deal with so much stuff there. I've been there since 1986. I grew up there. I went to Mesa, I went to South Hills, and I went to Sierra Vista. You could ask the police department. When I call, they come. But what's going to happen there is already happening. Last night at 3 o'clock, I came in from Blythe. I just bought another hotel in Blythe. Okay? I come in at 3 o'clock in the morning. I have video showing you 2 buses that pulled up and they dropped them off and the buses went. They had a sticker on the back of the bus. I know it's a paid bus. All right? The owner of the hotel is right there. If everyone wants to know, he's right there. He just bought it 2 years ago. I don't really care what you guys do because, Brian, you already have your mindset. There's something inside that you have your agenda. I know you have an agenda. That's all I want to say.
Brian Gutierrez, followed by Angie Theron, followed by Nadia.
So before I begin, I'm going to just say that, again, my name is Brian Gutierrez. I'm a resident of District 1 and also a planning commissioner. And let me just say that, since we're talking about mental health, I'm proud to be a person with autism, Asperger's. I'm proud to be a former foster child. And if it wasn't for my educators and social workers and resources out there that our state has, I wouldn't be here today talking to you. And I just want to commend the work that the staff members do at Pathway Homes. But we have residents who are deeply concerned about the placement of this program next to an elementary school. And so, Mayor Tabay, I encourage you as a member of the Measure H Advisory Committee to work for your community and garner the funds that this city needs to expand its police department's HOPE team, to expand programs that Covina Valley has, expand programs that the West Covina Unified School District has, expand programs that the Rolling Unified School District has for homeless individuals they're serving in their local schools. Lobby to garner the funds that this city needs to expand those programs so this city can find the resources and areas where we could help provide those resources to homeless people in our community. Because as the people said today, homeless people are not bad people, some of them, and they need resources. And so as a Measure H committee member, again, I encourage you, get the funding that your city needs, that your residents need for this community, and put them first, and get the city the resources they need. Because at the last June 18 meeting, you said, we're not getting our fair share of Measure H funds. But you didn't tell the people in that audience that you are actually a board member of that same committee. So and if that's so, then it's you. You're one of the decision makers on the Measure H Advisory Board Committee. And so lobby, get the city that you serve and its taxpayers the money they deserve, because Measure H was designed to provide funding for local cities to expand their homeless service programs. Homeless people need resources. This city needs resources. So again, do not award bad behavior to a hotel operator who has allowed criminal conduct to occur on their lot. Put your community first and get this city the funding it needs to put homeless people first, because they need resources, and only you have the power to make that change. Thank you.
Angie Theron, followed by Nadia, followed by Lazo.
Council members and mayors. Can you hear me? Good evening. I'm here because I'm really concerned about this proposal. To be quite honest, I've just heard about it on Instagram, and I don't know how other people are hearing about this. I'm here to ask that you please consider the negative effects on allowing pathway housing in West Covina. First and main reason is our children, the safety of our children. And I know you've heard it over and over, but our children are our future, and they depend on you to keep them safe. That's what they depend on us. I know that there is profit, but we have to think of safety first. Safety comes first. Our children come first. This proposal, this location is approximately 0.7 miles, 2 minutes away from our children. What's going to keep them safe? I know there's been information, but there is strong evidence that homeless shelters increase over time criminal events in the area. We also have to think of the strain on our police officers. They do a wonderful job. But with this proposal, are you planning to bring in more law enforcement? Because that's what we're going to need. It's so important that you really consider all aspects. I know sometimes money is very enticing, but you also have to think, we trusted you. People elected you to keep our children, our community safe. So that's what I'm asking, that you please put the money aside, but look at how is this going to impact West Covina? What legacy will you be leaving West Covina? If you open up this store, is it going to turn into something bigger? Are we going to look back at our council members, our mayors, because they opened up the door? So I plead with you to please reject this proposal. The location is not the right location. I am always thinking of helping people, but we also have to think of our children. Look at a different location, because this is not the correct location for this proposal. I know they showed us pictures of helping a veteran. Yes, that's wonderful. But in fact, if you go downtown, you'll see people with mental health issues. You'll see people committing criminals. Is that what we're going to see in West Covina? So please just keep in mind what legacy you will be leaving behind. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Nadia, followed by Lazo, followed by Abel.
Hello, my name is Nadia. I've been living in West Covina for approximately 7 years now. I have to say that it's disappointing to hear the way people are talking about mental illness and our fellow community members. I want to thank LA County for not only acknowledging this crisis, but also for offering us an opportunity to work towards a holistic solution. So put simply, and despite the Supreme Court's recent dehumanizing ruling, we cannot punish nor police our way out of homelessness. Being entrusted with this funding will enable us to begin the process of getting our fellow community members off the streets and into housing. I know it's difficult for some to grasp this, but when we're talking about the homeless, we're talking about human beings. And so having this opportunity to give people the chance to heal from unimaginable trauma, I think is the right approach. And just to name some of the trauma that I think a lot of people here probably have not experienced. So one, the devastating events that have led to people living on the streets is traumatic in itself. The demoralizing experience of not having a place to rest or the privacy to take care of their own hygienic needs. The sexual and physical violence that women and even LGBTQ folks experience on the streets, the physical toll that it takes on the body to not have reliable meals or access to health care. And I know people are really pressed on the issue of unhoused folks getting jobs, but I cannot imagine somebody walking into a place to interview without having clean clothes or access to a shower. So all of this undoubtedly does lead to mental distress, which can then lead to self-medicating, and then that can just perpetuate the cycle. So it might come as a surprise to some also, but unhoused folks do thrive on community care. And that is why I am advocating that we do pursue this initiative and allow folks to continue to be in community with the people that they trust and know. Anyone who's ran a homeless program knows that word of mouth is an effective strategy because there's trust within their community. Trauma-informed approaches and low barrier services also work well. And so I highlight this to just stress that the folks that are living on the streets together, they're going to also be healing and approaching housing opportunities together. I want to mention the fact that wages are not keeping up with the rising cost of food, housing, healthcare, etc. So this is going to continue to happen, and we have to address it. And no, poverty and homelessness are not choices. They are a result of policies that are rooted in greed and resource hoarding. So I urge you to please accept this offer from LA County. Thank you.
Lazo, followed by Abel, followed by Angelica. Lazo, followed by Abel, followed by Angelica. Rita, followed by Sam. I have two Sams from the Days Inn. Sam?
Actually, my name is there too.
Oh, I have a lot of cards, yes. What is your name?
Dennis.
No, I haven't called your name yet. Sorry.
I was going in his place. We were with the same.
Sam?
Yeah, we are in the same group, so let him talk.
There.
It's nothing.
That's fine if we can just make sure Dennis's card gets removed.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and everyone else. My name is Dennis Patel, and I am one of the owner for almost 30 years of the Days Inn Hotel, located immediately next to the proposed homeless housing program at Five Star Hotel. I would like to protest against the Five Star Homeless Project because it will severely impact our hotel property values, safety, and business revenue. We live on the property, and this is our livelihood, and we have been good citizens, and we cannot accept these impacting changes. I understand the City Council members are also against this project. I'm told that the mayor is supporting this homeless project, which is strange when his council is actually against it, along with many businesses and neighborhood community and school children in particular. It is difficult to understand why the mayor is for this homeless project with LA County. This homeless project intent is not very transparent and is being forced in by LA County and mayor against the community will and must change location. I also don't have a problem with the project. It's the location. Thank you for your time.
Rita, followed by Chris, followed by Sue Aguino. Chris? Thank you.
Good evening. I should have had dinner before I came. I didn't realize we were going to be here this late. My name is Chris. I grew up in La Cañada. I've been a resident of West Covina since 2017. There's a lot of emotion tonight. I'm going to take a slightly more objective approach. I support this initiative. I think we've heard from both parties. One of the things that we can agree on is that we don't want to see homeless people living on the street. This initiative and this opportunity solve that to make both parties happy, essentially. The money for this project is free. You guys don't have to go into a budget cycle and think about, are we cutting from Parks and Rec? Are we cutting from the school district? Are we cutting from animal services? This is an opportunity being handed to you by LA County. So financially, it seems like this would be irresponsible to squander that. Excuse me. Not proceeding with this initiative does nothing to address the problem. There's been a lot of concerns tonight about what's currently happening, but simply saying no to this doesn't, I mean, there's been no agenda topics that address that. So, again, many people, again, should have had dinner. The data tells us that offering this housing reduces the very crimes that the community is upset about. People are upset about litter and syringes and prostitution. The data shows us regionally within our neighboring cities that moving forward with this initiative solves those problems. The rate of people becoming homeless for many reasons is high. And one of the things I'm learning is that there isn't currently an infrastructure within the city of West Covina to address this. Either you do it now or inevitably, like, there's got to be a system in place that addresses this. I mean, again, it can be a lot of what we've heard tonight from mental illness and drug addiction, but also our economy. Yes. Yeah, we can all agree that there's a lot of reasons that people are forced to make very tough decisions. So there's got to be some safety net. Like, the infrastructure just has to be there. And I yield the rest of my time. Good night.
Thank you. Sue Aguino, followed by Lazo, followed by Abel.
Hello, good evening. My name is Sue Aguino, and I'm a lifelong resident of the city of West Covina and raised my 3 daughters here. And I am the social media administrator for West Covina West Covina Residents Take Your Neighborhood Back, and we've been doing it now for 10 years. Measure H and Measure HH has become a cash cow. It has become a cash cow for a lot of different departments and a lot of different nonprofits to make money, and they're finding out ways to do this. On the face, this program doesn't sound bad. I read, I watch, and I've watched a lot of things through Monrovia. My problem is that there's no sobriety and there's no curfew, which means that these people just come out into our community and they do whatever they want to get whatever they want. We have the 2 schools that need to be very well thought out because these kids come back and forth. And I watched during the presentation, it says that they want to have their community be safe, stable, secure, and in a secure environment. Well, so do we. So do we. We want our homes to be safe and secure. We want our children to be safe and secure. This is where we chose to raise our families. This is where we pay our tax dollars. And if anybody doesn't know, the 4 of you don't want it. It's you, Brian, and you brought it under the veil of darkness. And you did it. And you knew exactly what was going to happen, except for that you got caught. And now it's something that you have to look at. And it's not fair. You're supposed to be here to be our voice, our city voice for a county. And today you said for all of us to call the county constituents up there and voice our opinions to them. It's your job. This is your job. I know that you don't care about West Covina anymore. You've moved on. You want another job in county. That's fine. Go get it. Go get it. I will just say that West Covina is a different breed of people. West Covina will fight for our neighborhoods. We will fight for our city. We will fight for our kids. And we will not allow this to be a social experiment in our city. We will have Eastland will be inundated with people over there. In-N-Out's going to be inundated with people over there. Our schools, we can't have this. We have our own homeless. We've had our own homeless problem. Why all of a sudden now they made it an emergency when it's been going on for 10 years, except for maybe they just needed to spend some money. And this is going to turn out to be nothing but a taxpayer party where they can go in there and party with 3 meals, room service, clean sheets, and something over their head on our dime. And it's not fair. Thank you.
I just want to make sure Lazo, Abel, and Angelica are not here. Jeff Aguino, followed by Simone, followed by Josephine. Yes, sir.
Hello, how you doing? I got to tell you, I'm completely against it. Sorry. I just don't understand why there's no accountability. You know, the state of California has been collecting Measure H money for quite a while now. And now they're trying to figure out how to spend it. And I don't like the government because the government just likes to take money from everybody and just throw it out the wind and just spend on it. I know that you guys probably make a lot of good money. I mean, you probably make really good money. I know that, you know, Mr. Tabata, you're looking for a better way out of here because otherwise you wouldn't around for an assembly and now you're just stuck here. But I'm sorry. You know, it's just crazy that you're going to say that, okay, we're going to bring and we're going to vent. And you show a great presentation about these gentlemen that look like they're great people and the lady that fantastic. I love it, you know. But today, as I drove here, I saw 6 new homeless people that I've never seen before. And for anybody who wants to know, I've lived here for 62 years. I've rode my bike over every inch of this town. I still ride my bike all over this town. I was a UPS driver for 42 years. I delivered in every city north and east of Baldwin Park, including Baldwin Park. And I've seen all kinds of homelessness. And every homeless person I've seen has had some kind of problem. Very bad problems. They are either alcoholics or they're drug addicts. I've seen them flaring their arms, screaming and yelling on the streets. I've seen them die in the streets. I literally drove around the corner one time in my UPS truck and the guy was dead in his wheelchair. And he's been a homeless guy for years. And everybody would go up and down Gladstone Avenue and go, hey, here's some more money, here's some money. And he just loved it. And then one day he died. And that was the end of that. I know a guy, his name is, they call him Bull. He's such an alcoholic. I seen him get $5 from a lady in front of a bank and run across the street to the liquor store to grab 2 Kulos and throw 2 vodkas in it. And then he was screaming and yelling and laughing his ass off on the street. And then you're going to give these people a place to go, which is fantastic, but you're not venting them, or you're not giving them a recovery system. What you should be doing is giving them a recovery, putting them in detox for 30 days, maybe 60 days, and then maybe put them in a county facility where they can be CAL FIRE and put out fires. That would be a good idea. But instead, you're just going to go, maybe this is going to work. Maybe 6 months down the line, he's going to be okay. And then what are you going to do? All you're going to do is you're going to give him services for Social Security, welfare, and so on and so on. And then you're going to put him in a facility that he's not going to be able to afford anyways. Because the government lets people just raise the rent so crazy that it's just ridiculous. Nobody can afford it. It's like affordable housing. There's no such thing as affordable housing. You let people build houses that are so big, nobody can afford it. This community was built with 1,000 to 1,500 square foot houses, and now they build 2,000 square foot houses. Who the hell can afford that? That doesn't make any damn sense. Thank you.
Josephine Garcia.
Hi, my name is Josephine Garcia. I think the homeless deserve to have homes too. I think they deserve to have homes too because they are just people just like us, so they deserve equal rights just like anybody else. Also, think about this. In the summer, we are just inside our houses chilling with our AC on when homeless people are on the dangerous streets in the scorching hot sun or in the freezing cold winter without jackets or anything to keep them warm while we are in our nice heated house. As you can see, homeless people need homes too. Thank you.
Therese Garcia, followed by W.M. Slinko, followed by Glenn Kennedy.
Good evening. My name is Therese Garcia. I'm a resident of District 4, and I support Pathway Home. I live right up the street from the proposed site. It's just about a mile away, and my kids go to the elementary school around the corner, one of the schools in question. So I just want to put it out there that not all Covina Valley Unified School District parents oppose this. I am in the 9% that support it. I welcome this in my backyard, in my neighborhood, because I will feel safer knowing that we have implemented a compassionate solution for our unhoused neighbors. I have many years of working directly with people experiencing homelessness. I began my professional career doing street outreach to unhoused individuals in a tough neighborhood in North Philly. I worked alongside a social worker. We set up a van in the community and we counseled individuals about services available to them. And then my first job as an attorney was working in San Bernardino at a legal services clinic where many of my clients came off the street looking for help, and I helped connect them with income maintenance programs such as General Relief.
I did. I just fixed it.
General Relief, SSI and SSDI, food stamps, and Medi-Cal. Something I've learned in doing this work is that every unhoused person has a story. Every one of them has dignity. Every one of them is a human being. Everyone is someone's son, daughter, brother, or sister. Many of them have endured unimaginable traumas. Many of them are plagued by mental illness, and they may reject an offer of help not because they want to be homeless, but because they don't trust the system. Because our one program may promise them job training, but the next minute funding may be withdrawn, and the job doesn't ever come to fruition, and the system keeps failing them. So I believe the inequality of our society has helped to create the problem of homelessness, and it's our responsibility to address the problem. Housing is unaffordable, wages are low, the system is hard to navigate, healthcare is not universal, mental health resources are often inaccessible. So our unhoused neighbors need help. They are not all criminals. They need us to practice what I've heard so many people preach tonight, to love thy neighbor as thyself. And we need to not turn our backs on them. Thank you.
W.M. Selenko, followed by Glenn Kennedy, followed by Nicholas Sanchez.
Thank you, City Council, for letting me speak. I've been a resident since 1977, and I think the city is going downhill. I don't think this project is a good idea. I think Measure H is a gross failure. You're just pouring money, and the results are not happening. You're getting more and more homeless. How many of these people... Okay, the rumor is that there's 128 homeless in West Covina. Plus or minus. Who are they? You need to find out who they are. You need to fingerprint them, take their picture, and maybe chip them. And it's probably not hold up in court, but we've got this shabby motel over here that's prostitution and drugs, and you're rewarding bad behavior. So I would not sign this contract. It's more failure. There is a shabby motel over by Dalewood Avenue. I think it's the Chef's Inn. Maybe that could be used. But I would put up a fence around it, and I would have barbed wire and police around there, because this throwing money at a problem is not working. It's not working. And that's it for me. Thank you for your attention.
Glenn Kennedy, followed by Nicholas Sanchez, followed by Simone Wright.
Good evening, everybody. Glenn Kennedy. I am a lifelong resident. In fact, my family has been here since 1907, so that makes me old school West Covina. With that being said, Mr. Mayor, I told you I'd meet you halfway on this. You never bothered to tell me that you sat on the oversight board for Measure H. So you saying that you only knew about this for a month is just not believable, number one. Number two, I'm not against the program. I think it has many, many loopholes in it. One being, you don't screen anybody, or you don't do any background check. There's no detox. There's curfew. There's no drug testing. Jesus, there's just no accountability for anything. Okay, that's just wrong. The program, in theory, it's a good program. We're trying to do something, but there's just too many holes in it. And it took you 7 years. 7 years to come up with this program? Really? I mean, okay, so you're at the end of your Measure H. Okay, it's only 10 years. It's $355 million a year that you get over the 10 years with $3.5 billion. And you've done nothing. Or very little. I'm sorry. You've done a little bit. Very little. Give everybody's jobs. but you've done nothing for the homeless. So, I'd like to see this program going somewhere. And then Sherry said she went down Valley and San Bernardino Road. That was me, Sherry. That was me. I was just looking for an alternative site. What about the site over here at Baldwin Park on 20 and North Garvey? The county owns it. They renovated it. The homeless went for a year. Now they're gone. I have no clue where they went, but it's sitting empty for a year. Why not use that? It's Baldwin Park, West Covina. You brag about Duarte and Monrovia. So what about West Covina, Baldwin Park? Because that could be an alternative site. I'm just not for this at this site. And then, so welcome to West Covina. This is a city that turned down Super Walmart, turned down Costco, turned down overnight parking, didn't want to see any utility tax or sales tax. So what the hell do you think they want, a homeless shelter in West Covina? Come on, man. Think about it. Thank you.
Nicholas Sanchez, followed by Simon Wright, followed by Ken Tan.
Good evening, council members. Nicholas Sanchez. I'm a Covina resident and a parent of students at Mesa Elementary. As you've heard, the school district sent out information to the parents today to having us take a survey, which was presented to you earlier. I've had the pleasure of the mayor and the vice mayor. You attended the opening day ceremonies at Cortez Park. You know what's important to us. You know why we're here. You know why we're speaking. I'm not a resident of your city, but we benefit of all the positive things that happen into our community. I'm a prosecutor for one of the special districts locally, and so I deal with a lot of these issues. I understand enforcement. I understand land use. Those are very hard decisions that you're faced with, and this is an incentive program that you want to take advantage of, but it's not compatible with the local businesses, with the school. As you know, the kids go from Mesa, they go to In-N-Out, they go to Cortez Park, they come back and forth. This is going to negatively impact that. I just started doing my research on this. As everybody said, you can look at the crime map for the 5-star motel. It's not ideal. Look at Yelp. The reviews and the pictures of that place are horrendous. And it's not going to be completely used for this program. You're still going to have that part of the hotel available to its current users. So that's a bad situation. You're having people that you're trying to help and you're putting them into a place that regularly has crime year on year for prostitution, drugs, robberies, and other things. The businesses have told you what they're dealing with. They're not exaggerating. The statistics speak for themselves. We're just here to ask you to think for the children. We know that that's important to you, but that should lead you in this situation. If you can find a compatible solution, then great. But I think you're learning that it's just not ideal and another location should be sought. Thank you.
Simon Wright, followed by Ken Tan, followed by Francois Colton.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My name is Simon Wright. I come as a father of the Covina Valley students, member of the community, and elected member of the Covina Valley School Board. First, let me say I'm sensitive to the needs of homeless and the unhoused population, but I'm a little confused as to why there has been little community engagement to this point. From what I've heard tonight already, there are two different sides when it comes to our homelessness, but we don't all agree on the location. I'm an elected official. It's been proposed. I've never been approached. This is in my district. I've never been approached with this to me. So this affects me and my constituency. Mr. Tabatabai. Covina Valley has a large contingent of the community, at least 3 schools within a mile, and of the proposed Garvey facility. When was the county planning to ask the school district community for their input on this proposal? When was the county planning to ask major stakeholders in our community for input? We have students that walk past Garvey on their way home and always enjoyed to stop at In-N-Out for a drink or a meal. My concern is this proposed site is very close to elementary schools and where our young adults congregate. Homelessness is a complex issue that requires all parties to be involved. And at the table, and the county is demonstrating a lack of communication and engagement from the community. And I would propose, Mr. Mayor, I've met you many times, just reconsider what this is, and let's bring everyone together and let's discuss together. Thanks.
Ken Tan, followed by Francois Colton, followed by Patricia Molina. Francois Colton, followed by Patricia Molina, followed by B. Gomez.
Okay, next time I'll definitely eat dinner before I do something like this. I'm dying. Okay, I'm Françoise Colton. I'm a member of, I live in West Covina. I want to express my very strong support for the LA County Pathway Home proposed at the 5-Star Inn. As everybody has said, the 5-Star Inn is a dump. We've done nothing as a city ever. Absolutely nothing to help these people. This is the first step in that direction. There are only like 8 beds available today, and the people just get moving around the trash. We're not doing anything to resolve the problem. So, I totally support this. I had a homeless person living outside of my place, and when I lived in New York City, and he was a nice guy. We even had a candlelight vigil when he died. But anyway, I know that's different with the people out here at this place at the 5-Star Inn. So, this would basically it's not a shelter. It's transitional housing. There's a lot of misinformation here. It would provide permanent housing ultimately down the road if they do meet the criteria, but they have to be identified first. They don't just get to show up. It's a lockdown at the end of the day. People aren't allowed to have visitors. So again, there's a lot of misinformation, and the U shape of this particular facility is perfect, so they could monitor it better. Of course, nothing's perfect, but it costs us nothing. We voted for Measure H, and that's what this is for. It wouldn't cost us anything else. Yes, that location has been problematic with prostitution, drug dealing, and so much more crime. This is a step that it's a 2-year program. If it doesn't work, well, we can go back to square one. But we need to try something. We've done nothing for these people, And the reality is that many people in this country live paycheck to paycheck. A medical diagnosis of cancer or something can put somebody on the street. Women are also major victims of domestic abuse, which also makes them also one step from being homeless. Losing your job, can happen to anybody at any time, unfortunately. Yes, there's also mental illness. There's also substance abuse. I acknowledge all of that. But the reality is there's lots of reasons why these people are out on the street. And it's unfortunate that the place that has been selected has been just horrible, but this is the right step. So again, I support it. As human beings, we have shared values of compassion, inclusivity, and community, because at the end of the day, it's how we feel that really matters. That's really what matters, is how we feel. And we need to do something to help these folks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Patricia Molina, followed by B. Gomez, followed by Ken Tan.
Hello, good evening. Thank you so much for having us here. And thank you for the presentation for the Pathway House presenters. I've been living in West Covina for 20 years. I do live in the district that you're talking about. And I have a lot of questions regarding this program. There is so many questions in terms of screening. Like, it sounds like you're just taking someone from encampment and bringing them inside. Therefore, that is, there's a lot of questions regarding criminal activities, sexual past, etc. Also, I know we've heard so much of the positives, but in order to make an objective decision, we need to know the negatives too. We need to know how many people have not been successful at this? How many people have actually not been able, because it seems like we've housed hundreds of people, not thousands of people, not millions of people. So how many people, like data, have actually dropped out or not followed with the program, and where have they stayed? Have they stayed in the local community? Have they gone back to where you have them? I know we've also talked about this will help our city, homeless people. However, let's be real here. That is not necessarily true, because if you compare West Covina homeless population with other cities, maybe other cities have more, right? So then we cannot fill our number of beds. Therefore, you're going to bring some people from other places. So how do you determine that? How also did you determine I know that this city is obviously trying to make a decision, but I know you said if we choose to. I would love to know who makes the choice, because it sounds like people are saying county, but then we're having this discussion with you guys, obviously, right? And so I'm like, I really would love for the city to consider not advancing this forward at this time, because there is a lot of questions, not enough data. Since there are other pathway homes available, I would love to see the results for years. Now, for hundreds of individuals, I know the last meeting, Mr. Wu here said, hey, we don't want to be guinea pigs, and we do want to be part of the solution. I agree. I've as a former social worker, I absolutely understand that. I would like to know the impact that this will have in the community, in the businesses, property values, and the children. Now, I know that we're talking about some kids. I know some people have mentioned some kids pass by there already. But will bringing in transitional housing from encampment to transitional housing, will that bring more homeless people into our neighborhood? Because there is that availability. Thank you so much.
I want a last chance for B. Gomez and Ken Tan. Jim Schneider, followed by Gloria Gander, followed by Mario. Jim, thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for this time. City Council, guys, I really appreciate you guys coming out and putting a good presentation up. I do think, just as the young lady said, we need to have both sides of the coin shown, not only the positive, but also the negative. We've talked a lot about the schools. There's actually not only Barinka Elementary, Mesa Elementary, South Hills, but you have Christ Lutheran right there that has kids. You also have Cortez Park that has the Bruins, West Covina Bruins, West Covina American Little League. Across the street, you have the West Covina Dukes. Down on Barinka Park, you have the Goals soccer players, as well as Corralado baseball. So you have a lot of kids around that area that this is going to affect. Everything we're reading about the other pathway locations, there is a lot of negative about it. Yes, we are housing homeless people. But where are they going after they get out? Are we actually finding a solution for them? The location is not ideal. There's other places we can do this at. Okay, I've been in this area for over 20 years. I grew up in the area. Went to Mesa, service to South Hills. My kids have gone to South Hills. They've gone to Vine Elementary. There's a lot at risk here by bringing more people in. West Covina, I don't think you'll be able to put everybody in that hotel. You're going to bring it's going to end up being a magnet in there. When this was brought up, Brian, were you the one that brought this up to everybody, or was it brought in by somebody else? That's the question we have. I think a lot of this, what I'm hearing about, was you knew about it, but you decided to hide behind it. I don't think that's the proper way to do it. I think that's why a lot of people have a little more resentment towards you, because you weren't forthcoming on everybody. this location is just not ideal for everybody. Thank you for your time.
Gloria Gandera, followed by Mario S., followed by Sylvia Loza.
Hello, Mayor and City Council. I don't live in District 4, but I am concerned about the business income that the city will lose. There are plenty of businesses there, and I had an uncle that became homeless to an extent, but he moved in with one of his brothers. And so I have some empathy for them, but I don't think that's the appropriate place to put that home. I think there must be another place in West Covina, but maybe next to the dump that I live next to. I don't know, but I really don't think it's a proper place, especially with all those businesses around there and schools. Thank you.
Mario S., followed by Silva Loza, followed by Rick Hernandez. Sylvia Loza, followed by Rick Hernandez, followed by Sarah Love. And then I have a speaker slip with no name. Somebody who wanted to speak, there's no name offered. Your phone number ends in 6077. Can I get your name? Rick Hernandez. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Rick Hernandez. I've been a baseball coach with Covina American Little League for 10 years and a coach with the West Covina Bruins for 8 years at Cortez Park. I'm also a resident of West Covina. I'm here to provide my opposition to the Pathway Homeless Shelter location. The proposed Pathway Home Shelter is half a mile from South Hills High School, Mesa Elementary, Barranca Elementary, 3/4 of a mile from Cortez Park, Maverick Park, Christ Lutheran School. A majority of the homeless that will be housed will not be the 177th registered homeless in West Covina. It's going to be transients throughout the county that will be placed and housed in the shelter. It is not fair that you release the problems, those problems that are associated with bringing homeless members into the communities and increase the homeless population in cycles of 6 months. Having individuals with mental illness and drug and alcohol problems, loitering, using drugs and alcohol in the area, most likely at Cortez Park and Maverick Park, in front of our school, is dangerous. It's very risky, with fentanyl possibly being left behind and kids possibly picking up those drugs. There is no curfew that's going to be set or consequences for individuals that are staying at the shelter, at the 5-star motel. I don't believe the homeless will be screened against the sex offender database or dangerous mental illness issues. Mr. Tabati, you are representing the city as the mayor, and the city is as backing the shelter. As the mayor, that the city is backing the shelter, and when all the other city council members are opposing it, you want to place the shelter in another district that is not your district. And in regards to members of the community will not be able to vote against you for impacting another district that is not your district. The people in the district that you will negatively affect, let me see, excuse me. My kids go to Mesa Elementary, South Hills High School, and play sports at the parks that I mentioned. I've been in law enforcement for 26 years and have worked in areas where homeless shelters are at, and have firsthand knowledge on the impacts of the surrounding areas. The shelters need to be placed in an area with minimal impact to the community, in a county, in an area, most likely an industrial area. Your analysis of the surrounding area of the 5-star shelter is incorrect, Mr. Mayor. The statement from your YouTube video and an email response to me is incorrect in regards how you describe the area. Instead of dealing with problems at the hotel by turning it into a homeless shelter, you should go through the abatement process and the legal process that you have at your hands and use the Proposition H dollars correctly. I respectfully oppose the Pathway Housing Program, but at that location.
Thank you.
Mayor, if I could just do a final check of these individuals.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sylvia Loza, Sarah Love, and an individual who didn't leave a name, phone number ending in 6077. There, Sylvia's not. Go ahead.
You can skip to the front.
Greetings, council members. I haven't been here for a long time because I feel like it's an exercise in futility. And I just took some notes from the word salad this morning and during the presentation. So I'm going to say my piece anyways. So according to our mayor, there's nothing that we can do to stop this. The county's just going to do what they want to do. That's the way we heard it from you this morning. Well, if we want to fight, then there'll be litigation. Or if we try to stop this, there'll be litigation. That was from you this morning. I wasn't the only one there. So maybe I got that wrong, hopefully. And then I hear a guy come up here and talk about what will happen if we don't do it and mention litigation. And it's from Consortium, so I need to look that guy up and what they do. But I will say I have owned a house in West Covina for 20 years. I've lived in California since 1969. I'm a skeptical taxpayer and a skeptical of any kind of California government. And the way this came about is, well, like, why should we trust it the way it came about? Like, you had to have known about it since you're on the oversight board. And it seems like you guys, I'm not sure how you guys could not know about it either. But so we don't trust it. And I don't trust anything to do with this. Not, we don't want the homeless program. No, it's not that. It's the fact, it's the way it's been put on us. And the way, like, oh, hey, you guys, this is going to happen at the 5-star Inn. And I know nothing's been signed yet, but we wonder how are they paying to redo that hotel? Like, is there some kind of grant service? When they get the contract, will that be reimbursed? We wonder about the money because we know the homeless industrial complex is big. And we know that a lot of the money that should go straight to the homeless goes to the cronies, the developers, the service providers, and the homeless get crumbs. So, thank you. So we're skeptical of all of that. And you can't just give a presentation after the fact and think that everyone's going to go for it. I mean, there's a lack of trust now. Especially with you being on the oversight board and not, well, it's public information. But come on. You should have at least told them. So, and I don't know what they knew, but it sure seems a little suspicious to me. So, yeah, and I am not one of the people who voted for like HHH or Measure H. So,
thank you.
I have no further speaker slips, Mayor. I just want to, for the record, say that I did email the council body comments that the city clerk's office and the city manager's office received, as well as a voicemail message.
If the county would like to,
Mr. Mayor, if there's any unanswered question, they could answer. But it seems, are there any unanswered questions out there? I don't think there are. It doesn't seem like it.
Would you like to approach the mic? Yeah. Thank you.
I got a question. Why doesn't the owner of the building say anything? He's sitting right there.
Testing.
Excuse me.
Test. All right. So, good evening again. Thank you for just the incredible job that you guys do and everything you do for this community. Just a couple questions. I do want to provide some clarification to you. When we do canvass for motels, we can canvass for motels all across, again, the county. And what we do in that canvassing is determine if there are owners that are responsive to us, that want to partner with us. We tried to set up tours to determine if a site is viable, meaning that it has some physical assets or physical features that would make the program a good fit at that particular location. There are locations that just aren't viable because of various physical features that site would have. In addition, we go through a due diligence process. Again, we're stewards of the public fisc, and so we do our due diligence with those particular motels, go through terms and conditions. Again, really get into an understanding with a motel if that is something that we want to pursue with. Here in West Covina, this was the only motel that ended up actually going through that kind of, from a universe standpoint of canvassing all motels within this kind of area, to motels that we actually toured, that we determined were viable, motels that we, again, began having conversations with. This is the actual only one that had panned out. So I just, again, want to be very transparent with that. We do actually go for full site control. And so we don't actually try to get only partial site control. So I think somebody had made a comment that the county's only going to get a certain percentages of rooms. We actually would go for full site control. If everything is not prepared, again, we don't have a signed agreement. Nothing is executed. This is a process. If we had decided, again, with you as a willing partner, we would still go through that process of getting full site control. Again, that would be another hurdle that we would actually have to go through. I appreciate the planning commissioner who had said comments about funds, to the cities, and if a plan is provided that where West Covina can provide us how they're going to create or build housing or acquire housing, let's have a conversation about that, and we'd be more than happy to see how we can provide interim housing services or permanent supportive housing services to wrap around that. But I think to date, we haven't had a plan from West Covina in terms of how it's going to create and acquire housing. And so again, we're coming with a full circle solution. It's only, again, a temporary solution. It's not a permanent site. We're not taking over your land. It's a motel occupancy agreement that people can currently rent out right now. And as folks have described, it seems like there are some issues that we would be able to actually provide you some assistance within this community and reduce actually the burden on your emergency services. The interim housing site provider acts as that first responder. They're trained in de-escalation, motivational interviewing. They do this as the experts day in and day out. And so again, we've seen in the other cities emergency services reduced down to medical needs or very egregious situations. I think there was a question that somebody did bring up, and I appreciate that. We do have right now over 600 people that we've brought in off the streets, which is 100% success rate. But we have, I think, moved to 18% of getting folks permanently housed. And there's been less than 5% of people, actually, I think it's less than a handful, less than 5 people that have been exited through the program over the 600 and, was it 95 at this point? So a very minimal exit rate. We go through a very judicious process with a bunch of measures and try every intervention to try to keep somebody housed, because that's the goal. And if Pathway Home or if this particular site doesn't work, we look for other interventions within the toolbox. But we consider them a participant that we now have in the program that we continue to work with, not just put them back out on the street. Doing nothing is 100% failure rate. Okay. And you have an opportunity to reduce your homelessness, unsheltered homelessness, drastically. I don't want to give exact percentages or exact room numbers, but from a drastic percentage rate. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to my colleague Marco to answer some other questions. Sir.
Thanks. I think One said it all pretty well, and I think his closing remark regarding the percentages was really insightful, so I appreciate that. I think the one thing I'll address, I think there was questions around the creation of a list. We refer to it as a by name list, and us doing any sort of screenings or anything of the sort. I just want to highlight, it was referenced during the PowerPoint a few times, but when we look at who will be entered into the site, we do work and collaborate with the local partners, local jurisdiction, that being you all, to identify your most vulnerable folks and the folks that you want off the street that would be a priority, if you would. And in addition to that, we do have other measures, right? If it is within certain distances from schools, houses, whatever the case might be, we do check to make sure that they're not registered sex offenders. I heard that come up once. So there are levels in place. The by name list is created through, again, it would be part of your LACADA and the HOPE team. And these are folks that your teams are engaging with on a daily basis for a long time, right? Typically a year, longer, that show that these are your neighbors. It's the same person that's been on the corner. It's the same person that's been in front of the dealership, and that's, whatever the case might be. We're not going to work with them and then just come to the first person that comes the day of the operation and say, hey, great, you got it. It's very detailed. We put several hours of thought and work into creating this list and ensuring that it's your city's most vulnerable people that we're entering into the site. Because if not, they're going to continue to remain outside, which is where they're at currently.
Public comment is over. I will now like to open it up for my city council to have comments. Yes. Let me. Excuse me. We're now at the portion where the council is going to have an opportunity to ask questions and make comments. Again, we expect that we all act in a responsible way. So that way the entire community, including those who are watching online, can get all of the information. And also, so my colleagues and myself can also ask our questions and get some of our concerns answered. So I believe Councilwoman Rosario Diaz, why don't you go ahead and...
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. I think it sounds really nice in the perfect world. And I understand the frustration that our residents may have because since 2017, when Measure H was passed, we've been collecting, or the county has been collecting, billions of dollars. And I believe that as a result of this audit that just took place, and you spent, not you, but the county has spent $24 billion over 5 years, and there's no accountability. We don't know where that money went. So I believe that everyone's under fire. Everyone, they want accountability from the governor down to the county. And I think this council has a lot of compassion for homeless, but I think the way we went about it is wrong, and I think that it's unfortunate that it's 2024, and now we're going to remove the encampments because I guess it's really bothered some people, and now we're going to hide them behind closed doors in a hotel. That's the way I see it. It's like putting a bandage on a hemorrhage. And I think it's unfortunate that it has come to us like this, but I'm hoping that we can work through this. And I'm really happy that there's no signed agreement. And I want to find out, how much are we spending on this, or how much is the county going to be giving us for this?
Yeah, so the operation, again, should it proceed, would be roughly between $14 to $16 million over the 2-year period.
Okay.
And that would be a direct, again, investment within the community for again, the housing, the interim housing services, the housing navigation, the time-limited subsidies. And so I think when you ask for accountability, I think we agree with you, and I think we need to invest back into our communities this money.
Okay, so it's been several years that this council has requested Measure H money, and we have not got it. I just want to know, why does the county get to dictate how we get to spend Measure H money on our city? Why can't we decide how we see fit to spend it? That's what I have a problem with. The other thing is, as far as exploitation or exploring the residents, the area there, I do believe that we are being guinea pigs, and I think that we should wait and see how the rest of the cities, what the outcome is. And like the young lady that mentioned earlier, it's not going to take 6 months. It's going to take years to find out what the outcome is, at least 2 years, because the program is only for 2 years. And I'm concerned about, after the 2 years, what happens to these people? What if they feel comfortable just hanging around here? Then it creates a larger problem with their homeless. That's one. Someone has mentioned about it being free. It's not free. Okay, this is costing taxpayer dollars, and there's no such thing as a free lunch. We all know that. And these are our taxpayer dollars that we need to make sure that we spend them wisely. And if it's not to open a hotel for the homeless, then so be it. That's why we're here. And I think that we should be given the opportunity to say that we don't want this. It's obvious to me that many of the residents do not want this. And if we have only one council member that's pushing for this, I don't think that's fair. And according to your presentation under your motel agreement, it mentions once the council comes to an agreement. So it doesn't sound like what the mayor had mentioned, that we have no choice. It sounds like the council does have a choice. Is that a fact?
So we partner with cities because we need a willing partner. Okay, we don't just come in and again, we don't just take over eminent domain. We want a willing partner because in order to make this actually work, we would need your law enforcement, your public safety, your public works to be involved. So yes, it is, you're correct. It's not that the city or the county is just going to come in.
Okay.
We do enter and we hold the contracts with the motels. We do enter and hold the contracts with the interim housing survivor or interim housing services provider. But again, we do that in partnership with the actual city.
Okay. So if the council here does not want this to happen, will it not happen?
Typically, we work with your city manager. Your city manager is under the direction of the council, and you guys have put together a homeless plan. So I think in 2018, you guys put together a homeless plan of how you were going to address homelessness. We're now here in 2024. And so again, I think with the 2022 reassessment of the old strategies of what the county was proposing and working with its local jurisdictions, all that has been reassessed into a new framework with more effective strategies. The Blue Ribbon Commission was also issued back in 2022. Those are two foundational reports that actually show from the previous years of Measure H, which was the very first ongoing revenue stream in the county, what we need to focus on. And that's why this is something that's being newly proposed. Last year, when the board declared an emergency, those two reports gave us the how, the what, and the how we need to do. The emergency actually gave us the authorities, the tools, and the resources to move that work forward. And so that's what we're here today to kind of, again, present to you. Because we did need an assessment. Again, as the first ongoing revenue stream to address homelessness as a community, it has been a short period of time. And I'm a public administrative kind of nerd, so we've had public safety, police departments, fire departments for centuries. And it probably took them some time to get it right. Child protective services for decades. We have to allow ourselves a little political patience because this has only been about 7 years since it's the first ongoing revenue stream in the county with that influx of funding.
And I'm going to ask that question. How much will it cost for each individual? What's the cost for each?
I can get that information to Paulina. I'd have to break it down.
Okay.
But again, it'd be 14 to 60 million overall.
Overall, right. I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilman Cantos? You're right.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Marco, it's good to see you, and One, it's good to see you as well. I just have a series of questions for the benefit also of the public. I have some public policy questions. Can you describe to the community here what is the Housing First model and what is its core tenets and philosophy? Because many may not understand what Housing First is.
Yeah, so to boil it down to the easiest definition, we've seen through decades of failed approaches in addressing homelessness and social services. There's been mention of why don't we just have folks go straight into detox and so on? We can't, right? You all as a city council can't enforce some kind of policy that would enact that. The county can't. Nobody can. And so we've learned that to address somebody's root causes of what leads them to homelessness, we've seen a higher efficacy over the last couple decades that putting them in housing first, just as the name says, really helps to kind of address the root issues. And so the idea and what's been conceptualized is that once you have housing, then you can start to address your daily active living ideas, right? Like it was mentioned earlier, someone said, how would you feel going to a job deployment if you haven't had a chance to take a shower or brush your teeth or anything like that? That's a question of real life situations that occurs every day on your streets. And so the idea is that if you give somebody a place to go inside, to shower, to turn on the air conditioner, as the little girl mentioned earlier, to chill inside their room with the AC, that brings a sense of self-worth back to your life. And it helps you start to work to address some of the core issues that are at heart with you, whether it's mental health, substance use, anything of the sort. But first, you need to take a step, and the most successful and cost-effective step has been proven to put folks indoors.
Thank you. So, under the Housing First philosophy, just if you could correct me if I'm incorrect, under the Housing First philosophy, those who are addicted to alcohol or drugs are admitted to the program and are provided a unit, even though they continue to choose to use drugs at that point when they first arrive. Is that correct?
Thanks, Councilmember Cantos, for asking that. I know that was brought up a lot, so I appreciate you bringing that. So yes, the approach also when you have a Housing First model is that it is low barrier. As mentioned, you can't necessarily force someone to stop, right? And so if you're setting up a rule, right, if you're not operating at a low barrier model, and you're setting up these rules and contingencies of you can only stay in shelter if, then you have, it's been shown that you have not a successful rate. And the reality of the situation stands that if I don't want to go into your housing program that you have because you're forcing me to not, to stop using substances or whatever the case might be, I'm going to continue to be homeless and use substances, right? And so if you present, again, a model where folks, it's the Housing First model, where folks can address these issues and be indoors and, again, have that sense of self-worth reestablished in their life, it's, again, there's a ton of data showing the efficacy of this.
So if those who come into the program under Housing First are given that opportunity, how long do they stay before a decision is made that says, well, you're choosing not to avail yourselves of the wraparound services we're offering? So at that point, it does not appear to be compatible with your personal situation. So in a situation like that, when they are housed for a time, and it does not appear that they choose to avail themselves of those services, what happens to those individuals at that juncture?
Yeah, so one thing I want to clarify first is we've seen a ton of successes of people being permanently housed that haven't moved away from substance use just yet, right? That's something that maybe once they're in housing, they can work towards. They can work towards employment. And again, through the time-limited subsidy model, we've seen a lot of success in that route. The reality is folks use substances, right? I would imagine that folks here probably drink, folks might go have a drink after this, and you're still housed, right? And the reality...
Thank you.
Sorry, I just blanked on the question as well. Could you repeat that again one more time, Councilmember?
Sure. If there are those who are admitted into a Pathway Home program under the Housing First philosophy, and they are given time to detox or whatever it is, and after some point, it appears that they are not willing to avail themselves of wraparound services, what happens to those individuals at that juncture?
Yeah, thank you for repeating that.
Sure.
So again, I just wanted to clarify that first because, again, we've seen a significant amount of participants be permanently housed and successfully housed thereafter while not seeking substances, right? You use a harm reduction model, and so maybe the approach is, I'm going to go today from having 10 drinks to 8 drinks to 3 drinks to 2 drinks, right? And so there has been success in that model. But I think what you're trying to ask as well, and you can let me know if I'm not correct, is if someone is just choosing not to engage in services, potentially, what happens then? Is that more so what you're seeking clarity on?
Yes. I appreciate you addressing the harm reduction model too, but also what happens if it just does not appear that they choose to avail themselves of services?
Yeah, so at that point, again, the program is a 6-month program. We do allow exceptions, right? And so typically, we've had in situations where, and I'm also speaking from a service provider background. I have 6 years as a program director at a homeless nonprofit prior to this. Thank you.
Excuse me. We need to be able to be respectful so the information and the council members' questions can be answered. If we cannot handle the responses or the comments from council and from the county, then we'll have to take a recess until we can better handle the conversation.
Thank you. So I'll try to summarize. So we have a 90-day participant process. Again, we're doing weekly case conferencing. If it does come to a point where every moment of engagement, the wellness checks that they're doing daily, the 90-day participant agreement that they've signed, and so on. If we've come to a point where after 6 months that's not successful, which again, as my colleague Renee mentioned, we've seen only a 5% non-permanent housing exit over the span of our program. Then at that point, the service provider will engage with the participant and see what alternate options might be right for them, right? Pathway Home might not be the best model for them. So at that point, what other programs can we connect them to? What other shelters can we connect them to? And so on.
And so if those individuals if they themselves feel that it is not compatible for them to be part of Pathway Homes, or the leadership of Pathway doesn't feel that it's compatible, then are they released onto the streets at the location, or are they sent elsewhere? What happens at that juncture?
So thank you for that question. Again, we do every other intervention to actually retain that client. Even if we had signed the motel agreement for the 2 years and that client was still working through their struggles or through their traumas, the goal is not to place them back onto the street. We design Pathway Home, again, with industry statistics, and there's typically an 85% success rate. Okay, so I don't want to paint it's 100% rosy picture. There's an 85% success percent rate. Imagine an 85% success rate of the folks that we brought in from West Covina. Okay, we work towards 100% success rate, but it's better than, again, not doing nothing at all, so that there's a 100% failure rate. But again, I think to answer your question, about the process, we sign a 90-day participant agreement. Within 14 days, we actually work with the client, or have the interim housing service provider work with the client on a housing plan. They have the 3 meals a day that double as wellness checks. So there's, again, constant communication. And folks have bad days. Sometimes they don't want to work today. They don't want to engage with something. I sometimes don't want to work with my colleagues on a daily basis. But what is provided is a safe, stable, and secure environment with an interim housing service provider who is trained in this. To hopefully get somebody to a moment of clarity out of survival mode on the streets where it's very hard to care for your medical needs, your mental health needs. And so the rate of success is much higher than they are experiencing right now.
And in the meantime, as they are undergoing this journey and they have different incidents of mental health situations or withdrawal from addiction recovery from alcohol or drugs, what is to occur if those individuals end up committing incidents of behavioral issues on the streets or in nearby areas around the Pathway Home location near the businesses and schools and other locations?
Yeah, no, thank you for asking that question. That's a great question. We actually have a partnership with the Department of Mental Health. Department of Mental Health actually with some of our Pathway Home sites, and then all the new Pathway Home sites will actually be on site 1 day a week. I think as some of the folks have visited the Pomona site, they have a licensed clinical social worker on site. And so again, we have mental health professionals who are there to be able to deal with these situations. We also work with the Department of Public Health, SAPC, who again provides substance use to treatment disorders, and those linkages to those services. Again, being on site at a centralized location, participants have access to them as opposed to them right now trying to schedule a myriad of appointments that they're unable to actually, that's very difficult and challenging for them to do. As Marco had alluded to before, when we do a Pathway Home operation, we just don't leave the clients there. The county commodores all of its departments and resources 2 to 3 weeks later to bring a day of connected services at a centralized event with all the participants. And there's a 65% connect rate just from that event alone. That is not the only intervention or the day that we would, we do that. The interim housing service provider has days that they plan to do that. So the efficacy of connecting someone to services is much higher than, again, what we're currently facing out with folks out on the street right now.
Thank you. And on 2 more questions, I'm done. I apologize, colleagues. But there was one of Governor Newsom's closest advisors cited a study, and I can get this to you, that said that with the Housing First model, having done a longitudinal study over a 5-year period, only 36% of individuals under Housing First still were in permanent housing by the end of that 5-year period. Are you familiar with that study?
Yeah, I'm not.
If not, then I'll commit that to you. And there's also an article from the Cato Institute that also describes how the Housing First model has not been successful and how homelessness has actually increased, in which case there was actually a situation where instead of the Housing First model, there was a program that wanted to provide for and push for accountability of people to participate in the program, and they were denied funding. So is there any opportunity other than Housing First for under this Pathway Home program, or is the Housing First model already ingrained into this approach that we either must take Housing First or we must reject the program or push to reject the program?
Yeah, no, Pathway Home is Pathway Home. But I think what you're saying, are there other interventions and tools and resources? Because Pathway Home is only one tool in the toolbox. And so, again, I can have a follow-up conversation with Paulina if Pathway Home is not the intervention that you guys want.
And just to highlight, there are already existing, as One mentioned, through Department of Public Health's SAPC program, which is Substance Abuse Prevention Control. There are inpatient substance abuse treatment facilities that folks can go to. So it's not like there isn't alternatives already across the county and across the state being funded.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Lopez Villaro.
Thank you, Mayor. It's going to be another long one, too. So I just want to thank you for being here, especially staying this late in the evening. So when it comes to homeless issues, I've had firsthand experience in all of it, been there, lived through it, worked, even residents know I've helped some of the homeless here in our city. And more importantly, that I've worked for many years with the unhoused. I'm not against helping. I just want to make that clear, but it's the way things are done and what's being implemented. I know you mentioned it's a successful operation, but that's all in the beginning. I have yet to see a long-term housing or shelter where it was a success, because it normally affected the surrounding areas negatively. And I could speak on that, like with the city of LA. We transformed our recreation centers to the homeless shelters, and we provided that 24. So I've seen the firsthand experience on that. The problem was for those who didn't follow directions, they were released, even though, like you mentioned, they had all these alternatives. But if they don't want the help, nothing is being done. And what the issue that I see is they end up staying. So they were shipped to the location, which similar to the site, they'll be there. The problem is if it doesn't work out, they are just out in our streets. And in that situation, what I've experienced is that they end up encamping out in front of the center of the area because they're already there. They're not taken back to where they came from. So that being said, I know, a few years ago, we've caught LA County shipping people here in West Covina. We've caught the van, we've addressed it. So, residents have brought that to our attention, and that was just a few years ago. And, they try to do it sleek. It is, especially with the Olympics coming up, they are shuttling in the San Gabriel Valley. So we have gotten a few from the LA County just dropped off here. So the question is, and it goes back because, we've had this conversation with LA County, and to tell you the truth, and just kind of like similar today, we're not getting the direct answer that, I'm looking for. And so, and I mean this wholeheartedly because I've asked, County, what happens if they refuse service? And, I know you said those that are in need in our streets, if they don't want it, they continue to stay there. So I'm not, stating, I know you said successful operation. I've read on here on the PowerPoint that this was launched in August 9, 2023, and the data is as of April 4th. So when you said only less than five people or 5%, it hasn't been a year yet. It's like 8 months. And so that is not enough data to provide. And again, because I've done this for so many years, the data could be skewed. The 85% that you mentioned, where did that come from? I know Councilman Cantos gave the data that is fact-founding and, it's out there. But, when you say 85%, where, from who's giving that data and where is that statistics? Because, statistics can be skewed from either direction. So my question is, again, if they refuse, they don't want the services, they refuse to listen. I know I heard you mention that you'll provide alternative. Now, the problem is you're here as a pathway because the other alternative is apparently not working. So if they're going to pathway, what other alternatives? Because currently our residents and everyone else out there is utilizing all those alternatives. So coming into light, what happens? And, are they just going to be back on our streets? Because we are going to be getting people shipped here. And then when things don't work out, where do they stay? Back in our streets. So if you can kindly answer, hopefully a direct answer on that of where do they go? Because that's what I would get, like, oh, we'll continue to help. We'll continue to help. The problem is there's no expiration date. There's no, we've had those, and I have known a few that they want to be on the streets or, the help is temporary, and then they end up dying in the streets. So because there is no enforcement, there is no mandatory recovery, what happens then? We'd like to know. The residents would like to know if they are here using Pathway, what happens if it doesn't work out? Where do they go?
Great question. Thank you for that. Let's just take the worst case scenario. If all the participants somehow didn't achieve their housing plan, right, and get to permanent housing. And at the end of our 2-year agreement and us continuing to work with them, we would demobilize the site and we would put them in other interim housing options. Okay.
That's what I'm scared of because it's the
right. But we would, but yeah,
now current.
We would, again, it's not, we are not going to put them out on the street. So I just want to make that clear as well. We're not putting them back out on the street to be unsheltered. So I want to make that very clear.
But where do they go?
So we have other interim housing sites that, again, leading up to this moment, we would know in advance. We would know this in advance, right? So leading up to a 90-day period, a 6-month-day period, a 180-day period. Even if it took that original cohort and we weren't able to create transition where folks were able to go to permanent supportive housing at the worst case scenario. And we ended up demobilizing the site, and that wouldn't, we end up demobilizing the site. We end up not renewing. We end up not continuing that. We would transition them to other interim housing. But our goal wouldn't be to put them back onto the street.
So I know you said demobilize and transition. If they refuse to go, they just stay in our streets, right? Like if they don't want to go and it didn't work out, they're continuing to stay in our streets.
Most people do not turn down another interim housing offer. So again, I think we can. It's difficult to talk hypotheticals.
No, I know, but again, it goes back to the question: if they refuse to follow rules, obviously they broke the rules on the issue on that first housing. How is that going to be any different at another one? But I get it. We're going to go back. It's not a clear answer, and that's where I don't have it's not a direct answer. So I know I heard on the video, I know she mentioned, it was really quick that they deal with difficult clients. That, I can speak from experience. I've seen it all. And, the example that they give with the gentleman, he got evicted. And so, I personally would like to see more of the Measure H money on the prevention aspect of the homeless before they even get to there. So, I wish they can focus that money so that they don't become homeless. So that sample that was given, it's a cause, but it's more, let's, fix that. And then it brings me to another question. I know you gave your presentation about Pathway having connected services, and you mentioned all the connected vital services. So are you saying that if you're not in this pathway, they're not going to get these connected services?
Are you saying, say that one more time?
So I know the selling point is if you're in this pathway, you're going to get this wraparound connected services and all that stuff. So I'm asking, do you have to be in pathway to get these wraparound connected services? Because I would love to see the Measure H money being utilized for the mass that is able to continue with these connected services. So I want to make sure.
Yeah, correct. So I'll give you a very clear example right now. You have Lakota that works within this jurisdiction right now. And I've had conversations with Lakota. We actually fund Lakota through the San Gabriel Valley Council of Government, which actually has different cohorts where Lakota is providing their services. And one of the things that they say, and most of our service providers say, is that there's no next step within some of these communities because a lot of communities are thinking outreach is the answer and a connection to services on the street is the answer. And so what Lakota is asking, again, we began some exploratory conversations with them, that is something they are looking forward to advance their work because they get it from jurisdictions in their communities, but they're not getting their communities funding or creating or acquiring the interim housing. So on the street, people can connect to services. What we're saying with Pathway Home participants, the folks that we bring in, we centralize them at this particular location. Only those folks that come into the program. Again, it's not a walk-up center where other folks can just come and receive services. So another note, it's not like an access center. It's not a navigation center. So folks can't walk up to this location. Once those 70 rooms are filled or the 73 rooms are filled, that is it. It's a closed off location and a program where we focus on those participants in that safe, secure environment.
And if they are staying there, and I know you said 6 months, if they don't want to leave, they're very comfortable. What do you do? I mean, obviously they don't have a house, so what do you do?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and I think you alluded to this before. We don't. Pathway Home was just launched in August, and again, I think everybody is looking for new bold approaches that haven't been done in the past, right? And so we fully support a full evaluation and a longitudinal study, but we're also looking for those frontier folks and those pioneers who want to join in now to be part of that. Or again, it's up to other jurisdictions if they want to wait on the sideline and wait for the study in 5 to 10 years. So, I mean,
I personally wouldn't mind waiting 5 to 10 years because, again, the guinea pig. But this brings into my next question on the much real issue of permanent housing. I mean, we are talking about transition. This is temporary to permanent housing. I actually would like to truly know how you provide that permanent housing because the common people right now can't even afford the affordable housing. And especially with the cost of living. So even the residents would like to know, for their own, where are you providing this permanent housing? And, is there a list and how can they afford it? Because if they're on down luck, the housing costs a lot. So where is this permanent housing? Because I know you say transition to permanent housing, but how, where, and how can they sustain that?
Councilman, before I answer that, I want to address a point in your last statement/question. To your point, right? You were asking around the permanent housing outcomes and so on. And this is a short study, right? Not a study, but a short operation. We've been doing this since August. It's been about 8 months. But in those 8 months, that's also 630 people who have entered into shelter. That's also over 95 people who have moved into housing versus the alternative of not having anything. In the county, you're right in asking for more prevention services. That is something that another team within HI is furthering and funding programs. We're here on behalf of Pathway Home, so we obviously can't fully speak on that behalf. But it's a multi-pronged effort, right? Somebody earlier messaged homelessness is a complex issue, and it is, and it takes multiple solutions. This is just one tool, as Oné mentioned, in the toolbox, right? And again, while it might be a short-term study, we have factual and real lives that have been addressed and affected by this and moved into housing and moved into shelter, taken out of the extreme weather that we have currently and so on. But as we do that, there's teams focusing on the housing creation, right? The housing stock is short. The same type of housing that our participants are looking for through their housing navigation team is the same type of apartments that anyone here can look to rent, right? There's no secret stock, no secret whatever for folks experiencing homelessness. And we work to create and dedicate permanent supportive housing. We've done some very, very innovative things at the county, such as master leasing of sites where we fully master lease a location, like an apartment complex, and move folks into that. And it's coupled with supportive services, so it mirrors permanent supportive housing, although not being permanent supportive housing itself. So there are efforts the county is taking, but that also comes with collaboration, right? Maybe Pathway Home isn't the operation you all have, but maybe you want to introduce something else to solve this crisis, because the reality is the crisis is at our doors, right? There's no need to wait because government has been waiting, right? We've not done much, and that's why the county and taxpayers voted to approve Measure H, and why we're coming up with this new 7-year tax measure that we have, new innovative ways to address the homeless crisis, because we've not had these tools in the past. And so while we're right to be skeptical, we also have to be willing to offer, a chance at the same time.
And, the pathway, and I agree with you. I mean, I have rather go in the direct another option of it, because like I said, I've experienced where we've transitioned, we've transitioned our centers to be temporary, and I've seen the stats, and that was recently during COVID. And again, they were in our streets, and that is the biggest concern that we have, the residents have. And a lot of it had to deal with alcohol, especially if they are in this pathway. There is no real not just security, but enforcement, because then they have their private room to continue to do alcohol, drugs, and, any of those issues. And because we've experienced that. I've worked with our nonprofits and churches, with some who has taken homeless in their own homes. Unfortunately, they have been burdened financially because they themselves, out of goodwill, has covered the cost of housing, food, and so forth. I've requested for Measure H. I know they mentioned that can actually help some of the things that we plan, but they don't listen to us. I've requested, the Measure H to see if they can fund the residents or the churches or nonprofit who personally house them on their own. That hasn't been taken into consideration. We currently do have, for the residents who don't know, we currently do have hotel and motel vouchers that we provide where they can temporarily stay. I have also requested an increase of Measure H for those hotels and motels, which is similar to what you say on Pathways, which it's not like one whole home project that is there. I mean, if you ever worked at centers where you actually have those project homes, it doesn't work when it's one full where everybody's there. If it's sprinkled out throughout the community, it's more effective. I've, again, have requested those Measure H to help assist with our homeless issues, but I almost feel like county has their own way of wanting to do their own, whatever that they want to do, and kind of ignore what we'd like to have.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'll turn it over to Ane as well if he has anything to add to this. I do want to highlight that there are some programs that can address some of what you're discussing. While there's no long-term subsidy for, like, let's say I wanted to let my friend stay with me or whatever the case might be, because again, most of the subsidies that are provided are short-term; they're time-limited, right? There is funding and a program that would pay for a host home, is what they call it. It's through the problem-solving program. And if, let's say, I was a part of a congregation here, and I knew one of the congregates was experiencing homelessness, and I opened up my doors to them, there are funds that I as the homeowner or apartment leaseholder, can access on behalf of that. But they do have to go through the coordinated entry system and tap into the programs there. But there are some, as Ane mentioned, the San Gabriel Valley has some funding that is given through our program. That is Measure H funds that allows for flex funds as well, and there is possibilities to connect to some types of subsidies that would help offset. Again, not anything long term, unfortunately, but there are some subsidies to address that. And one thing to highlight, and Ane can definitely speak more on this, is that there was an analysis done recently regarding interim housing rates and increasing the rate of vouchers for providers and for hotels and so on.
Just a last question. I know we have a city ordinance, and I believe currently it states, 28 days? Correct me if I'm wrong. That doesn't, to change the ordinance and all that stuff. Do they change the ordinance? How does that work?
For the motels? Or
in general of staying? Currently there's an ordinance that says only 28 days otherwise. Did you change that with the other cities?
If you want to address that, and then I can answer our ordinance.
Yeah, so we don't enter into a lease, we enter into a motel occupancy agreement. And I think two things to touch on. One, the state does have an exemption for motel occupancy agreements. I think two, the second thing is, depending on what your municipal code is, the county pays the transit occupancy tax to the cities. And so whatever your municipal code is related to transit occupancy tax, we would follow that as well.
Well, again, thank you. Some of my questions weren't answered directly, but I expected that, but that's okay. I am interested on the other options and the other things that Measure H funds or the other partnership with county. But in regards to this project or pathway, unfortunately, I do not support it. So
I just want to add, if I could take a point of a privilege. We've opened up invitation for you all to tour some of the sites. I know a couple of you have accepted those. I know that we're always willing. So in case you're even just like, hey, I'm not for it right now, but let me see what it looks like.
And I personally know, because again, I've ran certain things, when they know that we are coming to tour, everybody's on their A game, everything's great, security, all that stuff. I know when you come unexpectedly is when you actually see the true colors.
I don't think that's how the participants would operate, but I get what you're saying. Like,
it didn't, because I've personally had security in our facility. We had nurses. We've had issues and stuff like that. So if I do go, I would like to go unexpectedly. But again, this project is too soon. The data's not there. I've personally had to, deal with this during COVID for 2 years. So I have firsthand experience, and I saw the results. And it's similar to the way it's coming with the pathway. And I speak on that on experience. But yeah, thank you though.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu.
Okay, thank you. And first thing I want to say, it's a tough night, but welcome to beautiful city of West Covina. I hope you enjoy the hospitality of our residents. Okay, I hope you come back to shop around and walk around and drive around and see how beautiful our city is. We are all very proud about our city. And this is the first thing. Just want to say thank you for showing up. And another thing, I promise you, when we talked yesterday, okay, and this is the first time we talk, okay, and basically, and I promise you I won't beat you up, okay? I will try to be civilized, okay? And I told you, I will make sure our residents will be civilized too, because democracy, we have agree and disagree. So we want to share everybody's own opinion, okay? So we want everybody a chance. That's why, and we never interrupt you. We want you to finish your thing, and then we let you to finish your, okay, and your presentation. But the first thing is this, okay? I think the problem I have, okay, as I share with you, last meeting I said, okay, why we don't know this, why you didn't come to us, okay, why you didn't share with us. Your information I gathered is from the mayor of Monrovia, right? Okay, and Becky Shivlin, okay, the mayor, she provide, when I call her, when we don't know anything, and then we know they have a pathway home at the so-called Monrovia. So I called Duarte and Monrovia. So I called all the mayor and city council about this project. I want to know what's going on, how this project will impact to West Covina. So we need to do a research since we don't have any information from the county. And then very nice of all my colleagues on other city, they provide all the information for me. So something is kind of different than what you say in your presentation, because some city council totally against this from Duarte. Okay, I talked to the couple of city council and even the mayor. Okay, and they find out they don't know this happened to Duarte. This almost in the Duarte property line, but it's on the Monrovia, okay, the last border. So basically it's in the Duarte. So, but Monrovia signed with you, and they talk about they need to have this housing thing. So, okay, mayor of Monrovia provide your information, say, I need to talk to you to understand what is pathway home. That's how, right? That's how we, okay, talk to each other, text. And the Friday we cannot talk. Okay, because congratulations for your son, graduation from Chicago. Okay, you told me that, so we talked yesterday. You say Peter can speak to you prior to our meeting, and I told you, okay, that you need to tell the resident that you haven't signed the contract. That's what you told me. I say the problem is the transparency and the trust and credibility. So if you guys have this idea, you should come to city, present to all of 5 city council, not only one council member, even his current mayor. The mayor doesn't have extra power. He just a rotation ceremonial, host the meeting. We are all equal, one vote. Okay, we only have one vote, so majority rule. So if majority say yes, then we have implement the agenda as a policy. If majority say no, then we cannot do it. Even a lot of time I was a minority, sometimes majority, so it's on and off. So this issue share with us or 5 city council member. So the issue we have is this. First, we don't know, okay, and finally we talk, and you are very nice, explain to me. I want to thank you for your courtesy. But the issue, the one we worry about, the property on the Quality Inn on the Monrovia is only happened 1 month. So they don't have any data. Okay, they told me, and I asked another in San Gabriel Valley. Speaking true, it's not San Gabriel Valley. San Gabriel Valley right now only one that's on Monrovia. Another one is Pomona, but Pomona is on Pomona Valley. So Pomona have one possible happened maybe a couple months ago. Am I right? Okay, so in that way, it's very short life. We don't have any data about the successful rate. We don't know. We don't know how successful we'll become. No matter how you say data, but in San Gabriel Valley, we are like the first two, if you want to put it in. And it's not fair for our residents to receive this treatment that we don't even have a data, and we become guinea pig. Okay, that's what last time I say. So the concern is the risk so high, and the problem we have is you talk about 30% bed is for the West Covina homeless, 70% is from outside. So meaning this will become a magnet, continue to provide outside homeless coming to our city. And then if you say you're not agree with them because they're not follow the rule, you're going to remove them. How you remove them? I can guarantee they will roaming on our street. We talk about that. And how about our police? Are you paying our extra police force? Okay, this is going to become a very extremely spread so thin for our police to be there every day. So this is the concern I told you what we have. So anyway, so the issue is the time so short for the data. We don't know how successful of the pathway home. It sounds very good. It sounds like I told you I'm from film school. I said, this is beautiful, make as a film. Okay, it's just like perfect time. But the problem is we're not living that kind of perfect thing. A lot of surprise. People doesn't want to stay in the room. People doesn't want to detox. And how you deal with those people. I calculate $17 million, $8 million for 2 years, 24 months. So for 24 months, for 70 bed, how many homeless population, okay, you're going to put it in? 200? So possible 200. So you divide $17 million, 200, so equally is about 100,000 a piece. So meaning you spend a lot of money for one person. So my point is very simple. I think I talked to you on the phone. Okay, West Covina, with 2021. That time, Letty was a mayor. I was a mayor 2020. And then we start a homeless initiative, West Covina Homeless Initiative. Okay, and we consolidate. Since we didn't get any money from the major age, we pay from 2017 till now more than $20 million. We didn't get a dime. Okay, and I say, then in that way, we still have homeless populations. We are not hot, okay, cold-blooded. We don't want to help our homeless. We want to help our homeless, but we don't have the resource from the county, from our major age money. So what we did, we set up, okay, the West Covina Homeless Initiative. We consolidate with the God Pantry, with the One and All, okay, church, Catholic church, and mental health nonprofit. And we have a couple meetings, and they told us very successful, okay, for then they put it into, okay, the community, into their home with the support of the church, because they're not getting paid like the county staff. They're passionate to help the homeless, and the successful rate is very high. But the problem is why we didn't continue, we don't have a funding. And we, just like, okay, Councilwoman Letty Lopez say, we're asking for major age money to give us some. I don't need requests. I don't need $70 million. Give us $5 million. We take care of our own homeless. Let the local government be responsible, accountable, and use every dime of go directly to homeless. If you really care about homeless, let us take care of the homeless. If we don't do a good job, they can revoke us and don't vote for us again. We don't have to do, and let somebody can do it to serve us. Let them serve. make sure we can help those people. So again, like what I say, okay, the worry we have is you continue to bring a lot of people over here and those people will roaming on the street. How you deal with a mental health issue person, how you deal with drug and alcohol abuse person and roaming our street for hundreds of them and trembling around all the area, how you guarantee after 24 months, those people will disappear? No, they will stay with us. They become our problem. And you, county and major H money doesn't give a dime. Where we get the general fund to pay for all this service? So you can understand how people are so concerned. And we already have a program, but we just need some of the major H money come back to us. We take care ourselves. If we don't do it, you take the money back. But we only need, as a $20 million we gave to you, we want some portion back to us. Talking about La Carta, we get $250,000 on our general fund. And the county promised us $250,000 we will matching fund. If you get the program, we will match for you. We get $250,000 for the La Carta, so to get this bed and help service. But we didn't get any match. We didn't get any $250,000 back. So they told, oh, you already have a service, so you have money, you on your own. So we got lie and ditch again. So again, I think there's a problem. I think it's nothing to do with you. Okay, you got a nice gentleman, you come over here, and I promise you I won't beat you up. I just give you about the concern we have. The concern is really the credibility on county is really need improvement. The second thing, you need to really share with us, okay, about what's going on. We represent the taxpayer, okay, and we know it, we share with them, so everybody know what's going on. And in that way, I think your resistance would much less. But now, somebody find out totally different what we know about, then that will become a major issue and become uphill battle for you. And we're telling you, we don't, not like we don't, as a city, not like we don't have power. We say it, if a five-star continue to like this, we in the process to revoke the CUP. We have the power to do it. We shut down the restaurant. We can shut down the freaking five-star. If they continue to do this kind of thing to our city, bring a lot of unwanted, like for example, Station Union. Why? Pasadena has a lot of motel, sleazy motel. They have towns. Why don't you pull over there? Why they bring their homes into West Covina, into that five-star hotel? So what I'm saying is this. What's fairness? Why they shift around their problem into our city and we don't even get any of support from the county? I hope you understand. It's very frustrated since I sit over here for a while and to try to get the funding from the county. Almost impossible to get anything from you guys as we pay for the money. So anyway, this is my concern. I will absolutely not going to support this. This is not in the right location. And we'll watch the five-star closely. We will collect all the information. We start processing to make sure they are not going to run down our city. Thank you.
Yes, Councilwoman Lopez Villaro.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, permanent housing is important to many, and it's important to me. I'm just curious, who pays for the permanent housing transition? Like all the residents that you mentioned, that transition, who paid for that?
Measure H. That's all Measure H.
So then, Measure H, I know currently, again, back to housing, there's Section 8 that's been closed, that thousands of, I don't know, maybe millions of people that need it, especially that are homeless, that they can't get into Measure H. And I know family who's trying to get into that as well. Can't they use Measure H for Section 8 and increase the Section 8 program?
You know, there are programs through this outside of Pathway Home. So Pathway Home has time-limited subsidies, which is it's our own local time-limited subsidy. There's other subsidies through like the Department of Health Services, Department of Mental Health that do have its local kind of, voucher subsidy. But it's not the HUD Section 8 subsidy, but there are those local subsidies that exist.
And the residents who have, I know you said Measure H pays for their permanent housing. For how long do they pay the permanent housing? And then do we go back to the cycle battle where they come back to Pathway?
I mean, it depends if somebody resolves the affordability issue, right? So if you were using, for instance, like a federal housing voucher, a tenant-based voucher, a person is on that voucher for as long as they need it, even if they're, as long as they need it to afford their housing, which they may not resolve through employment, they may not resolve through SSI or through other means. So again, it's a lot more complex than that. Everybody has a unique situation. But we can, I'd be more than happy to talk to Paulina and provide some additional answers or.
Yeah, and just to add as well, so to clarify also the Measure H funding for the permanent housing, that's in reference to the 14 to 16 million that's been mentioned. So that is also factored into that. But to expand on it even more, when time limited subsidy is utilized, it's also utilized as a stepping stone. So someone might be placed from street to shelter, such as Pathway Home, right? And then from there, we get them into housing, knowing that they have, barriers that we need to address and work with. And let's say we're not successful at the end of that period of the time-limited subsidy. Typically, throughout that time, that caseworker has been engaging with the participant a lot longer than just once every year, right? And so at that point, they've been able to identify through various assessments that they do that this participant is in need of a higher level of care or a Section 8 voucher or permanent supportive housing. And so while they move them along, they go from street to shelter to living in a unit being subsidized by a time-limited subsidy. They're also then working on finding a match to some sort of voucher, a longer-term voucher for them as well. So it's not just a one-stop.
Yeah, and I think actually really we're talking about a symptom here, right? And like temporary solutions. But I think what you're getting at when we talk about the root cause, it's the lack of affordable housing. We're talking about, issues with, income not being enough to afford housing here. And so we need more, you're absolutely right. We need more creation of permanent housing at an affordable price. So that people, not just who are homeless, but people who are on precarious situations and at the risk of becoming homeless can actually afford to live here in Los Angeles.
No, it's just because concern of the cycle repeating itself and, what is the incentive for those that are comfortably in this position to get out of it? Because I've known, even being in that situation, when you already have this, why even try to get out of it when you don't have to really work for it if you continue to get all these assistance and if they have the expiration, because obviously you can't even give me a direct answer of how long these housing pays, and then after a certain amount, do they just repeat the cycle and go back to Pathway? Again, I think my frustration has always been I don't have the direct answers, and it's always that's it's complicated, and it's really not. It's really not complicated.
I invite you guys to provide a plan on how you are going to address.
Oh, I actually have. We've
your unsheltered homelessness. And again, if you have how you're going to reduce your unsheltered homeless population, if you have a plan like that.
Yes. So actually, I'd love to take your offer on that.
Yeah. So I'm not going to get into solutionizing it right now. But if you have a plan, my invitation is to send that to your city manager. And as a public administrator, I'll work with another public administrator.
So you would give her $5 million?
I can't guarantee anything right now, Tony. But, there's conversations that need to be had. But if you have a plan, share the plan. And we can have discussions on a plan to show how you're going to reduce your unsheltered homelessness.
Yes. We already have a plan. It's approved by the City Council in 2021. It's called the West Covina Homeless Initiative. It's a approved plan, and it's consolidate all the nonprofit, including churches, to help our homeless and put them in housing, put them into the community support, put them into all the spiritual this and that. So in that way, you put it into the hotel, you have no support. They basically you give them 3 meals, you treat them like a cattle. It's a wrong way to do it. You need to give them support. Like for example, I talk about the church, for God Pantry. They're really passionate about it. We just need the funding. So let the local government to do it rather than you guys on the top and imagine all these things. I understand it's a goodwill, but again, it costs way too much money. It's not going to work.
Yeah, and then Tony, we're at the San Gabriel Valley COG meeting every single week. So, again, if this is something that is a plan there, please provide it. What I'm getting at is there's opportunities to communicate. So I'm here. I will provide you my information. Again, if you have a plan to reduce your unsheltered homelessness for a much lesser price, we are open to looking at it and having that conversation. So,
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Cantos.
Thank you. I just have a few quick follow-up questions regarding Pathway Homes as it's currently constituted. Does Pathway Homes provide for housing for homeless families, for kids who are supported under the McKinney-Vento Act, and of those who are in those situations, let's say families of single mothers with young children who are homeless and so forth?
Yeah, currently Pathway Home is designed for individual adults. We are working on a family model, but yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions. I also look forward to seeing the West Covina homeless plan. My first question: How was West Covina selected? What was it that in the holistic view of addressing the problem in LA County? Why specifically this space?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. Thank you so much. And I apologize, we actually didn't even go over that. I think there was a slide that wasn't included. But we begin efforts with looking at sub-regional clusters of where people are unsheltered, where homeless encampments are. And so like within this particular region, between the 210, the 60 freeway, the 57, the 605, and the 10 running across, we did notice this is an area that's heavily impacted by homelessness and poverty, as well as a lot of members of groups who are impacted of homelessness and poverty. We do recognize that here there is a strong presence of outreach, but little interim housing. So the next step to move things forward. And so that's why we looked at, outside of other communities, this as a possible potential area. But it wasn't the first. We looked at communities like Lenox and the unincorporated areas of Inglewood, Hawthorne. We looked at Pomona because, again, there's a little bit more homelessness and poverty out there. So we wanted to distribute the resources in a very equitable manner. And so here around this particular time, it's how do we address homelessness within this particular area?
One of the questions that I didn't feel was addressed was when a Pathway Home agreement is made, the collaboration with the surrounding businesses and how they're communicated to, what resources are they given, and then if you could also answer, since the launch, what has happened to those areas in terms of calls for service, in terms of public safety, in terms of just the discussions from the businesses around now that they've experienced Pathway Home?
Yeah, that's a great question too. So I'll give you a couple of examples. From our first operation in Hawthorne, there were some people who were very concerned, rightfully should. This is a new program. We don't trust government, whether it be their own city council, whether it be the county, to provide an intervention. And so we understand those hesitations and concerns, and they're valid. There were neighbors around, and this was, our first operation was on a busy street, commercial, but at the same time, the side streets were residential. And some of the residential neighbors were concerned about it. Since that operation back in August, folks, some neighbors have came around to see what's going on. Our service providers engage actually the community, so they engage the neighbors next to them. They engage the businesses around. And again, what they not teach, but kind of work with the participants are on good neighbor policies, right? So like, hey, you're here in this community now. These are the things that we expect as part of our participant agreement. Folks know they do have a good intervention, or so they're not willing to just lose that intervention. And again, there's other examples like that. The one in Pomona. Pomona, what's difficult about Pomona does have a very high population of people experiencing homelessness. It's a little different than West Covina. It's different than Monrovia. So if you go and drive still around Pomona, you do still see a large unsheltered population. But as Mayor Tim Sandoval said that day, I just seen 43 residents get off my street and into this program. And he knew many of those residents because he actually does outreach within that community. Volunteers of America, who is actually the service provider, they go to the neighboring businesses and again, have communications with them. With Monrovia and Duarte, they offered again the city manager, the city council, hey, if there's any issues, please give us a call. We also patch in that relationship with your public safety, again, so that we bridge those communications so that's not a surprise. In terms of your question about how has the response calls have been, they have been reduced because the interim housing service providers who are on site act as that first respondent to de-escalate any issues that any folks or participants may have. And what we've seen is, and what we've heard from communities is mainly there's responses to medical emergencies and maybe some very egregious issues, but these are calls that are happening throughout the community right now where your emergency responses, your police departments, your fire department, they're responding to unsheltered people all throughout your community right now, unsheltered community right now.
On the question of the service provider, now you mentioned Volunteers for America, you've mentioned our Lakata. So what is it that service provider has to show in order to that the county would enter into a contract and that they would be able to show that capacity? Then the second question, because this was a big concern, what if that service provider is failing to meet what the county's expectations? What are the steps? What is the role of the city, right? So we bring this in. We've trusted that the service provider has been vetted, and it's not providing what it was supposed to. What solution or what actions are going to be taken by the county to guarantee that, hey, we allowed this. We were the front runners to house our folks. How you step up in case of failure?
And again, I appreciate that question, Mayor, because that's where the partnership is and the collaboration. We actually would use referrals from you all. Who do you all trust? Who do you want to work with? Is it Lakata? Is it Volunteers America? Is it Union Station? Provide us an input. Is it, God's Pantry? Do they qualify as an interim housing service provider? Can we get them credentialed? Right? And so I understand you guys have a plan to reduce unsheltered homelessness. That would probably be coupled with some type of housing that you guys would create, and you guys would probably provide some type of interim housing services. You guys may have somebody in mind. We would love to basically have that referral from you and jointly kind of vet them out. We do have a scope of required services and what they would actually need to provide, and we would allow them time to actually build capacity to staff up, because ultimately, after you leave, after we leave, they're the ones there day in and day out with the participants. So we want to make sure that they're adequately staffed for an operation like this.
Okay, and just to go back to the other question, which was the concern, if that service provider is failing to meet those requirements, and we aren't seeing the type of results at Pomona or Monrovia or the other pathway projects. What then becomes the process? What is there? Is it, do we dissolve that location and everyone's moved to different interim housing, and that the contract is voided? Again, for residents to feel secure, they are going to want to know, well, what is the process if failure occurred?
Yeah, great question. Glad we haven't been there at that point yet, which is good news. But I mean, we do have mitigative efforts. We actually at the CEO Homeless Initiative, we don't contract directly with the interim housing service provider. It would be the Department of Department of Health Services, actually, who has that portfolio through their Housing Through Health program that actually work with all the interim housing services provider. They have staff there that actually provide program management. They do site visits, surprise site visits. They work very closely to actually manage the interim housing services provider. And so that kind of mechanism or internal control is built into the program. They have weekly case conferencing with the service provider about each resident. Again, case conferencing on their journey. How are they doing with this? Are they being responsive? All those particular things. So there's multiple engagements to get to a point. At the end of the day, we do have enforcement mechanisms if they are not living up to the agreement and providing it. And so, those would be tough and challenging conversations we'd have to go through, but we would actually cross those bridges. Because at the end of the day, we don't want folks to fall back into homelessness.
The other group that is identified, so Councilwoman Lopez Beato mentioned 30% identified West Covina by Hope and Licata. The other 70%, what is the region, right? Again, one of the fears is that they're going to be buses of folks from way outside, and so what is the sphere, right, of folks that would be eligible to come from, and again, what is the collaboration with the city of our Hope and our Licata, and what is their collaboration with those outside areas, and that the vetting of the folks, we will know our folks. How much engagement, collaboration do we have for those other folks?
Great question. So I like to underpromise and overdeliver. I believe in, again, not over-promising and again, underperforming. I underpromise and overdeliver. The 30% is a minimal amount. When, having a conversation, a very beginning exploratory conversation without going through the process of send us your referral list. I don't have that yet, right? We go through the by name list creation process. We do case conferencing. And so we would include all of the outreach teams familiar with this sub-regional cluster here in SPA 3. We won't be looking at folks from the city of LA. We won't be looking at folks from Long Beach. We won't be looking at folks from Pomona. Pomona has its pathway home operation. We always actually directly try to impact the city where we site a motel. That's where we try to have the most impact. So I, again, kind of lowball the 30%. Some people try to say, well, what exact rooms, how many? I'll give you an example with Monrovia. We had said, with the 39 rooms there, I think it might have been 36 with the service provider rooms. We had said approximately 10 to 12, maybe 10 to 12 for Duarte, and maybe the rest of the unincorporated area. At the end of the day, there were 20 people from Monrovia that actually came into that site. And so we dramatically reduced their unsheltered population more than what was expected. With the Wardy, it was 12, and actually with the unincorporated area for that first operation, it was the least amount. And so I'd anticipate we'd actually do a lot, more than likely, a lot more in West Covina. But again, that's further along the process. This is just like a very elementary baseline minimal number right now without even going through the next steps and having conversations and discussions.
So you can you take me from we enter, we do the encampment resolution, we have the first cohort of folks, 6 months, that cohort is now transitioned to permanent housing. What happens next?
Yeah, so we go through our refilling process. We'd again work with our local jurisdiction. Again, there's always going to be love for the city that is sited, where the motel is sited, because we do know that you have to respond to your constituents and how are you reducing unsheltered homelessness. And that's why there's a lot of attention given to that city where we site the actual motel. The refilling process, again, works with the outreach teams that have the trusted relationships and that you guys also know within this community. So if Lakota is your trusted outreach team, they're the ones that are going to be at the table. They're the ones that probably take the input from you guys. They're the ones that take the input from your HOPE team. We welcome to your HOPE team providing us a referral list as well. So again, we take all of that, and as transitions occur, we refill based on those referral lists. So I think the numbers right now, and again, this slide is really small, but the unsheltered count in West Covina went up from last year, 42 to 55, and then the dwelling count went up to 38 to 47. And so that's approximately, that is what, 90, if I do my math, 102. It's possible in the best case scenario, or even in the 85% scenario, this city could get down close to functional zero with the motel capacity within that 2-year time frame. It is possible in the best case scenario. So that's the upshot of it.
So just understanding, when you've come into the agreement with the hotel, you have collaboration with the city, there is the outreach that happens for several months where the list is curated. When you go out on resolution day, the possibility is that list is going to be bigger than the 30%, is going to be bigger than 25 folks. Is that so? When Monrovia, you said you were able to bring in 20, and their account was 35, 36. Was the list? Was it above that?
It's a list above that. I mean, we have, again, even if there's 36 rooms, there's they provided here's 40 people. Duarte, here's 20 something people, and unincorporated here. So all that goes into the process, again, of the by name list development, the case conferencing. They do longitudinal, they look at the longitudinal history to see if there's a proximity to the geographical area. So nobody can just all of a sudden pop into oh, I'm homeless here for the past 1 week within West Covina. We do look like that when we do the by name list development. We look at the longitudinal history of the geographical location to make sure, again, that we're making a match with the people that you are providing, and the information that the outreach teams who have the trusted relationships, who actually know the people out here. That's all part of the process.
Okay. The background. I know you talked about because of the location to schools and going through sex offender database and things like that. So the vetting, what does that actually look like? Like what type of background information? How deep does it go? And then once folks are in the space, what information does our public safety receive? How often are they part of the calls that update what's happening? What's the process there?
So when the by name list is created and there's the different checks, if you would, that occur, one of the easiest ones to do is obviously doing a Megan's Law check. That's the statewide database to check if there's any registered sex offenders. Thereafter, the priority goes to your most vulnerable, and as I mentioned earlier, as we're working with you all, the folks that you all have identified that are of biggest concern, right? So folks that have, have been homeless chronically in your streets for several years, have severe mental health disorders, substance use disorders. And so the by name list is curated to prioritize those folks because they're the least likely to, accept congregate shelter, right? And we've seen a lot more successes when we conduct our Pathway Home with this motel-based model. Thereafter, and One, you can feel free to correct me, but the participants at our site, that's essentially, it's confidential information, right? And so due to HIPAA and so on, it's not like there's a name of all of our participants at the sites that's freely shared with really anyone. If a law enforcement officer knows, like, oh, I know so-and-so is at the site, there's still, confidentiality that goes there. But if there's a participant that, let's say, has continuously like, oh, I know, just because I looked your way, I know that Councilwoman Lopez Viado, she's the one that's been graffitiing up the wall, right? Then at that point, then at that point, it's incumbent on the service provider. So if the law enforcement officer, if your team here is saying, hey, I know it's them and I know whatever, at that point, as One referenced for the participant agreement and the good neighbor agreement that the participants sign, now the service provider engages in those conversations with the participant to say, hey, we know this is happening. You have to cut it out. We're putting you on a kind of participant agreement for this specific issue. We need to address this. This can't keep going on, and so on. And so they work with them actively to ensure that they're mitigating those effects that your city might have as well.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
So I actually have a question. Whatever happened to Operation Project Room Key that the county did? I mean, it's kind of similar to this. I believe one of the motels, and I don't remember which, but I think Motel 6, it was, it was blighted. And then, closed down. No, I think it was just, there was one that came through. And so now I'm actually curious, are these, one, whatever happened to that? Because it's almost the same concept. And then two is this pathway in only city jurisdictions, or are they even in county area zones? And I just wanted to state that one of our former commissioners, and I just remember that she took a homeless person in. And I remember she recently said that she took a homeless person in and then got accepted to the Project Room Key. So I was actually surprised that it still exists, one. And later, I guess, his services were timed out. So actually next month, he's going to be homeless again out on the street. So again, I go back to like the cycle's repeating itself. That was my question. Whatever happened to the Project Room Key?
Good question. That's a great question. Thank you, Councilwoman. Mm-hmm. So there's been iterations of Room Key, Home Key, and then these other interventions. Pathway Home, yeah. Awesome. With Pathway Home, we designed it. We actually looked at the lessons from Room Key and then Home Key. Room Key was actually done under an emergency under COVID, where there was just a ton of funding just to get folks off the street into motels without the same service provision. I worked at the Department of Children and Family Services at the time. And at the county, probably some of you guys within your city, we were reclassified, a majority of us, as disaster service workers. A lot of my team, I used to see a team of internal audit staff, a lot of them actually were deployed to Room Key sites without any training, without any, maybe here's your little 1-2 day type of thing. But it was a lot of disaster service workers who were actually on the site staffing those ups. And again, that's because the major goal initially of Roomkey was to get folks off the streets, interim housing in a safer environment. From there, they've transitioned that to Project Homekey from the state, where they realize they need to actually pair together not just the housing, but the services that are required to actually keep a stable, safe, secure environment to connect folks. And there's more iterations, again, of Homekey that have been successful. There's cities, believe it or not, within LA County who had said no to Homekey, who are now doing Homekey, and you'd be surprised. But there are jurisdictions who were, again, against that, who now realize that that's an intervention that they need and are getting funding for that through the state and then the county matching certain amounts for that because they're creating housing for that next permanent supportive housing endeavor.
Are any of those Project Roomkeys transitioned to Pathways?
No.
Why?
Project Roomkey was actually demobilized. So all Project Roomkey again was a state intervention that was demobilized. Just as it's kind of like the vouchers you talked about, the motel vouchers, right? So you have these 3-day motel vouchers, maybe a week voucher, and you put somebody here in a motel, but as a service provider, there actually 24/7 providing case management, or are they just there in a room without services?
I mean, my question was, why isn't it you transitioning, you having Pathway to that Project Roomkey? That's my question. Like, why? What's the reason? Like, why can't those that was already approved by the county and they were a Project Roomkey be a Pathway site?
So Roomkey sites have been demobilized and transitioned to Homekey sites with Homekey funding, where now they're required to have interim housing service providers on site. Roomkey didn't require that.
Okay, just because I want to clarify before I go to Mayor Pro Tem. So the Roomkey sites have now transitioned to Homekey sites? Is that what was said?
Yeah, I don't know exactly all of them. So that's the one. I don't know if all of them have. Some of them have been demobilized. Some of them did transition to some Homekey sites.
Can you just quickly define demobilize for folks just so they can understand?
So demobilize means that it's no longer going to be supported as a site, and then they're transitioned out to another interim housing facility, but that site is no longer going to be there.
And then does that site then become a hotel motel again? Or
So there are hotel motels that are currently back as hotel motels. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Okay, and I try to say, don't say anything. Let's get over with the presentation so we all can go home. We still have a lot of agenda. Okay, we still we still have a lot of two hearing. So, and we still have a consent calendar. So, but I cannot shut up because I just listened to you. I just have a lot of issue coming up. Okay, and I think we all know 50-60% of all homeless in the United States, they all came to California, and then 50-60% of California, they all came to LA. Okay, so LA County has a lot of homeless come from all the places. So when you say, okay, West Covina, homegrown homeless, speaking true, we don't have that many. It's all come from all the places, okay, and stay in West Covina. They might moving in and out, transient, meaning they traveling around. So meaning they may be from Louisiana, maybe from New York, and they just traveling with a railroad, this and that. Okay, so it's not like we don't want to help them. Again, the concern what we have is what the service, the drug, alcohol, we saw it in our park, syringe, this and that. That's the major concern. So when you're talking about we will reduce our homegrown homeless, speaking true, I don't think we even have a so-called homegrown homeless. Is their driver license, West Covina driver license, or what? What do you mean homegrown? Okay, homeless. So basically, they are homeless temporarily right now in our park or in our remote area. So they may be camping over there, so we maybe help them. So again, the concern is the more in the county records, the more we try to, like you guys try to say, using all the major H money and all the federal funding, this and that, look like you create even more homeless. Okay, so by the way, really quick, okay, I'm going to shut up. Okay, I'm really quick. The point is, I sit in the Council of Government for almost 5 years, and I continue to asking all the cities should have a fair share from county. and all the county, all the city represent over there all agree that how we use the major H money. The problem is we all agree. You can ask all the city representatives in the COG meeting. Let county build a 1,200 employee with a high pay, and basically let its money get sucked out, and now very little money going to the homeless. So I think that is an issue. We're not against the county homeless program. We just worry about all this money will be wasted again. And not only cannot resolve the issue, but you dump a lot of issues since it is so new, and then we create a lot of homeless in this area and basically destroy our community and neighborhood. This is a scary thing that people are so worried about. I hope you understand this is our city, this is our community, this is our neighborhood. We do not want this thing. I hope you understand. We're not against the pathway home. But the thing is, you know what, the pathway home is so new, and it's only 1 month. You're not reducing Monrovia. You just kind of shift a little bit over there, but it doesn't have a data how long they will stay there. They're only 1 month. So possible they were coming out and then they this and that, and some people traveling into Monrovia become homeless over there. So you never know. We need to have 6 months, 1 year data to see how successful. If this is really successful, it's really help us, help everybody. Then we say, hey, would you please spend freaking $70 million in our city? But currently, it's just not feasible. It's just not enough data. It sounds like it's going to create a lot of, maybe even more homeless for us in this area, create more issue for us. Thank you.
So we'll be back in 5 months? Just kidding. No, I did actually have, I did want to address, I know you mentioned the data. That was just some light humor to wake us up since it's past midnight.
Welcome to bring more data to us. Okay,
Yeah.
we want to fact. We want to see, make sure this is not going to destroy our city. You create more homeless. Okay, and it's again, bring data, bring everything to let the resident understand what this and that. So this is something right now we just don't have the trust.
I do want to just highlight some of the comments you made in the beginning. From the recent homeless count as well, it was determined that over 54% of people that experienced first-time homelessness in this last year alone did so due to economic hardships, and majority of those folks, of the total percentage, were longtime residents from LA County. In addition to that, I can say that in addition to having the actual data there, anecdotally, right, because I worked as a service provider for several years.
Marcos, give us the revenue, we take care of our homeless. Give us the resource. Give our major H money back. I don't want everything. I'm not greedy. Just give a portion. Let us take care of our homeless. Give us the funding. We've been begging for how long? Okay, since 2017. Give our money back, please.
The question that you were responding to in terms of the homegrown homeless situation, can you finish and share the data you were sharing with us?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So what I was going to highlight is that so there was, again, from this last year alone, the folks that experienced homelessness for the first time, 54% of them were due to economic hardships, and majority, the number wasn't released, but majority of the total folks surveyed were from Los Angeles County. So it was homegrown. And I was saying that in addition to that, anecdotally, having been a service provider and engaged with thousands of folks myself, I can say that it's very few and far between. There's this notion that carries that folks are coming from out of county, out of state, and so on. And I can tell you firsthand, right? In addition to the data and folks being surveyed, but I do want to highlight that we know these strategies work, right? For the first time in several years since Measure H has been enacted, we see that homelessness is down. We highlighted that in Los Angeles City, they've done several inside safe operations, and they've had a reduction of over 10%. In Los Angeles County, we've seen a reduction of over 5% of street homelessness as well, just in this last year, from year to date, right? So there is data showing efficacy of these programs.
I know, it's already past midnight.
Again, I want to thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation tonight. I think before we receive and file, I'll open it up to anyone who has any last comment. No, seeing none. So I'll close with I would want to quote you, Mr. Williams, and hopefully I don't misquote. But to do nothing is 100% failure, and I fear that if we choose to not be bold and move forward, then we will watch our community members continue to suffer and continue to live in a way that is not dignified and does not fit with the ethics, the morals, or the priorities of this city. And so hopefully this can work, and it can work for us because it is something all of us here feel passionately about. And so I thank you. At this time, we're going to take a 5-minute recess.
Not going to happen. Not going to happen.
Thank you so much.
All right, we are back. Welcome. It is the happy Wednesday, everyone. Before we start, I was expecting at the end of comment. It was my mom's birthday on July 2nd. So happy birthday, Mom.
Happy birthday, Mom.
Watching. Happy belated birthday, I guess now.
He didn't see we fight?
No, they missed it. They missed. I believe those gentlemen got it on video, though, so we can show it to the public later. All right. Let us continue. So we are now on the consent calendar. Council, is there anything you would like to pull from the consent calendar? Mayor Pro Tem Wu?
No, I want to move up.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, I want to move 1, 2, no moving. I want to go home and move all the motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right. So we have a motion to approve the consent calendar items number 1 through 6. Assistant City Clerk, roll call, please.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Wu, a second by Councilwoman Diaz. I believe she got it in there, to approve consent calendar items 1 through 6. Councilman Contos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu?
Aye.
Mayor Calderon Tabatabai?
Aye.
Items passed 5-0, Mayor.
All right. Now moving to public hearings. Item number 7, Community Development Block Grant Action Plan. The matter set for public hearing is a consideration of proposed year 2024 Community Development Block Grant CDBG Action Plan. Will the city clerk verify the proper legal notice has been given?
Yes. Proper legal notice has been given.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu, would you offer the assistant city clerk some coffee? Good.
I'm fine. Thank you. No.
There you go. At this time, I shall open the public hearing on the proposed 2024 CDBG action plan. There will first be the presentation of the staff report. Then we shall hear comments from the public. Ms. Morales, who will present the staff report?
Mr. Kelly McDonald, the assistant to the city manager, will be providing the report. And due to the time of the day or the meeting, we're going to do a quick, brief presentation, but we will be here to answer any questions.
Good morning. This hearing concerns the program year 2024 CDBG action plan. As a recipient of CDBG funds, the city is required to prepare an annual plan that details the intended use of the funds during the program year. This is the second of 2 required hearings, and the proposed action plan is shown in attachment number 2. Table 3, shown on the screen here, shows the budget by activity for the proposed 2024 CDBG funding. and totaling about $1.04 million. There's a couple of new activities. The Housing Preservation Program, there's additional funding for that. There are a couple of new economic development activities. The Storefront Improvement Program and Economic Development Technical Assistance Programs are new. And we're proposing an emergency assistance program. The three new programs have guidelines that have yet to be developed, and once those programs would be launched. So the notice for the hearing was published on May 31st. A draft was available for a 30-day review. No comments have been received. And that concludes my report. I'm available for questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu?
Just a quick question about the CDBG fund for the homeless. Okay, what is the budget for that based on this new budget?
For the homeless,
I know we have used the CDBG fund for homeless vouchers, so we can pay for some hotels, so we can help some family with children that out of place. Okay, and especially a lot of times school ask for our help. And do we have a CDBG fund?
We have a number of public services that attend to homeless.
Do we have a CDBG fund for those budget?
Yes.
I know the CDBG fund is federal fund, it's not the state, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so they provide some CDBG fund for our homeless. Okay, and we can provide for some housing for them with voucher for, or even rent payment.
There are a couple of programs that we fund that do attend to the homeless. The Coalition for the Homeless, they do have a program with they can temporarily house people for a night or two. We have an emergency assistance program that that had been brought to our attention. The need for that, some fires that occurred last year, and just making money available.
Yeah, I remember that
for rent or a temporary payment, that kind of thing. We consider the food pantries. There are 3 different food pantries that are service that provide service for the homeless.
What is the dollar amount, the budget for those programs? But my question still go back to CDBG fund. Do we have a homeless budget that we can pay for some of the potentially temporary housing? Do we have no. So we don't. Can we add that or no?
If you're talking about new construction or
no, I'm talking about CDBG fund. Supposedly they have a priority for this and that, right?
Right.
Okay, so I think one of the housing, was one of the priority. I think we talked about last CDBG fund last year. Mm-hmm. Say we want to move the homeless, into our prioritize, right?
Right.
So, right, am I right? Okay, so in that way, what we approve to prioritize the CDBG fund for homeless, what we can provide for potential family will be out of place, so we can use this fund to pay for some their rent or pay for, and housing for voucher for the hotel. I remember we request that. Do we have that funding from the CDBG fund? No, we don't have money for general fund, but we can use the CDBG fund to kind of help people.
There isn't a service that has applied for CDBG funding for that. We have some voucher money that's available through the COG.
How much?
$7,000 that we have residual from a county grant. In the next round of funding, we can have available up to $10,000.
So it's $10,000 only. So CDBG fund, we have nothing. Even last time we request to have a CDBG fund for prioritize housing for homeless issue.
Prioritizing for homeless, and we have a handful of these public services that benefit the homeless.
So we don't have a budget on the CDBG fund for
housing for homeless, no.
If I could interject, item number 8 on the list is emergency assistance program, and I believe that was one of the issues that you guys had asked us include, where it could go towards paying for services such as food, clothing, housing, rent, or mortgage, or utilities on behalf of.
How much is that?
$5,000.
Only $5,000 for everything?
For the emergency assistance program.
1% or for entire budget is $5,000?
We would come up with guidelines and bring that back to council.
No, I kind of confused. Is you talking about $5,000 budget or per file is $5,000?
$5,000 per budget.
That's nothing.
So, Kelly, can you explain what these funds are? We would be reallocating them from another service.
The public services are capped at 15% of our grant plus the program income. So we figure we have about $130,000 that's available under that type of activity. The city programs, the senior meals program, the PD program, the subsidy for child care, and this emergency assistance program are in excess of $100,000. So there's really about $30,000 that we can program.
So, but basically the CDBG fund, the federal funding that what we have, that still cannot or not available for what we request for emergency rent payment or temporary housing.
No, that would be this $5,000 for this.
I know, but $5,000 you cannot help even one person for $5,000. Okay, so we maybe need to allocate a little bit more higher amount, because if we have that many of homeless, potentially some people willing to get help, and we want to help them to get some housing. We need some budget for that to help them to, again, 90% possible drug and alcohol, but they still have 10% people maybe, out of luck. We need to help those people, especially with children. Right? Can we, is it any possible we can move amount higher? Is that possible?
We would have to reprogram it from one of these other programs because it's everything's maxed out in that regard.
Got it. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lopez Viaro.
This whole discussion about Measure H and everything, is it possible, I'm reading the background. It says the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, program is a flexible program of the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, that provides communities with resources to address a wide range of unique community development needs. And then it states the CDBG program works to ensure decent, affordable housing to provide services to the most vulnerable in our communities. That being said, housing is, going back again, housing is a major crisis issue. Is it possible to request or to put in or have Measure H go into CDBG funds, and that it can go and filter to those that are in need in regards to these crises?
I'm sorry, have Measure H funding go into CDBG?
Is that something we could look at? Is that something, it's part of HUD, housing, and CDBG addresses homelessness. It addresses like the emergency assistant. It addresses, a lot of housing. Well, of course, CDBG covers a wide range of services, but that also includes homeless and housing needs.
If I can answer that. So it would be a matter of whether or not we would get Measure H funds allocated to us from the county. We could put, if that were to happen, we could use those monies towards a program. Is that what you're asking?
Well, because again, when we talk about county, it's difficult to get the Measure H money. And a lot of times, in order to get the money that the residents already paid, the city has to pay additional fees and that they'll match. So in regards to a lot of the CDBG, can't there be a compromise or something where Measure H kind of covers the cost and everything?
So you're saying we would use CDBG funds to match Measure H?
Or Measure H give additional funding for the CDBG? Can Measure H give additional funding for this on how? Because they have the whole Measure H.
I'm not sure that we would be able to, but we can ask the county. Like I said, that's a county measure, so it's different than federal funding. If we were to get funding for Measure H and we wanted to do a program or service and use both Measure H money and CDBG, that would be something that we could do. But it's only if we get Measure H money from the county.
Okay. I'd like the city to request or put in that request to get additional funding.
So just the understanding would be we create whatever the program is, and then we find the funding sources. Funding sources could be Measure H combined with CDBG if it meets the requirements of both those funding sources. We also could get other grants, other types of things to fully fund something, right? So I think that was answering your question. Okay. Councilman Cantos.
Yes, building upon that, maybe if it could fall under homelessness prevention. So those who are also not just those who are homeless now, but those who are in danger of plummeting into homelessness if they can't pay their rent and they get kicked out. They should be protected as well.
Prevention, yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. CDBG fund, Major H, and Mr. William from county, they always say, hey, if we have a program, okay, and we can show him the program, and he will provide the funding. It's in public. He said it on the microphone, okay, on the record. So I think we should give them our West Covina Homeless Initiative with consolidate all the nonprofit, including what we can put it together and use the CDBG fund and use the Major H, and they promise they're going to give us the funding, and let's say they can keep their promise when we provide what we're trying to do, what we're trying to prevention, and what we try to provide some housing, and we have a God Pantry and one and all, and the Catholic Church in Covina, West Covina, so to help together. That's why we talked to them already at meeting. So in that way, I think we can, in that way, hopefully they keep their promise, then we can take care of our own homeless issue.
If I could just also add, so part of what we're asking for this action plan is we're going to be increasing the housing preservation program, and this program is available to all residents or homeowners in West Covina. And it's not only to beautify their homes, but it's also to address situations where if they don't have an AC unit, that they're able to provide those to make those homes livable, and also to address code violations. So it is targeted for moderate, up to moderate income individuals.
On the emergency assistance program that Mayor Pro Tem Wu was talking about, what coordination are we having with the school districts that we have in West Covina? Because I think, again, having the emergency assistance is fantastic, but having folks access the emergency assistance is usually where there's a failure. And so I would like us to make sure that the counselors and the administrations of all the schools that are within West Covina understand how they can access those funds for the families that are struggling. So if we can go forward and make sure that we detail that with the school districts, so that way they can have that information with all their administrations for each school. Because again, it's great we have it. Like Mayor Pro Tem said, it's not enough. So I think that would be, another step is how can we fund that with more funds, other types of grants, wherever it could come, but also then being able to connect with those folks outside of us, right? Because right now, the way it's set up, it's for the individual who's struggling has to come to us. Well, it would be fantastic if we could, because we understand the schools, they find out way before. And so if they already could then be the point of contact to us and access those monies. So. Yeah.
This is the first time that we're able to put this on to get funded. So we will be coming up with guidelines, and we will incorporate that, communication and working collaboratively with the school districts and using them as a resource to get this program to the community members.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu.
Thank you. Okay, and we will join school district, but at the same time, school district has a lot of money, so maybe we will ask them to pitch in because they sell a lot of property. Okay, so in that way, their budget still is bigger than our city budget. So in that way, we can ask them to pitch in So not only we and try to pitch in, we serve the same population, so we should work together. So we all using our dollars, that very difficult to get, and to help those people need help. So I hope, we can including the school district, to join the funding and to help the people, especially a lot of potential children will be out the street. We cannot let it happen. So we should have a help the family, potentially will be in trouble. Hopefully school and us, we work together to help them to stay under the roof. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cantos.
Building upon what the Mayor Pro Tem has said, specifically earmarking money from McKinney-Vento Act funds, so that way they can provide money for the kids and for the families, and then somehow if we could coordinate services where we would assist with providing support that the school districts cannot provide, then together we'll be able to help the families. So that if the McKinney-Vento Act specifically can be referenced, Madam City Manager, that would be important.
Okay.
If I can get clarification, Councilmember Cantos, or you would like that reference to where the item before you tonight is the CDBG action plan. So when we come back with the guidelines for the program, that's where I would see it appropriate to reference.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay, any more questions? Okay. Is there anyone present who wishes to comment on this item?
I have no speaker cards, Mayor.
I shall now close the public comment portion of this hearing and ask for council discussion or a motion.
I move the motion to approve.
A second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Wu with a second by Councilwoman Lopez Viado to approve agenda item number 7. Councilman Cantos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu?
Aye.
Mayor Calderon Tabatabai?
Aye.
Item passes 5-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item number 8 regarding the West Covina Auto Plaza Business Improvement District 2425 levy of assessment. This is the time set for the public hearing of the City Council to consider the approval of a resolution that levies the assessment for the West Covina Auto Plaza Business Improvement District area for fiscal year 2024-2025. Notice of this hearing has been published as required by California state law. Madam City Clerk, do you have the affidavit of publication?
Yes, Mayor, the affidavit is on file.
I now declare the public hearing open. All persons who desire to be heard will have the opportunity to speak during the public testimony portion of this hearing. When you come forward to the podium, please give your name and the organization, if any, which you are representing at this hearing. First, we will have the staff presentation. Ms. Morales, who will present the staff report?
Mr. Alejandro Garcia, our Economic Development Housing Manager, will be providing the presentation this evening.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. I'm going to try to do a quick cap of... So our Auto Plaza is 7 dealerships, and this Auto Plaza Improvement District really is created to enhance the area that all the dealerships are in. Primarily, there's a reader board sign that really takes place in being the center of the assessment of the levy taxes. This is a map showing of the 7 dealerships. And then just a quick recap of the timeline. So we had an Auto Plaza Advisory Board meeting last month to go over the new set budget for 25. Then we had the public meeting adopted resolution, June 18th, a notice of resolution in the local newspaper, and now here today at the public hearing. So the annual report includes a total budget for the fiscal year 24-25 of $117,968, with an assessment of $16,524, which will be applied per dealership site. The assessment will go towards annual expenses, including the cost of maintenance, electricity, programming, and insurance for the reader board sign, as well as the landscape maintenance, which will total $58,484 for the Auto Plaza. The loan is repaid to the city in 2 annual payments, which is a total of $59,027. And then that will conclude the staff report. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu.
And I remember, original, the city financed, this giant billboard, readable. So have they paid off yet?
In 2 years, they'll fully be paid off.
So basically 2 years, and we collect the interest, right?
Yes, so in 2026, the reader board for that loan will be fully repaid.
And what's the interest rate they're paying us?
I believe it was 2%, if I'm not
4%,
mistaken.
4%, right? That's 2%?
Yep.
Okay, so 2026, it will pay off.
Yes.
Okay, and the second question, really quick. The second question, I know on this, our current city manager was on your job as a community, and development manager. I think you're on the board. Should you switch to him since he taking over your job? I think you should out of that board, right?
We will be switching it if it hasn't occurred already.
So because the city manager on the board doesn't make too much sense. So I think you should let the person take over your job. Should be on that as a board member over there. Am I right?
Yes, so if it hasn't been done, we will get that taken.
How soon they can be taken care?
I will follow up and get you that information.
Is the next board meeting, maybe you raised about the motion to replace our new staff, as the board member since he's taking over your old job. Am I right?
I'm not sure if it would require going to the annual meeting because there's only one annual meeting that we have in regards to the Auto Plaza, but we might be able to do that in a different manner. So I just want to verify that and see how quickly we can switch that over.
Yeah, can you do a special meeting, call a special meeting to exchange? Because I think the city manager on the board may be potentially, the city attorney, how do you think?
Yeah, let us look into that, and if we'll get her off as quickly as we can.
Yeah, because currently she's the city manager, so potentially there's maybe an issue, in the setting the board of one entity. Am I right? Okay, so we want to reduce any litigation and the liability to the city. So I move the motion to approve.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Councilman Cantos?
I just have a quick question. With regard to the expenses that the assessment is intended to cover, did the board consider any security expenses related to private security and patrols with regard to keeping the cars and such safe on the respective properties of the 7 dealerships? Or is that a separate item? Or is that not deemed by the board to be necessary?
It's not something that is currently covered by the association. Each individual dealership does have and pay for their own security. It's also part of the requirement under the overlay zone that was adopted by the council to provide security for their dealerships.
Thank you.
I second.
Oh, you beat me.
You do need to close the public.
Yes, that's right.
And ask for comment.
I shall, At this time, we will receive testimony from the public regarding the West Covina Auto Plaza Business Improvement District 2024-2025 levy of assessment.
I have no speaker cards, Mayor, and received no information to speak from the public.
I shall now close the public comment portion of the hearing and ask, we had our discussion. Any other discussion? No. I will now entertain a motion to adopt the resolution confirming the annual report for the West Covina Auto Plaza Business Improvement District area for fiscal year 2024-25.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Wu, a second by Councilwoman Lopez Viado to approve Council Agenda Item Number 8. Councilman Cantos?
Aye.
Councilwoman Diaz?
Aye.
Councilwoman Lopez Viado?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Wu?
Aye.
Mayor Calderon Tabatabai?
Aye.
Item passes 5-0, Mayor.
All right, now time for any city council reports, AB 1234 conference and meeting reports. Seeing none, any city council requests?
Mr.
Councilman Cantos.
Yes, I wanted to ask, a resident named Eric Cruz brought up the idea of having law enforcement obtain or have a deal with different sports cards like baseball, basketball, and so forth to give to kids that they see on patrol. Apparently, it's an idea that has worked well in Milwaukee and other places. And I've also sent a preliminary email asking about this. But as a formal mother, I'd like to ask for the council's general consent or approval for this idea to support law enforcement moving in that direction to try to form a partnership with these cards as an engagement opportunity for youth in the community.
I'll second that, and I do recall my first baseball cards coming from LAPD, and it was fantastic. I'm sure I do in the garage. I have all my baseball cards, including my Upper Deck Ken Griffey Jr., which was my favorite. I had multiples of those, but yeah. Councilwoman Lopez.
Mayor. I'd like to actually request, we had a resident had an incident at Island Pacific and Tokyo where a vehicle, which he had recorded, license plate was out of state, was just driving crazy and then just trying to sell things like sell gold or jewelry, and then if they didn't, they'll just take off. But the resident had asked, he did call it in to dispatch, but wanted to know, is there a way to forward videos or pictures of the event at that incident? So I just would like to see if we can move forward, if there's something in place, or we can have.
I'm sure there is, and I can verify with Chief Bell on what that process is.
Okay, that's it.
Mr. Mayor, one last one.
Yes, Councilman Cantos.
I just wanted to follow up on the meeting from November 2023 with regard to the stop signs along Nogales. From what I understand, they haven't been done yet. So if the city manager could please check with Jana and company about what is the status, because it's already been 6 months and those stop signs still have not been, flashing stop signs have still not been put up as far as I understand it.
If I can respond to Councilman Cantos's comment. So there is a process. We receive requests for traffic calming from residents and from the council. They go to the traffic, depending on the level of the request, it goes to the traffic committee for approval. It then goes to city council approval. When it comes to the city council for approval, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily budgeted. We then usually hold off for several requests, and then we go out to bid, get that bid done, and then we can come back and do the improvements. So now that we are in July 3rd today, we are under the new fiscal budget. So we do have a bid for improvements that include those flashing stop signs. And that bid will be coming before the city council within the next month or two for approval. So then it actually can get, the improvements can be completed.
Thank you.
Okay, and I have one request. I was disappointed that this school year we weren't able to have our joint meeting with the school district. So I want to make sure not only do we calendarize that for the upcoming school year, but that the focus is on developing a program with funding to support our homeless families or those that may fall into homelessness, and if we can make that the focus of the meeting. Mayor Pro Tem Wu.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, just real quick, as an amendment or just as an thought with that, as a reminder to staff, there are 4 school districts that are part of West Covina. So the meetings, if we were to do joint, we should make sure that no school district is excluded.
Exactly. Mayor Pro Tem Wu.
Thank you. I want to add on. Okay, we have a 7 school district. So if we want to have all the 7 school districts. 7
that's
school
right.
districts,
The others. Yeah.
3 major schools is West Covina Unified, okay, and Covina Valley Unified and Roden Unified. These are 3 majors, all major population, but we still have Warner, okay, Hacienda, La Puente, and Bassett. So totally 7. And Warner, okay, don't forget Warner, the one down below, one stick it out, that's a Warner school district with about 120 homes. So we have 7 school districts. So we want all the 7 school districts to join, see they have a chance to come to, and we can coordinate, okay, collaborate together how to share the funding, this and that. Okay, but I don't have any requests, okay, I just want to go home. Okay, but before I want to go home, but I want to say this. I want to say no matter how we debate over here, we're just fighting for our belief. But one thing I want to say, July 4th, okay, is how unite us together. I want all the residents, okay, and all the people to join this celebrations, our day of Independence Day. And I think this is going to be a beautiful, beautiful day. Okay, beautiful, beautiful event. And we have a firework. And then before the firework, 9 o'clock, it's open 4 o'clock. Okay, and they have a lot of food vendor and the event, and I think we have we have a band. I think Remix will be there, and I encourage everybody go there, have a good time, neighbors to have a good time. Okay, and for sure enjoying the beautiful, beautiful fireworks. Thank you.
I was just going to say, this is the longest that we've ever spent together. Tuesday and Wednesday, it's actually almost 1:15 a.m. And for the residents that are here, wow, thank you for staying. And I hope everybody has a good night.
I want to say this really quick before you. Okay, I know I want to go home. We all go. I want to say this. You missed 2018. We go to 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Almost like every month. Okay, just let you know.
I remember.
Yeah, true story. Okay, you remember, right?
We're a different council.
So we're different council. We want to go home, and thank you so much.
Yes. Just a reminder, tomorrow we will see you at the Sportsplex for the 4th of July. It is tomorrow.
That's right.
Meeting adjourned.
Yes.
Tomorrow. That's right. It's the 3rd now.
It is Wednesday.
Wednesday.